and cultural differences within the United States?
It's a great question. Do you have thoughts? I mean, I have some thoughts on it, but it's your show too, so do you have any thoughts on it, John?
Well, first of all, good evening, Steph, and aloha from Hawaii. I love Freedom Main Radio. I've been listening for a while, and it's kind of weird calling in, actually, and being on the other end of the podcast, because I know I'm going to listen to my own voice, and that's just going to seem strange.
Well, first of all, you have a really nice voice, and secondly, it's just going to get weirder from here. So please,
okay,
keep going.
All right, so a couple of things. Just, I think this question is an important question because the United States is not a homogenous culture. There are a lot of different cultures within the culture, and sometimes these cultural differences have spilled over into extreme forms of violence. You go back 150, 160 years, you're looking at the United States Civil War, and you can also, I think you can include all the various pogroms against various people and groups in the United States as part of some of this racial-based violence, the cultural-based violence. There's a couple of books that are interesting that I think really outlines some of the things that I'm talking about in these questions. At least it outlines what the regional and cultural differences within the United States might be. In 1982, there was a book. It was called The 9 Nations of North America, and it was written by Joel Garau. And this book it's really important politically because a lot of the political scientists who helped during the Reagan Revolution and some of the more conservative revolutions that kind of came in place and sort of replaced a lot of the democratic control of United States politics. They utilized the information in this book to really sort of capture the people of these different various regions and tailor their message. And so that helped them win the votes. Well, in 2012, the book was sort of redone by a different author. His name was Colin Woodard. It's called American Nations, A History of the 11 Rival Regional Cultures in North America. And there's a map, and I sent Mike a map of the different cultural regions, and I don't know if he got that on Skype, but I think that map is really important to look at, if we're going to start talking about some of these different regions, just to get an understanding of what they could be.
I'm just curious why you care. I'm not saying it's not a good reason to care. Why does it matter? Culture is my sworn enemy. And so what does it matter to you? And I don't want to sound overly skeptical. I'm happy to hear the reasons. But what does it matter to you, John, what these cultural differences are?
I think it matters because I'm interested and curious about the cultural differences in the United States and places where I live. One of the things that really struck me, because I'm originally from Minnesota and I moved out to Hawaii in 2008. But one of the things that struck me is just how much my own cultural biases really affected the way that I viewed society and my political opinions. And there's a lot of times based off of, this is one of the things I learned from this book, is that based off of looking at some of this, I was able to sort of analyze some of my own political views and some of my own views on ethics and other people and understand them in a different way. Kind of helped me understand, there's probably some racism here that doesn't get talked about. There's some kind of discrimination here that doesn't really get addressed in our society because it's being dominated by certain cultural groups within the United States, and we sort of don't have we haven't really had a discussion about that. So just having the discussion.
So hang on a second. Sorry. So when you talk about racism, what are you talking about?
So define racism as prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. So I guess that's a pretty good definition.
Okay. And so which group are we talking about here?
I guess it's a matter of where we should start. I think here's a good place to start.
Well, no, hang on. Which group are you talking about? Because, if we're going to, look, there are lots of different races and cultures. And so if we're going to talk about
We bring in
Japanese
the studio
prejudice
this morning
against
one of the
Filipinos
gay
or
rights
Hispanic
activists,
prejudice
Mr.
against Asians,
Second
you know,
Minister
because every
Pepe
group
Julian
has
Onzima.
those within
Thank you
it
for
who view
coming.
their group as superior and everyone else's as inferior.
Why are you gay?
So if we're going to talk about racism, I need to know which groups we're discussing.
This is kind of a tricky question because the subject of race in a lot of when we're trying to understand how different groups are oppressed, sometimes it's not necessarily race specific, but it's culture specific. And so you can have cultural groups that
I'm an
share
African-American male,
cultural
had a 4.3
ideals or
GPA
means or
in high school,
norms
scored
with
in the top
another
2%
kind of
of
cultural
SAT
group,
takers,
and that group
got
can be
accepted into
equally repressed in certain cultural regions of the United States. So it sort of depends. It's hard to say, okay, well, all blacks, they have this, because it's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily follow that. I mean, I don't know how to exactly.
So are we hang on, are you talking about, and I'm sorry to be difficult, I just, you know, definitions and clarity solve 95% of human communication challenges and resolve about 99% of debates. But are you talking about in-group versus out-group preferences in terms of culture or, I mean, there are many different races who are Catholics, and Catholics believe that they have the surefire route to heaven, and other religions don't. So that would be an in-group preferences. There are people who are born in England who think England is the best, and that carries across a wide variety. There are people who believe a certain football or hockey team are the best, and they would go across a wide variety of races. There are, of course, those who believe races are superior to one another, which I think is quite silly, but obviously people believe that. And so if you're talking about in-group preferences as a whole, in other words, if it's culture plus nationalism plus sports plus geography of every kind plus whatever, I mean, there are people who believe that there's a very common problem in psychology which is called the women are wonderful problem, which is, and you can Google this, it's basically the idea that people just think women are wonderful and men are bad in general when it comes to questions about the genders. So if you're talking about in-group preferences, which also go along gender lines, or gays sometimes feel that they're, you know, superior to breeders, or of course breeders feel that they're superior to gays sometimes. So if we're talking about in-group preferences, then I don't know how talking about race is particularly illuminating, if that makes sense, because just one aspect of about a billion.
I think one of the things
feeling kind of
wild
lately, right?
How about I try and compare and contrast this?
Control,
because I think I know what you're getting at, but there's a lot of.
Wait, hang on. I'm not trying to get at anything. I'm trying to understand what we're talking about before we dive in. Right.
But I'm trying to decide if this is an accurate paraphrase or not. If that makes sense. So, in-group and out-group preference, that can be part of it. But also some of it is straight racism where one race feels that they are superior to another. You know, and I think depending on where you go within North America, your view of racism may be different depending on the cultural norms that you grew up with. So you might, like, for example, in the Deep South, you might have been raised with this idea that white people are superior to black, and that you are looking at it more of like a caste system where you're born into this one race, and that race is a very strict marker of quality. Whereas if you're born in Yankeedom or the North, it may be more culturally based. For example,
so hang on. So if you're talking about racism, you're talking about white racism against blacks in the South, is that right?
Yes.
And would that racism be that all whites are superior to all blacks? So some toothless, moonshining hick in the backwoods of Tennessee is superior to, say, Dr. Thomas Sowell, or to, I don't know, Morgan Freeman, or, you know, other high-achieving, high-worth, high-value blacks. Like they would say, all whites are superior to all blacks. Is that my understanding of what you mean by racism?
Everybody's fan.
Yes,
And there's, you're doing well. This is Thought Bites. We're going to talk about the brain and how it came to be and why cool the brain rather than run and cool the body. Now, when you walk upright, or just those perpetual chilly springs and fall that happened when I grew up in England. It's man versus nature. You know, the old conflict, man versus man. In the Bible, in Leviticus, there's a story, and the story is of a tribe that feels overburdened with sin, and its solution, I guess one solution would be to up its moral game, become better, and commit to higher moral standards and so on. But that is not the approach that this tribe takes. What the tribe does is it performs a magic ritual of expiation wherein it casts all of its sins into a goat. Bad goat, sinner goat. And then what the tribe does is it drives the goat out into the desert. And there, the goat will die of heat and exhaustion. And thus the sins of the tribe are vanished, are gone. They no longer feel the burden of sin. Now, this gives immediate relief, of course, at the expense of long-term moral progress. Because if you believe that accumulated sins can be cast into some other entity, that entity can then be attacked and driven out and expiated from society, and then your sin is also purged from yourself, from history, from your conscience, and so on. Been reading about the history of
It's hard to
California
quit
recently.
addiction to immorality if you believe you have an easy and perfect cure for the resulting bad conscience, which is to scapegoat, right? That's where scapegoat comes from, and probably also why the goat is associated with the devil. So if you want to understand the modern world, you have to understand one thing, that white people are now the scapegoats of the moral conscience of the planet. That the predation, the rape, the colonialism, the war, the subjugation, the tyranny that has characterized almost all of human history is now focused on white people. And there is this belief that if you take the accumulated sins of your ancestors and you pour them into some external being, in this case, white people, and then you attack or try and drive them away or try to humiliate them and so on, that somehow you are solving the problem of immorality, that you're solving the problem of sin. And of course, it's false. It is a false belief. It is an incredibly destructive belief. And generally, you see the goat can't fight back. You see, they don't try. There's no escape tiger, right? There's no escape elephant. There's no escape shark. There's only a scapegoat. Why? Because goats are relatively harmless, can't fight back, and therefore can be the poison container. Like if you are full of a bad conscience, then you wish to rid yourself of that bad feeling. And this, of course, is the basic plot line of Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment.
So
if you have done
Donald Trump last night at a rally was
then you wish to rid yourself of the bad conscience of your immoral action. And you have really like three choices. You can kill yourself, which will certainly rid you of that bad feeling, but is certainly not recommended. Or you can commit to admitting fault. You can commit to reparations. You can commit to doing better. You can use really the pain of a bad conscience to guide you to a better life, which is sort of like you put your hand in the... I remember this as a kid. I saw a metal knife sitting next to the gas burner we used to cook, and I grabbed it. Only once. When I was in Ireland, somebody told me about nettles, a little poisonous plant, and I must wonder what that's like. I pinched the nettles only once, right? The purpose of pain is to prevent recurrence. The purpose of pain is not history. The purpose of pain is the future. If you have psychological pain about the past, it's not about the past. It's trying to teach you to avoid the same situation in the future, while, of course, people who harm you, people who want to exploit you, wish you to think that your psychological pain is only about the past so that they can continue to exploit you because you are undefended, focusing only on the past. No, your past pain is to prevent you from being exploited and harmed and abused. Again, that's the purpose of pain. When I grabbed the nettle and it hurt for an hour, stung for an hour, the purpose of the pain was not to prevent me from touching the nettle in the past, because that's impossible. You can't go back in time. The purpose of the pain was to prevent me from touching a nettle in the future. So when it comes to the world as a whole, there is an example of the white race, which has had its faults for sure, but has done some incredibly wonderful things as well, like spending massive amounts of blood and treasure to end the slave trade
worldwide by creating the idea of universal rights, not in-group preferences, not tribal rights, not I believe what you believe, therefore we are brothers and everyone else is our enemy. It was fairly unique in coming up with the idea of universal rights. In modern science, 97% of all scientific advancements between 800 BC and 1950 AD came from Europe and North America, not including Mexico. It was largely, almost exclusively, the modern world is a white male phenomenon, and that has prevented the deaths or allowed the continued life of literally billions of people. So in a rational universe, people would say, yeah, you know, boy, yeah, white people sure did some bad things, but man, when you weigh the minuses and you weigh the pluses, you know, medicine, science, the free market, human rights, and so on, largely Greco-Roman and Christian perspectives. And yeah, they've done some pretty great stuff around the world, and billions of people owe their lives to Western science and medicine and markets and agricultural innovations and you name it, right? So great stuff. So what people could do around the world is they could say, boy, that the whites did sort of like an icebreaker through the frozen ice of an abusive history and present of mankind. Let's trail after them and let's continue to widen that passage. Let's continue to extend freedoms. Let's overleap white people in terms of virtue and commitment to property rights and individual liberties and free speech. And let's go even further than white people did because they really showed us the way, but let's overtake them. Let's be better. Let's be even more moral. Let's be even more virtuous. Let's be even more free. Could do that. It's a theoretical possibility, right? But that's not really what most cultures in the world have decided to do. For reasons, some based on free will and therefore inexplicable to philosophy, and some based on a wide variety of bell curve issues and cultural issues and religious issues that I talked about before. When something is higher or better, you have the choice because you feel the gap, right? You feel the gap. You feel this humiliation between you and someone who's doing better. I mean, I grew up poor and I saw middle-class families with decent incomes and stable family lives and so on. And I mean, you have a choice about that. When you see something that's better than what you have, you can either attempt to destroy what is better and therefore destroy the gap that you feel between yourself and a better state. You can just destroy the better state or attack or undermine the better state. And that way you hope to ease your unease, but you don't. You may close the gap between you and something better by destroying something that's better, but all that does is provoke in you the guilty conscience of having hated the good for being the good. So when I was young, I remember being a little kid and, somebody told me about the year 2000. I thought, wow, I'll be 34 in the year 2000. I see myself in an office. I see myself with a tie on. I see myself doing something professional. I see myself with a stable income. I see myself with a good family life. I see all of these things. And I, for the most part, achieved them around that time or shortly thereafter. I didn't want to pull down what was better. I wanted to reach up and join it and then go further and extend. So every culture, every ethnicity, every country has that choice. They can look at some of the white achievements and say, wow, that's good, but we can do better. Fantastic. Wouldn't that be wonderful to have this leapfrogging forward into freedom and liberty and the beauty of free speech and property rights and more markets and more charity and wouldn't that be beautiful, more beautiful art? Wouldn't that be wonderful? But that's generally not what's happening. What's happening is that people are trying to pull down white civilization because for whatever reason they feel that they cannot match it in the hurly-burly competition of us mere biped mammals. That is what is going on. And that's why the white race is continually being attacked. Not because it was evil, and there were certainly evil aspects to history as there was in all races and cultures, but because the achievements cannot be matched, let alone exceeded. Therefore, the statue must be cast down.
Hotel claimed to continue to feel his presence even after he was laid to rest. Room 525 is also said to be notoriously haunted within the building. It is believed that two bridesmaids who were both on their honeymoons took their own lives in that afternoon. Whether this is true or not remains completely unknown. There is also a story about a young woman who took her own life on the 4th floor of the hotel. Some residents have claimed to have seen her in the corner of their eyes while on the 4th floor, but no other activity has been reported.
Franklin Castle. The Gothic mansion known as Franklin Castle has been ranked one of the most haunted places in Ohio. It was built by a German immigrant named Hans Tiedemann. Him and his family lived there, but was soon met with a series of cruel deaths. Their daughter Emma, for example, died due to diabetes, which at the time was a slow and painful death, as there was no known cure. The castle's dark origin made it the center of legends and ghost tales, such as doors that explode off their hinges, lights that spin on their own, electric circuits that behave erratically, the inexplicable sound of a baby crying, and even a woman in black, who has been seen staring forlornly from a tiny window.
The whole house. Footsteps, voices, and a cold touch or bump by an unseen force are the usual reports that come from this haunted home. However, the notorious legend involves a devil baby. This urban legend is of a man who resided in the whole house, claiming that he would rather have a picture of the devil instead of the Virgin Mary in his home. The man had a child who was born with horns, pointed ears, scale-covered skin, and a tail. The baby was locked in an attic after a number of failed attempts to baptize him. It's also worth noting that the mother of the child heard strange noises whilst pregnant, and even died after the delivery of her newborn. The original owner of the house is known to have spoken to several friends about one of the front bedrooms on the 2nd floor being haunted. She and her friend both thought they saw a woman in white ghost there.
Moon River Brewing Company. The building was originally a city hotel for well-known people of Georgia. It served as a hospital during the Savannah's yellow fever epidemic. Hundreds of people, mostly children, reportedly died on the upper floors of this building during one of these outbreaks. However, the most haunted part
Olá.
of this building is
Hello.
the basement.
Bonjour.
The vicious spirit of a staff member
Salam aleik.
has
Shalom.
recently gotten a name. The name
Konnichiwa.
Ruby. It haunts and taunts anyone who dares to venture the downstairs.
St. Louis Cemetery, number 1. St. Louis Cemetery number 1 is one of 3 Roman Catholic cemeteries. It's said that this one in particular holds around 100,000 corpses, some of which were kept in bags and thrown into an above-ground vault due to high groundwater and lack of land. There have been a number of reports of paranormal activity surrounding the cemetery. The most notable is the notorious tomb of Marie Laveau. This particular woman is known as the Grande Voodoo Queen. Many believe that her spirit haunts the graveyard and all individuals who attempt to disrupt her rest or awaken her.
The La Lurie House. New Orleans is often cited as the most haunted city in the United States, and one of its most popular attractions is the La Lurie House. In 1832, Dr. Louis La Lurie and his beautiful wife, Delphine, moved into this new home. They were incredibly wealthy and owned many slaves, some of which were rumored to entertain Madame La Lurie, even at the cost of their own lives.
Now the hospital is believed to be haunted by the many tortured patients who inhabited the area, including the lingering spirit of a little girl named Lily.
Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. In the small island of trees known as the Rubio Woods Forest, there is a cemetery called the Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. In the 1960s, vandals attacked the property by knocking over tombstones and opening up caskets. Over the years, more than 100 reports of paranormal phenomenon have taken place. The area is known for its sightings of flying orbs of light around the cemetery and above the tombstones.
The Lincoln Theater. In 1915, the Decatur Hotel was caught in a fire, killing an unknown amount of people and taking the building down. The Lincoln Theater was built over it 1 year later and first opened on October 27, 1916. One night, a man was working high above the stage when he slipped and fell. He tried to catch himself before plummeting to the ground, but his arm was caught between 2 beams and was torn from his shoulder. The next day, he was found dead. Throughout the years, many people have reported hearing sounds and footsteps in the empty theater. Reports of whispering and voices have also been heard as well, and a strange figure will be seen in the balcony every now and then.
The Queen Mary. In Long Beach Harbor, there is the HMS Queen Mary, a 1,000-foot ship that made 1,001 successful Atlantic crossings until she was eventually put away after the war broke out in 1939. Soon, it became a luxury hotel that is now said to be called the home to a number of ghostly encounters. These include ghostly children playing by the pool, a dark-haired man in a 30s suit, the spirit of a 17-year-old sailor that was killed while trying to escape a fire, lights turning on in the middle of the night, and even phones ringing with no one on the other end of the line. There's so much more ghostly activity in the Queen Mary, including an infamous room B340, which can no longer be rented due to all of the paranormal activity that is seen in there.
Mount Misery Road. This road in Suffolk County, New York, was considered a cursed area by early Native American tribes. The area's land was unfarmable, and its steep hills and lack of lights caused many accidents to travelers. Then, in the 1700s, it's said that a mental asylum built near the road was burnt to the ground by a distraught patient who killed herself in the fire. Now her spirit wanders the road in her white uniform.
The Lemp Mansion. A man named Adam Lemp moved from Germany to America in 1838 to start his own brewery company known as Lemp. By the time of his death, his son William Lemp began a major expansion of the brewery, and soon the Lemp family was powerful and wealthy. However, they were also surrounded by tragedy. Some say the family was even cursed. William's favorite son, Frederick Lemp, died from a heart attack in 1901. The devastated William Lemp shot himself on February 13, 1904, causing Frederick's son, William Jr., to take over the family business. His mother died of cancer on April 16, 1906, and his sister shot herself on March 20, 1920. William Jr. slipped into depression and shot himself on December 29, 1922, in the exact same room as his grandfather. Now the mansion is said to be haunted by the distraught members of the Lemp family.
Shanghai Tunnel. During the 1850s, Portland, Oregon was known as the Shanghai capital of the world. Shanghailing refers to the act of kidnapping people and turning them into slaves to serve as sailors. This was because many of the captain's original sailors left due to the excitement of the gold rush. These tunnels would be where the prisoners were kept and trapped in. Some have even died. Many visitors who walk the tunnels in Portland have stated that they have heard moans, talking, screaming, and even the sound of crying. It is also believed that the spirit of a woman named Nina haunts the area. She was sedated by drugs before being thrown into the tunnels for captivity. Some have claimed to smell her perfume, have their clothes tugged on, and even witnessed her apparition.
The Cameron House. Named after Donaldina Cameron, this house was used to hide illegally smuggled Chinese girls. It had secret doors and sealed passages to hide the girls from police raids. In 1906, a fire struck the house, and an unknown number of trapped women were killed in the event. The Cameron House was reworked into a church, but still has some unusual features. The basement doors are completely sealed off, and every door contains a red and a gold charm to supposedly keep the spirits contained. Some doors even have signs that say, "Do not enter." Photographs taken inside the house have shown strange white figures in the background.
The Stanley Hotel. This hotel is quite known for its ghostly activity. Reports of apparitions of children, lights switching on and off, and objects moving on their own have taken place there. The infamous Room 217 is where chambermaid Elizabeth Wilson suffered a massive explosion in the summer of 1911. There was a thunderstorm that cut off all the power, and the staff had to light the backup gas lamps. When Elizabeth entered room 217 with her lit candle, there was an unknown gas leak which exploded the room in an instant. She eventually recovered and continued to work until her death in the 1950s. It is said that her spirit now haunts the Stanley Hotel.
St. Augustine Lighthouse. The legend goes that two little girls died on site during construction. A man named Heiser Capiti was hired to renovate the lighthouse in the 1800s. His two daughters were playing with a rail car that was used to bring supplies to the workers. The car suddenly span out of control and fell into the water below, drowning the children. Visitors report hearing a female crying, "Help me," inside of the tower, as well as mysterious lights and footsteps. The owner, Dr. Alan Ballard, swore he would never leave the lighthouse after the government threatened to take it by eminent domain in exchange for nothing. Some say he kept his vow, and his spirit can be seen around the property.
Devil School. In Jacksonville, Florida, there is a infamous Devil School, an abandoned school with a unusually sadistic history. First, rumor has it that the furnace blew up sometime in the 1960s, killing several students and faculty members. Next, the school's principal was a cannibal, killing off anyone who was sent to his office, and using his closet as a meat locker. Finally, the janitor went berserk one day and slaughtered a bunch of kids, leaving their blood stains on the walls. Priests were called in to cleanse the area and exorcise demons from within. But the school was so haunted that teachers still refused to work there, causing it to shut down.
The Villisca Axe Murder House. In June of 1912, the Moore family and two friends were found bludgeoned to death by a nearby neighbor. The case was never solved and remains open to this day. The house contains many secrets, from the identity of the murderer to just how he was able to carry his malicious deeds without awakening any of the members of the house. According to visitors, apparitions of a man with an axe are said to haunt the house, appearing at the foot of the bed in the master bedroom. The cries of children can also be heard in the rooms above.
The Athens Lunatic Asylum. The Athens Lunatic Asylum, also known as the Ridges, was one of Ohio's largest insane asylums for the mentally ill and operated from 1874 until 1993. The hospital held many violent patients, mostly returning Civil War soldiers who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. The building is notorious for being the site of hundreds of lobotomies on unwanted family members for money. It is now the center of numerous ghost stories, including a deaf-mute patient named Margaret. She mysteriously vanished and was found in an abandoned ward that was once used for patients with infectious illnesses. Her body was found naked, and her decomposing stains can still be seen to this day.
$10,050 Cielo Drive. On August 9th, 1969, 26-year-old Sharon Tate and her 4 guests were all murdered in their home by Charles Manson. It became one of the most tragic events in Hollywood, as Sharon at the time was also 8 months pregnant. She was only 2 weeks away from giving birth. The house was later brought down in 1999 to be reworked into a new home. During construction, a worker said he heard voices and footsteps coming from the top floor of the building. Others claimed hearing the same noises, and feeling a cold breeze on the back of their necks. Then, in July 2004, a man named Omen, who moved into the new home, woke from a deep sleep at 2 a.m. to find a full-body apparition at the bottom of his bed.
The Waverly Hills Sanatorium. This medical facility designed to treat 40 to 50 tuberculosis patients in the early 1900s. At the time, tuberculosis was a serious disease, and patients had to be isolated from the public to prevent it from being spread. The facility remained open until 1961, until the discovery of an antibiotic that successfully treated and cured tuberculosis grew in popularity, causing the facility to no longer be needed. Nowadays, the sanitarium is said to be one of the most haunted places in America, including a legend about Room 502. The legend goes that a nurse committed suicide in that room after finding out that she was pregnant with the owner's child and contracted tuberculosis.
The Union Cemetery. This cemetery in Connecticut is considered by many to be the most haunted cemetery in the United States. The most famous legend is the mysterious Lady in White, who is said to haunt the area. She is said to have long black hair and is often seen wearing a white nightgown and a bonnet. Several witnesses, including nearby citizens, policemen, and firemen, have reported catching a glimpse of the Lady in White. Another popular legend involves a figure concealed in the shadows who will stare at passengers with his invoking red eyes.
Although it didn't seem that way. Just yesterday, PewDiePie.
Devil's Den. The Devil's Den is a rocky outcropping of boulders and shrubs that was the site of a 3-day battle during the Civil War. This bloody battle resulted in 51,000 deaths and is considered to be the reason why Gettysburg is as haunted as it is now. The Devil's Den is known as the most active area. Photographer Alexander Gardner was at the scene taking pictures when the battle ended. One iconic photo shows the body of a fallen soldier in the Devil's Den. Because these men were not in their final resting place, their souls never found peace and are still there. Visitors to the park often have trouble trying to take photos of the site. Pictures often come out blurry and unusable, and cameras have a strange way of suddenly dying whenever they are turned on in that area.
The Sally House. This house was brought to national attention when Deborah and Tony Pickman lived there from 1992 to 1994. They documented the disturbing encounters they experienced, such as physical attacks and burnt fingerprints on their walls.
Ever since I started my work,
The Sally House got its name from the daughter of a family.
Rumors of something sinister happening in South Africa. I was regularly sent images and videos claiming there was a white genocide going on right now. As a journalist, I have learned to never take anything at face value, to second guess and question it all. But I also believe that there is never smoke without fire. This is what makes South Africa so intriguing, because depending on your outlook, it is either a paragon of multiculturalism and social justice, or a powder keg with a genocide against the white population ready to erupt into an all-out race war. After doing some digging, I found an overwhelming mess of conflicting information about South Africa. Political turmoil, disappearing government funds, widespread corruption, and the sense that those responsible are never quite brought to justice. I found stories about the most gruesome murders imaginable with almost no statistical proof of their existence. I tried to put the pieces together, but there were just too many missing. With the left wing and establishment media calling the farm murders a non-issue and praising the Rainbow Nation, and the far right predicting a civil war, I thought surely the truth must lie somewhere in the middle. To understand South Africa today, we have to understand South Africa then, 366 years ago to be precise, when the wheels of history were set in motion. It all begins in 1652, when the Dutch East India Company, or the VOC, became the first European group to establish a permanent settlement on South Africa's western coast. At this time, the rest of the country was inhabited only by the Khoisan people, an ancient nomadic group who foraged the land long before the black tribes migrated south into the modern-day KwaZulu-Natal. The VOC made its first purchase of land from the Khoisan people in 1671, establishing the Cape Colony in the areas surrounding what would become Cape Town. But it did not treat all under its rule well, and many children of the settlers were born into indentured servitude. Seeking a life beyond the VOC, a group known as the Trekboer set out beyond the borders of the Cape Colony in search of a free, semi-nomadic farm.
Who used to live there. She had an imaginary friend named Sally, and she is believed to now be one of the spirits haunting the house. Tony has claimed to see Sally every now and again, sometimes even feeling her ominous presence while he was sleeping. Coincidentally or not, there was one person who owned the house in the 1940s.
Hey everybody, what's
who
going
had a
on?
daughter named Sally, although she did not die in the house or at a young age.
Eastern State Penitentiary. Having one of the most haunting histories a building can have, this building housed over 80,000 inmates in absolute solitary confinement. The idea was that isolation would cure the prisoners and they would find God. Masks were placed on their faces whenever they were outside of their cells to prevent communication with other prisoners. This instead drove them insane, causing over 1,000 deaths by illnesses, 50 suicides, and over a dozen brutal murders. Tourists claim there have been mysterious footsteps in the yard, the sound of pacing in empty cells, and strange noises drifting through the hallways. Cell Block 12 has become infamous for reports of chilling laughter. Cell Block 6 has shadowy figures darting along the walls, and Cell Block 4 for visions of ghostly faces. Many people have reported seeing a silhouette of a guard in one of the towers.
The Bell Witch Cave. In 1817, a farmer named John Bell lived with his family in his home in Adams, Tennessee. The family was constantly under attack by an evil spirit, or a witch, the neighbor of John Bell, who swore she would haunt him and his descendants. The Bell Witch Cave is said to be the home to the entity, who still resides there to this day. It is now open to the public, and there have been many reports of strange paranormal activity. The location has inspired many films such as The Blair Witch Project, Bell Witch Haunting, and An American Haunting.
The Joshua Ward House. This house was built upon a different house that used to belong to George, the Strangler, Corwin. He was notorious for interrogating those who were accused of being witches in an unusually cruel manner, such as tying them by their necks until blood started rushing from their nose. Corwin died in 1697, and his body was buried beneath where the Joshua Ward House is now. Because of this, it is often said that 3 spirits haunt the house. The most famous being the ghost of an innocent woman who was killed after being accused of being a witch. She was photographed by a
Battlefield. The Gettysburg Battlefield.
Hey all, Scott.
Over the past 24 hours, we have seen a revolution in consciousness, although it didn't seem that way. Just yesterday, PewDiePie, who has the largest single individual YouTube internet audience in the world, announced he was going to give $50,000 to the Anti-Defamation League, or the ADL, because, and then he went on to say how the ADL fights hate speech.
I'm donating $50,000 to Anti-Defamation League, which is an organization that fights bigotry and prejudice in all its forms.
What happened over the 24 hours must have come as a surprise to PewDiePie and the ADL and everyone else involved in this scenario.
That's a lie. They're extremely vicious organization when it comes to targeting individuals that they do not agree with.
24 hours later, PewDiePie went on, made an announcement that he is not going to give any money to the ADL.
I need to make an announcement. We thought it would be nice to donate to a charity as a way to celebrate. I made the mistake of picking a charity that I was advised instead of picking a charity that I'm personally passionate about. The whole internet just didn't believe it. Like, why is he donating to his charity? Look at his face. To be fair, I saw it as an opportunity to put an end to these alt-right claims that has been thrown against me. I knew it wasn't perfect, but I also didn't know a lot of things that surfaced throughout this whole thing about the charity that doesn't fit at all. So I understand why people had concerns about it. And these are things that I would have known myself if I had just taken my time. It really doesn't feel genuine for me to proceed with a donation at this point, and I instead wanted to actually take my time. I'm sorry for all the confusion, and I'm sorry for messing this up.
What happened during this period of time is that PewDiePie ran into consciousness, the consciousness that exists out there among the people that he's supposed to be leading. Those people now understand that the ADL is not some disinterested philanthropical organization that fights for their rights. The ADL is the main author of the hate speech censorship campaign that has swept through places like YouTube on the internet. The ADL is involved in thought control. The ADL is the commissar that enforces psychological warfare on the population at large. Psychological warfare is the disruption of prohibited speech among subject peoples. Anyone who disagrees with the ADL will be demonized. The ADL has the power to ruin their careers, ruin their livelihood with total impunity. In the Soviet Union, this was done by state organizations. In the United States, it's done by privatized entities like the ADL. This brings us to the understanding that PewDiePie bumped into. What is the ADL? Somebody knew, even if he didn't. The ADL is a money laundering operation. It is a domestic espionage organization that spies on you, keeps files on you, and will use this material to destroy you if you do anything that they do not like. That is what they've been from the beginning. In exchange for contributions, the ADL will do its best to keep Jewish criminals out of jail. This has been their history from the beginning. I've already written a book about it. It's called How Meyer Lansky Took Over the Cincinnati Ballet. It's available on Amazon Kindle. Now, Meyer Lansky, notorious criminal, made significant contributions to the ADL. It didn't work because the ADL at that time didn't have the clout that it has now. But Meyer Lansky's granddaughter did end up working for the ADL. Modalitz, another notorious Jewish criminal who was involved in rum running during Prohibition. He was head of the Jewish Navy in Cleveland that brought illegal booze into the United States from Canada. He was involved in gambling and prostitution in places like Newport, Kentucky, and he got run out of town by a Catholic prosecutor in Newport, Kentucky. That story is also in How Meyer Lansky Took Over the Cincinnati Ballet. In 1984, we reached a crucial turning point here. 1984, Modalitz had given enough money to the ADL so that they then gave him their Torch of Liberty Award. At this point, Modalitz was no longer a gangster. He was legit, and anybody who said he was a gangster would be accused of being an anti-Semite. 1984 is also a crucial year because this is the year that the ADL got in bed with the FBI, collaborating on what they said were hate crimes, which basically diverted the FBI from going after real criminals like Meyer Lansky and Modalitz and getting them to apprehend or harass the people the ADL didn't like, which were then known as hate groups. Didn't stop there. The ADL was the bag man in the operation that got Mark Rich pardoned by President Clinton. The ADL gave an award to a certain Mr. Kirshner in Florida, and he was the one who arranged the sweetheart deal that got the late Jeffrey Epstein off the hook. So we have a consistent pattern here. The consistent pattern all of a sudden reached a tipping point. Okay, there was probably a moment in time where PewDiePie could have said ADL money $50,000 and everybody would have cheered or no one would have objected, but those days are over. The consciousness is rising, Logos is rising now. We all know what a false flag operation is, and we didn't know that before. We now know what the ADL is, and PewDiePie had to find that out. We'll continue to use our YouTube channel, but in a different way than we did before. I will be releasing short topical videos like this as we move forward, and I will continue doing longer interview-style podcasts, but they will only be posted on our BitChute channel.
And so on, like the find people on both sides myth, like it doesn't matter what you say, no one's listening anyway. And it's not, to me, too complicated to understand. There is the general issue or caveat that I've talked about for many years, which is when we abandon reason, we first end up with manipulation, begging, which quickly switches to verbal abuse when those reliant on the public purse get large enough. And then there's escalation of verbal abuse to verbal threats, and then to actual and outright physical violence. This is all the natural pattern that comes from rejecting reason, from rejecting logos. But I do want to talk about something that I think is often overlooked, which is the role that culture is supposed to play in remediating disputes between people. So culture is a very powerful tool of social enforcement. Now, of course, there are a lot of people out there who are like, oh, social enforcement, that's a terrible thing. You know, you got to be free, man, to express. Free.
He woke up one morning, made a cup of coffee, cracked a few eggs, and turned on your TV to some mainstream, so-called trusted news source like the BBC or CNN. You sit down to enjoy your breakfast and you hear the news anchor say, breaking news, we have confirmation that the sky is now
cracked
green.
a few eggs,
I repeat,
and turned on
the
your
sky
TV.
is now green. You think that's an odd thing to say? I mean, the sky is blue, right? It's always been blue. You even look out your window to check, and sure enough, the sky is still blue. But the suit on the TV says it's green. And all of the guest journalists from The Guardian, The Financial Times, BuzzFeed, they're all nodding their heads and agreeing. The sky is indeed green, and it's bloody wonderful too. The news anchor then says, our Twitter feed is on fire this morning with reactions to this breaking news. Let's have a read of some of them. And he begins to read out a list of responses from people watching. Most are receptive to the news, but some agree with you. What do you think about this, Owen Jones?
Well, I think it shows the true level of ignorance we have in this divided country. How some people in 2019 can still believe the sky is blue says everything you need to know about the toxic brand of right-wing politics that rules over us.
The other journalists nod their heads and agree once again. What about you, Afua Hirsch?
Well, I think we need to redefine what blue actually means. These days, the modern incarnation of blue is more greenish. And to say the sky has always been blue is simply wrong and reeks of bigotry. Oh.
Everyone again nods and agrees, and they also agree to call people like you backwards. You're stuck in your ways. You are anti-progressive, and worst of all, you are a sky denier. You aren't to be listened to. You aren't to be trusted. You are the past, not the bright green future we should be embracing. Your coffee goes cold, you lose your appetite, and you look outside your window at that beautiful blue sky and think, is it me? Am I the problem? I wish I could just be colorblind and not notice that the sky is actually blue when everyone else is saying it's green. Maybe I am just a narrow-minded skyist. I'd best not mention it ever again. Okay, a simplistic analogy there, but you get what I mean, don't you? We, in the West, live in a world where up is down, blue is green, and truths are lies. We go through our days being told to change our ways, to get with the program, to upgrade our thinking, because we are the relics of a more primitive, insular time. And frankly, our points of view just aren't acceptable anymore. No matter how ridiculous the claim, how completely and obviously inaccurate it is, if the powerful backers in the media want to push an agenda, they will do it. And if you aren't on board, you will be smeared, attacked, and made to feel like you are a bad person, like you have something wrong with you for thinking the way you do. But something has changed lately. The powers that be in the media are lashing out clumsily. The mask is slipping ever more. I was mainly inspired to make this video because of the mainstream media's reaction to my reinstatement on YouTube this past week. Up until recently, I've received very little attention from journalists, but it seems like the toys are really starting to get thrown out.
Bonjour. Hola, bonjour. Hello.
Places such as the BBC, CNN, and Business Insider have directly mentioned me within articles, as well as other sites like BuzzFeed, for example. All in a negative way, of course. None of them are glad that I'm back on YouTube. Let's make that perfectly clear. And none of them said a word when I was actually banned. It was only when I came back that they decided to say something. Like I said, most of the articles just mention me by name. No real detail there. They just refer to me as a far-right video maker. Whatever. But CNN did something more. CNN put a hyperlink in their article on my name, which, when clicked, takes you to an article by BuzzFeed, who say a few more things. The iconoclast has more than 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. In an interview with Defend Europa last year, the YouTuber spoke extensively about the white nationalist conspiracy theory of ethnic replacement. He describes himself as a British nationalist who is anti-mass migration. Interesting. The fact that CNN actually linked to this article shows how dirty they really are. The white nationalist conspiracy theory of ethnic replacement. Ah, okay, so it's a conspiracy theory, is it? Well, I apologize. You see, I was only getting my information from mainstream left-wing news sources that have reported on white demographics for years. Silly me. Newspapers such as The Guardian, for example, which in the year 2000, 19 years ago, published the infamous piece, The Last Days of a White World. We are near a global watershed, a time when white people will not be in the majority in the developed world, Britain included. In Britain, the number of ethnic minority citizens has risen from a few tens of thousands in the 1950s to more than 3 million, or around 6% of the total population. While the number of whites is virtually static, higher fertility and net immigration means the number from ethnic minorities is growing by 2 to 3% a year. One demographer, who didn't want to be named for fear of being called racist, oh, that's cute, said it's a matter of pure arithmetic that, if nothing else happens, non-Europeans will become a majority and whites a minority in the UK. That would probably be the first time an indigenous population has voluntarily become a minority in its historic homeland. I tell you what, the bloody Guardian and their conspiracy theories, eh? Oh, shameful. How dare they write this article? I'm sure CNN will write something about this very, very soon. They'll call out this author. They'll find out who that racist demographer was and they'll dox him. Yeah, right. They aren't the only ones, though, apparently. The Independent has also written articles about demographic predictions. There have been countless pieces written about towns and cities in the UK becoming minority white British. The New York Times have written about how the looming white minority in America worries certain demographers because they fear a political backlash. I mean, why anyone would be angry about becoming a minority in their own country baffles me. It really does. And then, the best one, CNN's own golden boy, Anderson Cooper himself, openly chit-chatted about it on television, which was something I didn't know until Red Ice TV brought it to my attention. So thank you for that. Here's the clip.
You know, whites will not be the majority. I mean, it's an exciting transformation of the country. It's an exciting evolution and, you know, progress of our country in many different ways. Clearly, there's, you know, among white supremacists, white nationalists, that is viewed as a horrific event.
It's immediate how they spin that and turn that around. Yeah. Oh, actually, I just realized that was an admission of what they are talking about. Actually, that's bad. You can't say that that's bad. If you think it's exciting, it's happening, and it's happening. But now, you know, these white supremacists, though, they're crazy for thinking this is happening. It's amazing.
Oh, Anderson Cooper, a conspiracy theorist that could rival Alex Jones. It really is amazing. So yes, let me get this straight. Demographic replacement is a conspiracy theory, but hang on, we're saying it's actually happening and that it's a good thing. As Anderson Cooper says, it's an exciting change. So basically, the media will accuse you of lying if you don't support it, but put you on national television if you think it's good. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. Thank you. Morons. But I have to ask these publications a very important question. So guys, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, please get back to me. The question is, why do you care about me at all? Seriously, I have just over 200,000 subscribers on a website. You all get millions upon millions of clicks, huge advertiser revenue. You, the BBC, get publicly funded by chumps like me. You all have 10 times the reach I have. You all have access to all the right people. You have a default level of respect and acceptance purely because you are the mainstream media. And here I am, a 29-year-old bloke from a small northern town in England with a laptop and a microphone. What's the big problem, eh? I've been completely demonetized by YouTube, so financially I'm no threat to you. My videos get stifled by algorithms. My current subscribers don't get notified as often as they should about my new content. I'm barely ever recommended to new viewers. Meanwhile, funnily enough, you guys get promoted to the hilt on YouTube all of the time. Liberalism dominates Western culture. All of your political and social opinions are backed up in society. Everything you've ever campaigned for has been given to you. Abortion, gay marriage, trans rights, mass immigration, and so on. Hollywood is on your side. Big business is on your side. Transnational political unions are on your side. None of your journalists would ever get fired for preaching about their left-wing views on the internet. Your friends won't abandon you. Your family won't disown you. Every single thing that comes out of your mouths, gets written on your websites, gets uttered on your television channels are the safest, most politically correct opinions that exist anywhere in the world. And you're all making a killing. So again, the question, What is it about me and all the other channels that you have written about this week that you find so bloody worrying? Is it because, possibly, that I and the hundreds of thousands of people who follow me are still refusing to jump on the globalist bandwagon? Could it be that your handlers over at the ADL are starting to see that their brand of bullshit only flies so far? Or could it be the realization that if I and others had access to the resources you people have, all the money, all the airtime, all the corporate sponsorships, we'd blow you all out of the water, and your ideology would be a total laughing stock, and millions of people would happily join us and proudly proclaim from their rooftops that the sky isn't fucking green, it's blue, always has been and always will be. Your worldview, your pushing of globalism is universally unpopular. The only hope you people have is censorship, because you know you simply can't compete with the truth. You can't compete with the public's views. Your only hope there is to wear down the people to such an extent that they will give up out of apathy. You know what I'm talking about. Stop Brexit. Refugees welcome. Trans men in schools. Gay pride 365 days a year. Hate speech laws. No white applicants allowed. Sexist, racist, fascist, Islamophobe. Pray for Christchurch. Take your guns. Sri Lanka, what? Charlie Hebdo had it coming. Diversity is our strength. British Empire, bad. Open the borders, let them in. More ping pong tables for murderers. Demographic replacement is exciting. It's not working anymore, lads. You've gone too far. You've blown it. And that's all I really want to say on the matter. BBC, CNN, ADL, we see you. Hiya. How's it going? Thank you so much for directing even more viewers to my channel this week. I'll be sure to treat all these new people very well indeed. Cheers. Thank you so much for watching once again. If you'd like to support this channel, you can do so via PayPal, the link is down below, or you can buy a copy of the Iconoclast magazine. Issue 005 is now released. I'm very proud of it, and I hope you enjoy reading it. The link to my website is down below. You can buy it in both physical and digital versions. I'll see you all soon. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Well, welcome to Clown World, man. We have fallen quite a bit in this country since 9/11. We are at a point now where on the 18th anniversary of that horrific day, we have people who support Muslim terrorist organizations lecturing us, and they're in our House of Representatives. Take a look at this. We're over at the Daily Caller. Rashida Tlaib bemoans Islamophobia on the 9/11 anniversary. America cannot allow this type of violence to divide us. And so there you have it. That's an incredible statement to make on 9/11. Talk about being tone deaf. But what would you expect? This woman is part of the squad. You've got other squad members running around telling everybody, hey, 9/11, some people did some things, right? Not a big deal. Just a bunch of you stupid Americans getting exploded. Not a big deal. Not to us. Not to people who hate America. And it's scary. It's scary that these people are in our House of Representatives. They're in our government. We were warned about this, and here we are. It only took 18 years. So let's go take a look at what she's talking about on Twitter. Democratic Michigan Rep. Rashida Tlaib sent a tweet thread Wednesday about her memories of the September 11th, 2001 attacks by talking about Islamophobic phone calls she received while working at an Arab American group. Because that's what everybody wants to hear, right? You've got a situation where thousands of people have had their families destroyed by this event. And this woman's like, well, we got evil phone calls at the place that I was working at. That's worse than your buildings falling down and people dying and airplanes crashing into fields and all this type of stuff. What are you stupid Americans so upset about? We got phone calls. Quote, I will never forget 9/11. I was working at a nonprofit Arab American human services organization, Access, while in law school. My day started like any other until I heard gasps from my evil American co-workers in the lunchroom. I rushed in and saw faces of shock facing the television, Representative Tlaib tweeted. She continued, quote, Then we saw a plane hit the second tower, and the room erupted into tears and heartbreak. Our country was being attacked. Soon our phones began to ring, with many threatening those at access and local community with violence. Bullshit. I want receipts for this. This doesn't make any sense. To anybody old enough to remember this event, this doesn't make any sense, right? First of all, when that second airplane hit the Trade Center, that was when we first realized that it wasn't an accident, right? A lot of people weren't quite sure if the first plane had just gone off course, if it was lost in fog and crashed into the building. It was up for debate, and no news person was running around saying that it was a terrorist event, right? When the second plane hit, then it became obvious, but we didn't know what was going on. Now, couple that with the fact that in 2001, a lot of people were still using dial-up modems, right? The internet wasn't like it is today. You couldn't just punch in, what is the local pro-Muslim resource group or whatever the hell she was working at, and then find it and then call it and then yell racist things into the phone, right? That didn't happen. Nobody knows who the hell Access is now, and certainly nobody knew who the hell Access was in 2001. There's no way that place was inundated with angry phone calls from who white racists after that second airplane hit the building. There's no way this happened. But again, right, lefties always appealing to emotion, trying to make everything out to be the racisms and trying to get some heartstrings pulled for their cause. Meanwhile, 3,000 plus dead Americans on that day, and this chick is upset about angry phone calls being made to her offices. She continues, quote, "Still, our communities came together to mourn, to stand in solidarity with fellow Americans across the country, and to reject hate and terror that comes from it," Talib said. So here comes some more leftism for you. They're going to tell you about rejecting hate. We take the higher ground. When they go low, we go high. We're better than everybody. We're morally superior than those evil racists on the conservative side. Meanwhile, this is the same group of people, her and the squad, running around telling everybody that white supremacy is the biggest domestic threat to this country, that we need to take these white people and start putting them on domestic terror watch lists, right? All of these people who support that evil Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is a white supremacist activating all of his white his white power foot soldiers with numerology and secret codes that are running around killing everybody that's brown. And she's going to tell everybody to not let terrorism divide us. She's causing terrorism, right? She's running around saying everybody who's not a flaming lefty is a racist bigot who wants to kill brown people. That's verbal terrorism. Vote for my side or else you're a racist trying to kill brown people. She's trying to divide us. And then she goes out there and tells everybody, well, don't let hate divide us. Don't be Islamophobic. Don't worry about 19 hijackers, all of the same religion, crashing airplanes all over the place, killing 3,000 people on 9/11, and then another 3,000 plus people due to all the crap in the air. Right? You got a death tally up to 6,000 plus dead people because of this one event caused by 19 hijackers who happen to all be Muslims. Don't worry about that. Worry about that one white dude who shot 20 people in El Paso. That's the bigger threat. So anyway, there you have it, guys. Being chastised on 9/11. America, we need to stand up for ourselves. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the video and supporting the channel. If you're interested in more content covering this culture war, make sure you hit that subscribe button. All right, guys, take care. Bye. Hey everybody, what's going on? Well, welcome to Clown World. It just goes to show that SJW-ness, political correctness, this is a cancer on society. It's making us all stupid, right? Even those of us who don't want to partake in your stupid political correctness, we're subject to what it's doing to the rest of the world. Take a look at this. We're over at summit.news. Burger King removes ham from hamburger to avoid offending Muslims. A ham-fisted attempt at political correctness. So here, guys, this has got to be a multi-billion-dollar corporation being run by an idiot leftist, right? Only an idiot lefty would be like, it's a good way to crack that Muslim demographic with our hamburgers. let's get rid of that ham. That must be turning people off, right? Maybe if we get rid of the word ham in hamburgers, we can get all of the Muslims to stop going to McDonald's and come to Burger King. Is this what you guys are thinking? Is this what you idiots are thinking? Nobody cares about this. This is totally stupid. And by the way, for Muslims out there, isn't their prophet's name Muhammad? Isn't ham right in the middle of that? This is so stupid. Take a look at this. Burger King in South Africa is dropping the word ham from hamburger to avoid offending Muslims. Yes, really. The double spicy hamburger will now just become double spicy burger, while the triple hamburger with cheese becomes the triple burger with cheese. And of course, Hamburger King Jr. on the children's menu will now just be Kids Burger. The company, whose headquarters are based in Miami, Florida, said the word was being eliminated in order to, quote, be more respectful of the Muslim customers. The change is being made despite the fact that, quote, ham in hamburger has nothing to do with pork and relates to the German city of Hamburg, where the patties were first made. So you might be thinking to yourself, does this really mean anything? Dropping the word ham out of all of these terms, does it actually go towards enticing Muslims to really get into these fast food restaurants? Because there should be some other parameters for people who are so concerned about the word ham being in there. For these fundamental Muslims out there, aren't they concerned about how the meat is treated? Don't they have to have that halal meat, especially sacrificed meat and prayed to and blood dripped and all that kind of stuff? Don't they have to have that specific type of meat? And the answer would be yes, by the way. All right. If you had a Burger King that was like, all right, we're going to get rid of all of this garbage tier meat that we're using. Probably these hamburgers in Burger King, by the way, are probably 75% horse. All right. It's probably 25% soy, 75% horse. But if you really want to crack that Muslim demographic for your fast food restaurant, you need a specific type of meat. And they're not going to do that because, of course, that would actually cost money. Getting rid of ham from all of their menu items and not having to print it on stuff, this is a cost-saving measure for Burger King. They're trying to save money. Actually doing something that is worthwhile and has a benefit is going to cost money, so they're not going to do that. Again, virtue signaling. You can tell that Burger King is a multi-billion-dollar corporation being run by a leftist because it's all virtue signaling. They even point this out at the bottom of this. However, the company admitted that its outlets in South Africa would be losing their halal certification because of popular demand for some sandwiches to include bacon. Hey, you idiot lefties, how are you even in a position to be running Burger King if you're this stupid? Right? I guess this says more about the population out there than it does about the people running the place. They're telling you they actually had halal certification. They were actually spending money to make sure that they had an appropriate type of beef for these Muslims. And now they're going to throw that out because in these areas, these Muslims are demanding bacon on their hamburger. And so what does Burger King do? Well, we're going to get rid of the word ham. And this is the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. It's virtue signaling at the cost of giving these Muslims who are afraid of ham bacon. So there you have it, boys. Burger King removes ham from hamburger to avoid offending Muslims, but then also removes its halal certification so it can insert bacon. I mean, peak leftism stupidity right there for you, boys. Take a look at that. All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching the video and supporting the channel. If you're interested in more content covering these crazy lefties, make sure you hit that subscribe button. All right, guys, take care. Bye.
So here's a story that should be national news for 7 days straight instead of Brett Kavanaugh and the fake news coming out of the failing New York Times. And Donald Trump rightly called for everyone to resign from the New York Times after that, of course. Horror. South Bend abortionist kept remains of 2,246 murdered babies. at his home. This is a late abortionist from South Bend, Indiana, who kept these remains in his home, and no one's really talking about this, aside from a lot of conservative news outlets who have been highlighting this for the past few days. Rightly so. This should actually be the national news story. This should really be the one that's the national news story instead of Brett Kavanaugh, where literally nothing changed since the last debacle, the Brett Kavanaugh debacle that we had last year. But of course, we know why this is happening, right? We know why they chose the Brett Kavanaugh story, the fake news Brett Kavanaugh story above all else above every other story. It's because the Supreme Court is seen as Trump's enforcer. The Supreme Court keeps handing Trump's victories. And also, of course, we know Ruth Bader Ginsburg doesn't have that much longer left on the Supreme Court. But we're going to go through the story here. We're also going to talk about a couple of other things, as well as an update to this story. But before we get into this, I just want to remind you, check the link in the description. Go to preparewithvincent.com. Preparewithvincent.com to get $100 off of a 4-week emergency dry food supply or $250 off of a 3-month emergency dry food supply. This dry food supply has a 25-year shelf life, so it'll last as long as you're going to need it. And if you're stocking up on ammo, that's awesome. Ammo is to protect your food and water supply. Make sure you and your family are secure today. I have about 2 years so far. I keep stocking up, getting something every few months or so. Preparewithvincent.com. Link is in the description below. So let's get to the story here. A late abortionist from South Bend, Indiana, kept the remains of 2,246 aborted babies at his property, according to police. Soon after abortionist Ulrich Klopfer died on September 3rd, an attorney representing his family reached out to the Will County Coroner's Office requesting proper removal of the remains of aborted babies they found in Klopfer's property, reported WNDU 16 News Now. Upon further investigation, police found literally thousands of unborn children at the man's property. And no one's talking about this. This is way bigger than like John Wayne Gacy, if we're talking about the amount of people killed in this incident. There is no evidence that any medical procedures were conducted at the property, according to the sheriff's office, and the family is cooperating fully with the investigation, the report noted. In 2015, the Indiana Medical Licensing Board suspended the abortionist's medical license after the presentation of 12 hours of testimony, WNDU 16 News Now reported. Once again, if we had an honest media, instead of a fake news failing media, who's trying to take their competition down, most of us reside on YouTube, of course, then this would be the top story in the news in the country. This would be the top story in the country instead of fake news based on fake reporting, based on deceptively edited news reports by the New York Times editors. This would be the major news story in the country. But guess what? They choose not to focus on these stories because it'll turn the public's opinion in the direction that they don't want them to go. It'll have them start asking questions, maybe Googling images of late-term abortion, right? And seeing exactly how that works. They don't want that. Klopfer allegedly failed to provide counseling information to patients undergoing abortion procedures as required by state law. Klopfer also allegedly failed to properly complete and submit records to the State Department of Health when abortions were performed on 2 13-year-old girls. The abortionist was hit with a $3,000 fine and mandated to undergo special training and certification should he decide to ever petition for his license to be reinstated. I don't know who's worse. Is it Gosnell or is it this guy? I mean, these are two of the people that you probably will never, ever hear about, and most people in America won't hear about, and two of the people that most people in America will forget about because of the gaslighting media. It's just like we talk about all the time. When we look at you go to the redelephants.com, and you look at the 25 attacks on Jewish Americans that have happened in New York City. They love to talk about anti-Semitism in the media, right? They love to talk about hate crimes in the media. Look at these 25 attacks over the past year or so on Jewish Americans and where the perpetrator was black, and none of these news stories got mainstream attention. Why? Because the perpetrator wasn't the right type of perpetrator. Just like this story isn't the right type of story for the media to focus on. Instead, it's a story about Brett Kavanaugh and impeaching Brett Kavanaugh, where Ayanna Pressley is trying to impeach Brett Kavanaugh because based on fake news. And these are the stories that they choose to focus on. The abortionist, and it's just like the whole BuzzFeed News, Trump-Russia collusion debacle that happened, where Brian Stelter came out and he had someone on his panel on CNN, and they were like, well, this is the story. This is why people don't trust the media and say that we're just lying to try to take the president down. And Brian Stelter was, whoa, 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 and the guy was, no, this is the reason why people hate the mainstream media and why they think they're the enemy of the people, because they are the enemy of the people. Standing outside the shuttered women, if you want to talk about conspiracy theories and things that lead to people's deaths and violence in this country, just look to MSNBC. Just look to CNN. Just look to a lot of these mainstream outlets who have provoked war that led to thousands of people dying within a matter of days, and no one says anything about that. The pro-abortion, standing outside the shuttered women's pavilion in South Bend in August of 2016 in Indiana, clapped for blasted pro-lifers over his suspension. Let me put it this way. The Attorney General's office and the right to lifers are in bed together. How's that, he said. The pro-abortion Whole Woman's Health Alliance said that they were shocked by the news on Klopfer. Not really shocked. You can expect this from an abortionist or someone who's pro-abortion. All of us at Whole Woman's Health Alliance are shocked by yesterday's news. We joined the community seeking more information and awaiting the results of the investigation, the statement reads. Whole Women's Health of South Bend is proud to serve the community with high-quality abortion care services that respect the dignity of women and families. We adhere to the highest healthcare standards, and we treat our patients with compassion and respect when they need it most. I wonder if he was selling these parts. Could it be that he was selling these parts, considering the fact that we know that Planned Parenthood has made billions, if not trillions of dollars in selling baby parts? Every human life is precious, and every woman and baby deserves care and respect, said Representative Jackie Orlowski, Representative Republican Indiana, in a statement. This tragic case shows why abortion providers must be held to strict guidelines and face rigorous oversight. I will be looking into federal legislation to ensure the remains of aborted babies are always treated with dignity, including in the case of chemical abortions. In 2013, abortionist Kermit Gosnell, dubbed America's biggest serial killer, was charged with the murders of 7 infants and 1 woman. Gosnell used scissors to sever spinal cords of hundreds of live babies. By the way, not an abnormal thing in the case of abortion and late-term abortion. Live birth abortion, this goes on all the time. One employee of the Philadelphia clinic testified that she personally witnessed this procedure, snipping. Gosnell called it at least 30 times in some cases. She was given the child's severed feet to put it in a jar and to keep as a trophy, reported the Daily Wire's Matt Walsh. So, once again, we look at these people who say they care about children. They care about the children. And it'll show you images and videos of crying children online when talking about ICE raids. No images like that, no videos like that of all the recent hundreds of ICE raids that occurred under the Barack Obama administration, some of which gathered up 200 to 250 people in a single raid. No videos, no images of crying children under Barack Obama during ICE raids under his presidency. But of course, we will show you crying children in pictures and in the form of video when it comes to the ICE raids that happened under President Donald Trump. We will also show you crying children and images of crying children and videos of crying children when it comes to the gas attacks that apparently happened in Syria, trying to provoke a war in Syria, trying to provoke yet another regime change in the country of Syria, trying to provoke a war in these Middle Eastern countries. We will show you crying children then, because our handlers pay us to do so. They pay us to show you these images to get the public support, especially the support of women and suburban women behind voting for Democrats, either voting for Democrats or support for war in the Middle Eastern countries, which lead to millions of deaths, right? They care about children. These are the same people that are completely fine with this. As a matter of fact, most people who support abortion are completely fine with Kermit Gosnell, are completely fine with this Dr. Ulrich who had baby parts in his house. They don't care. They actually applaud these sorts of things. They think that it's a woman's right to do this, that it's these doctors, they're fine in keeping baby parts in their houses. Poll someone who's pro-abortion. Guaranteed, most of them will support this. In 2013, so they're talking about Gosnell. Gosnell's clinic, referred to as the House of Horrors, had fetuses and blood all over the place. A medical student described, according to Walsh, you could hear the screams of children who were born alive and then decapitated. Like I said, this is not like abnormal, by the way, in live and partial birth abortions. Just look up some of the live action footage. Look up some of the stuff in LifeSite News. Look at some of the stuff in medical journals. Frankly, just look at regular, everyday medical journals. It doesn't have to come from a news outlet. Look at the thing that they use to insert into the baby's skull, right, to abort them during partial birth abortions. Look at how they perform regular abortions. Look what happened to the children then. And this is to say nothing of the unsanitary medical equipment which caused the disease and infections in the patient. One woman had to go to the hospital and have part of her intestine removed and tracking an infection from Gosnell's butcher shop. One woman died because of his gross malpractice. There's another thing. 250,000 people die each and every year because of medical malpractice, because of medical errors. 250,000 people each and every year. 100,000 is the low number due to medical malpractice. And they're talking about the AR-15 that kills like 30 people a year. 30 people a year, less than all deaths combined from knives or even hands and feet. Hands and feet kill hundreds of more people each year than any AR-15 does ever, each and every single year, according to the FBI. And this is what they're talking about. It's like, really? This is where you see the double standard of it. People don't have the brains to think this through, typically. People don't have the cognitive ability. A lot of Americans just don't have it. They just don't have it. They don't have the capability. A lot of women, especially, on average, not all. We know a lot of them watch this channel and understand what I'm saying here. But on average, most women just don't have the capability. They're predisposed to have their emotions flood themselves and interfere with logical, rational thinking things through as other people maybe are. And if you just look at leftist men, they're sort of the same thing, very overly emotional, irrational sort of creatures, pathos-minded way of thinking for all of them. But there you go. So that's that. Make sure to check out preparewithvincent.com. Link is in the description below. As far as the East is from the West, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. I acknowledged my sin to you and did not cover up my iniquity. I said, I will confess my transgressions to the Lord, and you forgave the guilt of my sin. Unfortunately, that's Psalm 32:5. Unfortunately, this abortionist didn't have time to repent for his sins. And unfortunately, I assume that God has a pretty heavy judgment coming down for some of these abortionists and the people who support them. So as most of you are already probably aware, the New York Times was recently forced to revise a, quote, bombshell story detailing misconduct claims by against Brett Kavanaugh, to say the accuser has actually no memory of the alleged assault at a dorm party in the 1980s and refused to be interviewed. As a matter of fact, they left that part out completely from their story, and they were forced to revise their story to actually include that part by, I think originally a Fox News contributor was the one who pressured them on the fact that they left that part out of their story. I'm not exactly sure who kind of sparked this entire thing to happen, but it just goes to show you how fast the, quote, failing New York Times, as Donald Trump likes to refer to them as, is failing. But we all know why this is happening now, right, don't we? I mean, we all know why there's a push to impeach Brett Kavanaugh by the Democratic Party and the mainstream media. It's for two reasons, and for two reasons only. Number one, first and foremost, of course, is because the Supreme Court is seen as Trump's enforcer. This out of The Atlantic just a couple of days ago. The Supreme Court is Trump's enforcer. And this is the reason why they keep pushing on the Brett Kavanaugh impeachment and will probably push for the impeachment or the immediate pullout of the next Supreme Court candidate that Trump is going to pick. And he will be able to pick another Supreme Court candidate, considering the fact that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is standing on her last leg. Almost literally, by the way. Now, she is tough. Regardless of what you think about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she's a tough woman. She's had a cancer that gives a 7% survival rate expectation after 5 years. She beat that. She was completely fine. She actually got that cancer again just recently, pancreatic cancer. completely fine. She didn't even take a day off of work. I think it was just recently, just a few months ago, her first day that she actually took off of work when she fell and broke her ribs, had another cancer scare, had more nodules removed, so on and so forth. That was really the first day that she's ever taken off of work since becoming a Supreme Court justice. And I think that she's trying to beat the record of, I can't remember exactly which Supreme Court justice has the record, but I mentioned this in another recent video, and I think that she said vocally herself that she wanted to beat this Supreme Court justice's record of serving on the Supreme Court, and this is what kind of like gives her the willpower to move forward and move past a 7% survival rate in after 5 years. That's another reason why they're going after Brett Kavanaugh, by the way, is because Ruth Bader Ginsburg is coming up. I mean, she's definitely probably not going to retire. I mean, she's hired her staff through 2020. She looks like she's expecting to work through 2020, through the 2020 election to see what happens. She's probably not going to retire. It's probably the grave that's going to ever stop her from working. But a lot of us already know that that's coming up quickly. We never wish for any harm to come to anyone, of course. And like I said, she's powered through all this stuff, never even took a day off of work, didn't even take a day off of work when her husband died, as we know from reports. But this is what, and you know, people have said in the past that she was going to die from pancreatic cancer. This was back in 2000, and she didn't. She didn't, and she's still alive today. So, like I said, regardless of what you think of her, she is a tough woman. And this is the reason why they're really going after Kavanaugh right now. Now, before we get into the story here and a couple of other things, a couple of other quick video clips I want to show you, just want to remind you, go to the link in the description, click on preparewithvincent.com and check out preparewithvincent.com. You can get $100 off of a 4-week emergency dry food supply or $250 off of a 3-month emergency dry food supply. I've been stocking up on this My Patriot Supply for quite some time. I have about 2 years worth or so. It has a 25-year shelf life, so it's going to last as long as you're going to need it. And also, as a matter of fact, it's probably the best dry food around. It's the best tasting dry food around, certainly in my opinion. I've tasted them all, from the military surplus to the Home Depot, the kind of the cheaper stuff that you get at the Home Depot. This is the best tasting dry food around, in my opinion. So check out preparewithvincent.com. Link is in the description below. So let's get to this story here. This is from the Daily Mail. It says the New York Times has been hit with backlash for revising its bombshell article describing new sexual assault allegations against Brett Kavanaugh to include the fact that the alleged victim does not remember the apparent assault and declined to be interviewed about it. The NYT published its story in the early hours of Sunday morning based on claims made by Max Steyer, a former male classmate of Kavanaugh's at Yale. Two of the newspaper reporters, an arts writer and a Wall Street reporter, discovered from an unnamed official that Steyer reported seeing an apparent assault at a dorm party in the 1980s. He said Kavanaugh had his pants down and that his classmates then pushed his you-know-what into a woman's hands, meaning that he was actually the one who was assaulted, by the way. But, you know, regardless of that, let's move on. He said they included his claim in a book. They have written about Kavanaugh's college years, which will be released on Tuesday. Steyer, who had been on the opposing side of legal cases from Kavanaugh, had before and worked for Bill Clinton, had declined to be interviewed, as did the woman at the heart of this claim. The woman told the NYT journalists that she does not even remember the apparent incident. And this was one of the major parts that the New York Times completely just left out of their story and then added in their story after they were pressured to not publish fake news. Donald Trump has called for everyone to resign from the New York Times, literally everyone, in a recent tweet. But let's go ahead and see what some people are talking about in regards to this here. This is a tweet here. The New York Times reporters who wrote the smear article on Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh say they included the information that the woman did not remember the incident ever happening in their article, but that the editors just removed it later on. Let's take a listen to the clip here.
And in removing her name.
In your draft of the article, did it include those words that have since been added to the article?
It did. It did.
So somewhere in the editing process, those words were
Yeah,
trimmed.
I mean, I think what happened actually was that, we had her name and the Times doesn't usually include the name of the victim. And so I think in this case, the editors felt like maybe it was probably better to remove it. And in removing her name, they removed the other
Yeah. And in removing her name, they just removed the most important part of the story, that the woman didn't even remember the incident occurring. That's actually not what happened at all. As a matter of fact, they wanted to remove that so that the reader doesn't know that this is a BS story that no one cares about, and that actually nothing ever changed since the recent Brett Kavanaugh hearings that we have had. So there you go. Moving on to, I think that, we just didn't want to include her name. So that's the reason why the part where she forgot the entire incident, or she had no recollection of the entire incident whatsoever, and didn't all these different details just didn't appear either, because we didn't want to include the name. This is from Molly MZ at MZ Hemingway, who says tonight Robin Pogribin and Kate Kelly blamed their New York Times editors for omitting the most important detail in their Kavanaugh story, but they also went out of their way to omit the detail in their NPR story today as well. Deception begins at 29:55. Reporters dig into Justice Kavanaugh's past allegations of misconduct. They forgot it as well in the NPR article. Hey, we made the mistake twice. Maybe it's just the editors who didn't want to include the name or something like that. Here's another tweet that I had up here. Let me see if I can. Oh, maybe someone deleted this tweet. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so here it is from CBS News. Christine Blasey Ford's a close high school friend, who Ford says was at the party when Kavanaugh allegedly assaulted her, said Ford's story isn't believable and told the FBI Ford's allies pressured her, threatened her with a smear campaign to say otherwise. Here we go from CBS News.
Kavanaugh ought to be impeached.
The incident was detailed in the New York Times from a new book by two of the paper's reporters. According to a Yale classmate of Kavanaugh's, he exposed himself to a woman while at a college party in the 1980s. But late Sunday, the Times issued a clarification. The female student declined to be interviewed, and friends say she does not recall the incident. Today, Democratic Senator Chris Coons said he was aware of the allegation during the confirmation hearings and wrote the FBI asking it to investigate.
I think it was too narrow, too brief, and too constrained, and the American people deserve to know why.
I, Brett M. Kavanaugh, do solemnly. Kavanaugh was narrowly confirmed after a gut-wrenching day of testimony from him and Christine Blasey Ford, who accused him of assaulting her at a high school party. Speaking publicly for the first time to the Times reporters, Ford's close friend Leland Kaiser, who Ford said was at the party, said she didn't believe Ford's account and that it just didn't make any sense. She also says she told the FBI that Ford's allies pressured her to say otherwise. Now, all four people...
There you go. Ford's allies pressured her to say otherwise. She doesn't believe Ford's account. Doesn't make any sense. And these are some of the inconsistencies that we went over originally back on the main channel when this all occurred last year. Nothing has changed since then. And yet the New York Times wants you to believe that we have new revelations in this story. But we're going to leave out the most important part of the story, and we're going to blame it on the editors. And actually, we're going to say the editors are fine because they just wanted to take out the name, but completely move the most important part of the story as well. Nothing has changed at all since the last year, since the last time we went through this and hashed this out. Now we're rehashing it again for whatever reason. We know the reasons, as I've been over in the beginning of this video. The inconsistencies are clear. Christine Blasey Ford said she called someone to come pick her up. There were no cell phones back then. If she was in such a rush to call someone to come pick her up and she ran out of the house, she said, meaning she didn't use the house phone, what phone did she use to call someone to pick her up? That was one of the biggest things that I've noticed in that person who was who got specialized in abuse against women or something like that. I can't remember exactly what her job title was, but what her professional job title was, but she kind of revealed that. That was one of the biggest things that I pointed out in that video, pointing out all the inconsistencies in Christine Blasey Ford's, as well as the body language, obviously. But we're moving on to this other tweet here. The guy who took the envelope from Jackson Lee, Texas 18, represents Andrew McCabe now, apparently. So we all remember this like sort of secret exchange of an envelope from Sheila Jackson Lee, Texas, of District 18, taking the envelope from Christine Blasey Ford's attorney, or giving an envelope to Christine Blasey Ford's attorney. Maybe it was a payoff. Who knows what was in that envelope? But now, of course, this attorney now is representing Andrew McCabe. Very interesting stuff unfolding here. But once again, we all know why this is being hashed out right now, because the Supreme Court is seen as Trump's enforcer. And they keep handing him wins on the immigration front, especially, and will continue to hand him wins on the immigration front and otherwise, because he's right in a lot of these cases. And especially, just wait. He's probably going to pick a woman to kind of forego all of this ridiculousness and get a confirmation quick. But if something happens to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I'm not saying that I hope something happens, because I don't. I legitimately don't hope something happens to her. But if something does happen, he better pick someone, especially if it's before the election. He better pick someone and confirm them quickly. Don't listen to this whole, I shouldn't pick someone in an election year. All this ridiculous garbage that actually the Republicans got the Democrats to believe during the Barack Obama administration. So there you go. That ends that here. We have, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just and will forgive us of our sins and purify us from all unrighteousness. This is 1 John 1:9, and I will leave you all with that.
Here's Tim Pool. Quote, migrants from violent third world uncivilized countries like Somalia commit violent crime in America because they're poor. Listen, Tim Pool, I cut Tim Pool a little bit of slack because he does 15 videos a day, and it's hard to do 15 videos a day. I'm hoping that he misspoke. I'm hoping he doesn't quite understand what he said. I don't give a fuck if you're rich or if you're poor. Listen, there's a bunch of rich people out there committing bank crimes, right? White-collar crime all the time. We're not going to cut anybody any slack. If you commit crime, you're a problem. Right? There's no excuses for it. I was poor. My family was super poor when we were growing up. None of us were violent. My brother's a bit of a scumbag. My brother, but my sister, she doesn't steal from people. I don't steal from people. But here's Tim Pool talking about, they're violent because they're poor. No, they're violent because they're allowed to be violent. They're violent because in Minneapolis, when you get the shit kicked out of you and you get robbed by a bunch of black Somalis, the media is not going to talk about it. The media is in bed with this notion that if the media is a manipulator, and it's pushing forward this idea that they can't tell you about crime statistics. They don't want to tell you about these constant crimes by Somalis, because if they talk about it, then that's racism. They don't want to paint Somalis as racist. Meanwhile, where's the other one at? Minneapolis, Little Mogadishu sees 56% increase in violent crimes caused by Somali gangs. The police won't tell you. The media won't tell you. They're not going to tell you that these Somali gangs that they've imported into Minneapolis are burning the fucking place down because of diversity and inclusion. We're not allowed to say anything because it's racist to point it out. They're all in bed with each other. The governor of the state, the mayor of the city, the media establishment, they're all working together to perpetuate this idea that diversity is good while the fucking city burns around everybody. If you're a white person in this area, you're going to get the fucking shit kicked out of you. You're going to get robbed. It's going to be by a Somali gang, and then everyone's going to keep quiet about it. Because if they say anything about it, they're going to get racism smeared when you're just pointing out facts. Joseph Joestar, Tim is far left. Tim is a far lefty who is being red pilled. I listened to enough of Tim's content to understand he's definitely a lefty. He's a Bernie bro at some points. He talks about social security safety nets and all these social programs, and he likes giving people free money. He's definitely a lefty for sure, but he's not lost. We could drag this dude to our side by just telling him, you don't have to be a pussy, Tim. You don't have to fence sit everything. You can point out that when you've got a 56% increase in crime and it's due to one demographic, it's not racist to point it out. In fact, it's a political weapon. It's an ideological info war bomb to threaten people who point out facts like this that they're racist, right? That's digital terrorism, to threaten to smear somebody for pointing out facts. You should be screaming that we've got a Somali issue in Minneapolis. Jesus, 15, 20 years ago? How many Somalis were in Minneapolis? Probably zero. Doesn't it get to like negative 400 degrees in Minneapolis, Mrs. Salty? Isn't that one of those places in the winter where you spit and it freezes before it hits the ground?
Yeah.
These Somali dudes should crack under climate change in that type of environment. They shouldn't want to be there, but they want to be there because that's where they're allowed to commit crime, and it's totally fine. They're going to make Minneapolis a no-go zone. This is what you see in Europe all the time. You've got Europe has been taken over, and Sweden and these other places in Europe were like, oh, well, we just don't go in there anymore. Well, then you've lost your country. You've lost a part of your country. Part of your sovereignty has been invaded, and you're too afraid to defend it because you're afraid of being called a racist. Well, that fucking time is over. They're going to call you racist no matter what, Tim. No matter what you do, they're going to call you a racist. You could marry a fucking black woman on cam and then point out that 56% of the fucking increase in violent crime is caused by Somali gangs, and these motherfucking lunatics will still call you a racist. Get over it. We don't care anymore. Fuck you. They call everybody, they called my cat a racist. RM Far, deport the Somalis back. You go. You're gone. You're totally gone. Nicola, yep. Europe is being taken over. It's insane. Karaman, they will call the black wife a racist. Yep. You just had a situation where you had a Cambodian woman make a political ad against AOC, and AOC said she was a racist. She said the woman was a white supremacist. She said this is a white supremacist message. It was a Cambodian woman. They don't care. The left doesn't look. This is the power of the left. They don't mind looking stupid because they have such media protection. Tim, you need to point out that it has nothing to do with them being poor. It has everything to do with the fact that they're given a beat Whitey up free card. That's what it is.
E acho que chegou o momento de percebermos quem é o nosso convidado de hoje, do Diga de Sua Justiça. Vamos conhecê-lo.
Se fala de partidos políticos de extrema-direita, extrema-esquerda, partidos ao meio, centro-direita, centro-esquerda, mas surge aqui um movimento, a nova ordem social, que é muito falada pelo Mário Machado. Mas afinal, quem é o Mário Machado?
Eu sou filho de uma família de classe média, portuguesa, típica, filho único. Aos 14 anos resolvi abraçar a causa nacionalista, por moda, claro, como todos os jovens com essa idade da adolescência têm tendência a quererem se inserir num grupo. Aos poucos fui lendo cada vez mais o que era ser nacionalista e patriota. Hoje sou um nacionalista a 100% e extremamente convicto que é o melhor para o meu país. Tive alguns percalços durante a minha vida, passei muito tempo preso, no total cerca de 12 anos, e toda essa vivência moldou também a minha personalidade e fez o homem que sou hoje, e orgulho do homem que sou. Não tenho qualquer tipo de arrependimento do meu passado. Todos os erros que cometi serviram para formar o homem que sou hoje.
Fala dos erros que cometeu, esteve preso inicialmente em 1995, porquê?
Em 1995 aconteceu um confronto entre africanos e nacionalistas no Bairro Alto, em Lisboa. E durante esse confronto há um grupo de cerca de 10 indivíduos do grupo nacionalista que eu fazia parte, que se afasta do grupo inicial e a cerca de 2 km de distância, já no Chiado, ataca um indivíduo de etnia africana, ou de raça africana, que este veio a falecer 2 dias mais tarde. Infelizmente, devido ao falhanço total da nossa justiça, tive 2 anos e meio preso. Ao fim desse tempo todo, tinha apenas 18 anos de idade, era militar, estava na Força Aérea como voluntário. Ao fim de 2 anos e meio, os muitíssimos juízes disseram que se não enganado e fui absolvido. E ainda hoje é um fardo que eu carrego, basta ir à internet e não há qualquer blog, qualquer página que refere Mário Machado envolvido no homicídio de Alcide Monteiro. É pesadíssimo para mim e para a minha família e me corresponde à realidade. Eu fui o primeiro português em Portugal, depois do 25 de Abril, a ser condenado a uma pena de prisão por escrever um texto na internet. Não era um texto ofensivo, não era um texto a desejar morte a ninguém, nem injuriar ninguém, apenas um texto a pedir e a apelar aos nacionalistas para a mobilização, apenas isso. E por esse texto levei 2 anos e meio de prisão. Portanto, quando falam do Estado Novo e da liberdade de expressão, no tempo de Salazar, eu gostaria de saber quem é que teve, no tempo do professor Dr. Oliveira Salazar, 2 anos e meio preso por escrever um texto. Eu gostaria de saber. É porque em democracia isso já me aconteceu a mim. A nova ordem social é um movimento político, que o nosso objetivo é, em 2020, tornarmos um partido político. Por toda a Europa e por todo o mundo, vimos no Brasil, nos Estados Unidos, só promovimentos de mudança, e nós somos esse tornado que vai aparecer na sociedade portuguesa. Defendemos o nacionalismo e o patriotismo e defendemos aquilo que mais ninguém defende, que é colocar os portugueses em primeiro lugar.
Mário Machado, Bruno, é nosso convidado no âmbito da tua rubrica, foste tu a convidar o Mário Machado, eu soube no dia 26 de dezembro, e claro que aceitei porque vivemos numa democracia e todas as pessoas com os seus pontos de vista serão bem-vindos. Porquê que convidaste Mário Machado?
Bom, acima de tudo, convidá-lo porque eu tive conhecimento do movimento Nova Ordem Social, nomeadamente também da manifestação que ele vai realizar já no início de fevereiro, que vai celebrar Salazar. Isso suscitou-me muita curiosidade. Curiosidade no sentido de, quando ele diz que é necessário de facto 1 ou 2 ou 3 Salazares, leva-nos a pensar que temos que ouvir as ideias deste homem. E muitas vezes no terreno...
E temos que ouvir porque achas também que faz falta um Salazar?
Em certas partes da vida de Salazar acho que faz falta, nomeadamente no que diz respeito à autoridade.
Então vamos começar por aí, vamos começar pelas suas afirmações a respeito da necessidade ou não do aparecimento de um novo Salazar.
Mário, porquê que quer ser o novo Salazar?
Primeiro, o professor Dr. Oliveira Salazar era honesto. Portanto, terminou a sua vida exatamente como engenheiro com que entrou para a política. Hoje em dia não existe nenhum político nessa condição. Depois, foi um homem que investiu muito nas obras públicas. Foi um homem que livrou Portugal numa Segunda Guerra Mundial. Todos os dias, nos cafés, na rua, nos ginásios, um pouco por todo lado, nós ouvimos a frase Salazar faz muita falta. Ou Salazar fazia muita falta, ou já não é como Salazar, precisávamos de 2 ou 3. Nós ouvimos isso recorrentemente. Por outro lado, Salazar conseguiu que existisse o respeito pela autoridade. Nesse tempo ainda se respeitavam os mais antigos, os netos respeitavam os avós, respeitavam os pais, havia um respeito pela autoridade policial. Nada disso existe hoje em dia. Nós vemos uma criminalidade galopante.
Mário Machado, porquê é que acha que nós realmente temos necessidade de um novo Salazar? Porque fala-me aqui de coisas como, por exemplo, a falta da autoridade dos mais velhos, a falta de respeito, mas por outro lado fala de coisas como, por exemplo, ninguém era preso 2 anos e meio por ter escrito um texto. Então não, as pessoas eram exiladas porque tinham opiniões diferentes, porque tinham pensamentos que divergiam do pensamento único que ele tinha imposto a uma sociedade.
Mas hoje em dia também existe esse estigma do pensamento único, que chama-se politicamente correto. Aliás, o Manuel e a Maria já foram atrocidades nas redes sociais e não só, por me terem convidado, por terem aceito este convite para estar aqui hoje. O que demonstra que não é fácil ouvir opiniões discordantes. E nós temos que situar Salazar à época. E era outra época, era outro tempo.
Era um homem honesto, sim senhor, mas tacanho, com uma visão rural do país, que não prometia nem inovação nem mudança, nem prometia opiniões dissidentes.
Não sei se isso é bem...
Então não. Censura nas artes. Sabe porque é que ninguém era preso por escrever um texto? Não podia escrever texto, ninguém o publicava. Havia censura no teatro, censura nas artes, na pintura, na
Vamos
imprensa.
comparar então Salazar com todos os...
Era um ditador.
Com todos os líderes, exatamente, com todos os líderes à época. E vamos pesá-los na balança e vamos ver quem é que foi mais correto, menos correto, quem é que foi mais tolerante. E se compararmos Salazar com Hitler, com Mussolini, com Stalin, com...
Curiosamente começam todos por uma ideia de nacionalismo e patriotismo, se bem que eu entenda que nacionalismo pode não ter a ver com patriotismo, são coisas distintas.
Sim, por exemplo, o Partido Comunista Português considera-se patriota e não são nacionalistas, não é? Portanto, nós, nesse aspecto, também gostava de salientar que em relação...
Mas acha que perante esta crise de valores, porque ao fim e ao cabo, quando você me fala...
Sim, mas a crise de valores...
Quando você nos diz que não há autoridade por mais velhos, eu concordo consigo. Sim. Que se falta ao respeito a pessoas que nos merecem respeito, concordo consigo. Mas isso é uma crise de valores. Precisamos de um Salazar para impor esses valores.
É porque vivemos num regime e num sistema em que hoje se dá mais valor ao dinheiro, ao materialismo e ao individualismo, e no tempo de Salazar dava-se mais valor às pessoas, à família. Esse conceito desapareceu. E tanto que desapareceu que temos hoje várias estatísticas que o comprovam. Por isso é que eu acho que, nesse aspecto, Salazar teve alguma influência, nesse respeito pelos mais antigos, que hoje não temos. Hoje os mais velhinhos são as pessoas mais facilmente descartáveis da nossa sociedade, são empurrados para canto. Nesse tempo isso não acontecia. Porquê? Devido ao materialismo e ao individualismo que graça hoje em dia. Deixe-me só dizer isto. Por exemplo, a Pordata lançou uma estatística há pouco tempo em que, no tempo de Salazar, por cada 100 casamentos, 0,6 terminavam em divórcio. Hoje em dia, por cada 100 casamentos, 60 terminam em divórcio.
Mas olha que a Pordata também diz que em 1970 já estava Marcelo Caetano com a sua primavera marcelista, que também falhou, dizia que em cada 100 portugueses, 25 eram analfabetos. Portanto, é um homem que promove também o analfabetismo, a falta de cultura, que não convém. A falta de cultura não convém a nenhum governante deste género.
E hoje em dia é igual. Mas repare, isso não é... Isso...
Não é verdade. Isso não,
mas não é correto a sua análise. Porquê? Não, os dados são verídicos. Ele herdou um Portugal rural e um Portugal analfabeto.
Ele promoveu um Portugal rural e analfabeto.
Não concordo.
Ele dizia, não se preocupem, sejam honestos, vivam numa casinha pobrezinha e honrada, que nós vos governaremos. Nós nos governaremos. Nós não queremos mais isso, nós queremos ter palavra.
Ao menos livrou-nos de uma guerra mundial. E livrou os portugueses...
Livrou fazendo um jogo amigo e vendendo wolframio aos alemães. É preciso ter os
salvou-nos de uma guerra entre salvar os portugueses da morte e vender o wolframio. Eu acho que ele teve muito bem. Eu prefiro...
Condenou portugueses ao exílio.
E quantos judeus é que ele não salvou, por exemplo?
Condenou portugueses ao exílio
é que ele não salvou?
E penalizou portugueses que estavam em Goa da Mão e Dio, quando o território era administrado por Portugal, e eu lembro-me bem dessa frase que eu tenho memória porque eu sou mais velho que o Mário. Ele foi para a televisão dizer: só os vejo vitoriosos ou mortos, porque ele não tolerava a rendição. Portanto, eu não estou a tirar méritos a António de Oliveira Salazar, porque certamente ele foi importante.
Holy balls, man. Holy balls. I love this story. It won't go away. And in fact, every time it starts to pop back on to the radar, it gets worse and worse and worse. For Elon Brotherfucker Omar. Take a look at this. We're over at the Gateway Pundit. Elon panics. Minnesota Democrat deletes 2013 tweet overnight after she is caught exposing marriage to her brother. Oh, man. Oh, this is fascinating. So, square this, by the way. This woman's still running around. After the Justice Kavanaugh New York Times situation has completely fallen apart, they have admitted that the woman involved in the story has no recollection of this event of Justice Kavanaugh getting his penis pushed into her hand. Total farce of a situation. Ilhan Omar is still calling for him to be impeached. She's like, we can't have a liar in the Supreme Court. Having a liar in any of the branches of our government, it's unacceptable, and it's our duty to impeach. Okay. Maybe I'm just one of those racist Western civilization assholes who's like, balls, it's weird that you would marry your brother. I need some more of that diversity training. I need to learn a little bit more of that inclusivity of brother fucking, apparently. Maybe I need to go back to a California state college and get that class on brother fucking. Anyway, let's go take a look at what's in this article. What just happened? What went down last night? New evidence has emerged that Representative Ilhan Omar did indeed marry her brother, and that her real name may actually be Ilhan Nursed. A resurfaced tweet from 2013 links to a now deleted Instagram post in which she refers to her father by the name Nursed. The tweet was later deleted this morning after the news broke. So you see what happened here? Ilhan Omar got caught up in some cross-posting drama. She posted on Instagram, "Happy birthday to Abu Said," something like this. Abu Nur said, I don't know. The guy that is not her father on federal documents, apparently. And so that got cross-posted to Twitter, and she deleted the Instagram one, but forgot that it was cross-posted. So that post remained on Twitter, and it's now what? Was that 2013? It's now 6 years later. And she's like, oh shit, there's a tweet of that Instagram post still up, and she nuked it. Here's a screen capture because the tweet's been archived. Ilhan Omar, might not be her real name, but anyway, here's what the tweet says. "Happy Father's Day to my Abu Nur said, I am forever grateful to Allah for giving me the best father, ... Presumably, maybe it goes on to talk about thanks for giving me such a brother to fuck or something. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, this was all pointed out by the Imam of Peace, by the way. Here's his tweet that set off this whole firestorm here. Your father is Nur Said, not Nur Omar Mohammed? So you're Ilhan Nur Said, and you're married to Ahmed Nur Said. You married your brother. And then in parentheses, he says, most Americans don't know that in Muslim countries, the surname is actually the father's name. And then he puts, resign. Elon in 2013, busted. So there you go, lefties. Try to square that. I know that you guys love Ilhan Omar. She's the best thing to democracy, right? She's a strong, proud, black, Muslim woman. She couldn't possibly have done anything wrong. We need more people just like her in Congress, in our comic book movies. She's an inspiration to a whole generation of powerful, empowered women. Meanwhile, she's out there trying to scrub the internet clean of all of these mentions where she's saying Happy Father's Day. Why is she trying to do that? No legitimate person out there is trying to do that. No one's like, oh shit, I said Happy Father's Day to my dad on Instagram and it got cross-posted to Twitter. Oh, I better go delete that. No, shenanigans. This woman's up to no good. This woman is a huge problem. She's part of the deep state, so obviously nothing will come from this. But we need to keep talking about it. We need to keep showing people that this Democrat Party is full of racists, and it's full of brother fuckers, and it's full of criminals. And for the far lefties, it won't do anything, all right? They don't care. They don't care about this type of stuff. Even if they found this, they would be like, well, I'm sure a white person is committing all of this crime and framing her because white people, they're always doing stuff to, hurt black Muslim women. But in reality, if we keep talking about this kind of stuff, it will reach these people in the middle, and they'll be like, what the fuck? This bitch is married to her brother? She's committing immigration fraud, or she's married to her brother, and now she's trying to hide it by deleting Twitter posts. So those people will come to our side if we keep talking about this type of stuff. So there you have it, guys. More craziness with the Ilhan Omar situation. Thanks so much for watching the video and supporting the channel. If you're interested in more content covering this culture war, make sure you hit the subscribe button. All right, guys, take care. Bye.
Over the past 24 hours, we have seen a revolution in consciousness, although it didn't seem that way. Just yesterday, PewDiePie, who has the largest single individual YouTube internet audience in the world, announced he was going to give $50,000 to the Anti-Defamation League, or the ADL, because, and then he went on to say how the ADL fights hate speech.
I'm donating $50,000 to Anti-Defamation League, which is an organization that fights bigotry and prejudice in all its forms.
What happened over the 24 hours must have come as a surprise to PewDiePie and the ADL and everyone else involved in this scenario.
That's a lie. They're extremely vicious organization when it comes to targeting individuals that they do not agree with.
24 hours later, PewDiePie went on, made an announcement that he is not going to give any money to the ADL.
I need to make an announcement. We thought it would be nice to donate to a charity as a way to celebrate. I made the mistake of picking a charity that I was advised instead of picking a charity that I'm personally passionate about. The whole internet just didn't believe it. Like, why is he donating to his charity? Look at his face. To be fair, I saw it as an opportunity to put an end to these alt-right claims that has been thrown against me. I knew it wasn't perfect, but I also didn't know a lot of things that surfaced throughout this whole thing about the charity that doesn't fit at all. So I understand why people had concerns about it. And these are things that I would have known myself if I had just taken my time. It really doesn't feel genuine for me to proceed with a donation at this point, and I instead wanted to actually take my time. I'm sorry for all the confusion, and I'm sorry for messing this up.
What happened during this period of time is that PewDiePie ran into consciousness, the consciousness that exists out there among the people that he's supposed to be leading. Those people now understand that the ADL is not some disinterested philanthropical organization that fights for their rights. The ADL is the main author of the hate speech censorship campaign that has swept through places like YouTube on the internet. The ADL is involved in thought control. The ADL is the commissar that enforces psychological warfare on the population at large. Psychological warfare is the disruption of prohibited speech among subject peoples. Anyone who disagrees with the ADL will be demonized. The ADL has the power to ruin their careers, ruin their livelihood with total impunity. In the Soviet Union, this was done by state organizations. In the United States, it's done by privatized entities like the ADL. This brings us to the understanding that PewDiePie bumped into. What is the ADL? Somebody knew, even if he didn't. The ADL is a money laundering operation. It is a domestic espionage organization that spies on you, keeps files on you, and will use this material to destroy you if you do anything that they do not like. That is what they've been from the beginning. In exchange for contributions, the ADL will do its best to keep Jewish criminals out of jail. This has been their history from the beginning. I've already written a book about it. It's called How Meyer Lansky Took Over the Cincinnati Ballet. It's available on Amazon Kindle. Now, Meyer Lansky, notorious criminal, made significant contributions to the ADL. It didn't work because the ADL at that time didn't have the clout that it has now. But Meyer Lansky's granddaughter did end up working for the ADL. Modalitz, another notorious Jewish criminal who was involved in rum running during Prohibition. He was head of the Jewish Navy in Cleveland that brought illegal booze into the United States from Canada. He was involved in gambling and prostitution in places like Newport, Kentucky, and he got run out of town by a Catholic prosecutor in Newport, Kentucky. That story is also in How Meyer Lansky Took Over the Cincinnati Ballet. In 1984, we reached a crucial turning point here. 1984, Modalitz had given enough money to the ADL so that they then gave him their Torch of Liberty Award. At this point, Modalitz was no longer a gangster. He was legit, and anybody who said he was a gangster would be accused of being an anti-Semite. 1984 is also a crucial year because this is the year that the ADL got in bed with the FBI, collaborating on what they said were hate crimes which basically diverted the FBI from going after real criminals like Meyer Lansky and Mo Dallas and getting them to apprehend or harass the people the ADL didn't like, which were then known as hate groups. Didn't stop there. The ADL was the bag man in the operation that got Mark Rich pardoned by President Clinton. The ADL gave an award to a certain Mr. Kirshner in Florida, and he was the one who arranged the sweetheart deal that got the late Jeffrey Epstein off the hook. So we have a consistent pattern here. The consistent pattern all of a sudden reached a tipping point. Okay, there was probably a moment in time where PewDiePie could have said ADL money $50,000 and everybody would have cheered or no one would have objected, but those days are over. The consciousness is rising. Logos is rising now. We all know what a false flag operation is, and we didn't know that before. We now know what the ADL is, and PewDiePie had to find that out the hard way. We will continue to use our YouTube channel, but in a different way than we did before. I will be releasing short topical videos like this as we move forward, and I will continue doing longer interview-style podcasts, but they will only be posted on our BitChute channel.
RadioGAGA.
Ter sido um projeto colonial, ter ocupado territórios nos países africanos, ter subjugado civilizações, ter destruído civilizações, tudo isso contribuiu para criar uma ideia de supremacia, portanto, criar uma superioridade europeia branca face aos outros povos e civilizações. E essa ideia de supremacia permanece. É um trabalho. Todo um facto de Portugal ter tido um projeto colonial, ter ocupado territórios nos países africanos, ter subjugado civilizações, ter destruído civilizações, tudo isso contribuiu para criar uma ideia de supremacia, portanto, criar uma superioridade europeia branca face aos outros povos e civilizações. E essa ideia de supremacia permanece. É um trabalho. Todo um facto de Portugal ter tido um projeto colonial, ter ocupado territórios nos países africanos, ter subjugado civilizações, ter destruído civilizações, tudo isso contribuiu para criar uma ideia de supremacia, portanto, criar uma superioridade europeia branca face aos outros povos e civilizações. E essa ideia de supremacia permanece. É um trabalho. Todo um facto de Portugal ter tido um projeto colonial, ter ocupado territórios nos países africanos, ter subjugado civilizações, ter destruído civilizações, tudo isso contribuiu para criar uma ideia de supremacia, portanto, criar uma superioridade europeia branca face aos outros povos e civilizações. E essa ideia de supremacia permanece. É um trabalho. Todo um facto de Portugal ter tido um projeto colonial, ter ocupado territórios nos países africanos, ter subjugado civilizações, ter destruído civilizações, tudo isso contribuiu para criar uma ideia de supremacia, portanto, criar uma superioridade europeia branca face aos outros povos e civilizações. E essa ideia de supremacia permanece. É um trabalho. Todo um facto de Portugal ter tido um projeto colonial, ter ocupado territórios nos países africanos, ter subjugado civilizações, ter destruído.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay? You're having a girlfriend.
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are
By
you doing with
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
I've just not. I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I'm gay. I told you I'm a human rights defender. And I see Pastor Semper has come here. When I agreed to come to this show, I spoke to you.
I'm sorry, he just
he cannot just storm in. So if he storms in, I storm out. Thanks for your time. I cannot go on with this debate.
Before you go, do you recognize this thing?
Pepe, I'm sorry, can you give me a minute?
Pepe, do you recognize some of these things here? These are some of the things they use. I want to give you evidence. You see,
Pastor, aren't you being too harsh to these
no.
people? Why for once can't you relax and then think about the pain they go through and society ostracizes?
Don't have the equipment to be a man. So what do? To be able to try and penetrate the other person, they use carrots because it's a carrot. Because it's a matoke.
I think you're being a little
no. Because it's a mbogoya. Because it's a binobichukamba. I mean, so when you use something like this and you put it inside you, you rip your urinary tract areas. When they put it inside there behind, but
this is a disorder, right? If it's a disorder,
yes.
Do you feel you're handling it the right way?
Yeah, I'm glad she's talking about for everyone. No, it's a she. You see, this one is a banana.
Don't abuse someone's
sex. I know her.
This gentleman is a
transgender.
She's
a female. There are no two. It is either male or female.
It's called homosexuality in this country.
I told you it's not homosexuality.
I
do human rights. Protect life.
You ask sodomy, she said human rights. We said sodomy, she said gay. We ask Kebisiaga, she said sexual minorities. Confusion of the highest order.
That these people can go on for as long as they do not recruit or promote. What do you make of the president?
You see, the president is being pressurized. Me, for 3 years, they have opened court cases against me. They have spoken evil against me. They have
we do not have a court case against
you. They threatened death.
I've
received death threats. Americans want to bomb me. This is a man's genital. And to insert them into the intestine. Okay, they put their genitals into the excretory system. This excretory system is not designed to receive. It is only for exit. Chinekyenda bwe bakikulusanya nekiyulika nekitirika omusaayi nekiryoka kitambuza obulwadde. That is for men. For women, what they do is they begin their sexual acts because she does not have the equipment. They begin to use their lips. So the mouth is used to lick the other person. That's number one. It created orogonorrhea. Many lesbians have orogonorrheas, orosyphilis. Number two, because they don't have the equipment, they begin to use gadgets like bananas. They use carrots. They use bananas. They use cucumbers and other metallized ones, and they put them inside themselves. Because they are not normal.
As I am here, my family supports me.
Supports
me. So I am here.
Are they supporting a disorder?
I have a name.
What is the tribe?
I refuse to tell you. I refuse to tell you.
Pastor, this anti-gay activism.
No, me, I'm not an anti-gay. Me, I'm anti-sodomy. Nagano kulimbiwa. Gay is being happy. Me, I'm gay. I'm happy. But this is the confusion. They say to be a sodomite is to be happy. No! Me, I'm anti-sodomy. And I'm
anti-sexual violence.
Which
is there when it comes to violence. We're on the same page.
Why don't you fight for heteros as well?
What do you mean?
Heterosexuals.
What do you mean? Fight for heterosexuals.
What
do you mean fighting for heterosexuals?
For their rights. Yeah, for their rights.
I am a human rights defender.
I'm
not limited.
I am not limited.
I am not limited. For LGBTI.
I am an activist,
gays, bisexuals, transgender, and intersexuals.
Let me tell you something.
Where's the H?
I have.
Hoje eu fui identificado num vídeo no Facebook e por acaso esse vídeo depois apareceu também na comunicação social. Mas esse vídeo, quando apareceu na comunicação social, hoje, à hora do almoço, ele já foi, digamos, manipulado. Porquê? Porque eles conseguiram retirar toda a essência do vídeo, que é a aflição de uma mãe, de um filho, e realmente apontar o dedo a quem estava a proceder daquela maneira, de uma maneira selvagem, parecia um faroeste autêntico, e quem não soubesse o local pensava que isto era, sei lá, nos Estados Unidos, no Brasil, quem sabe num país qualquer africano, com índices de violência altíssimos. Mas não, a situação aconteceu em Portugal, num bairro, não sei se é um bairro social ou não, mas sei que é uma zona de família, e aconteceu que foram disparados mais de 50 tiros de caçadeira, de um lado para o outro, ajuste de contas, entre ciganos. Essa informação foi bastante maquilhada pela comunicação social e não se passa nada e pronto, está tudo bem e siga a marinha. E eu é que ainda tenho que pedir desculpa. Mas antes de continuar o vídeo, vou passar o vídeo amador que essa pessoa gravou e vejam a aflição que realmente foi naquele momento.
Porque os gigantes andam nos tiros. Estou na rua. Calma, calma. Sim. Eu sou filha da rainha da nossa porta. Não, estou a filmá-los.
Vocês puderam ver, nesse vídeo podemos identificar realmente que, ao que parece, está uma mãe e um filho bastante nervosos e com medo do que estava a acontecer. Ao que parece, a criança estava a tentar ligar para a polícia ou alertar alguém, identificou o que é que estava a acontecer, que eram ciganos que estavam aos tiros, mas a comunicação social, ou pelo menos o telejornal da SIC, conseguiu ocultar esta informação de uma forma bastante, digamos, profissional, não é? Bem ao estilo da desinformação do nosso jornalismo. Isto tudo fez-me lembrar, que nos últimos tempos nós, sociedade, temos sido oprimidos. Nós é que temos sido oprimidos. Porque nós já não podemos dar a nossa opinião sobre estes acontecimentos. Porque nós não podemos julgar as pessoas, sejam ciganos, sejam o que for. Porque nós temos que nos portar bem. Porque nós temos de aceitar toda a gente e temos que aceitar o multiculturalismo que eles querem impingir no nosso próprio país. Eu lembro-me, por exemplo, que saiu um artigo no Público, onde um historiador, José qualquer coisa, agora não me lembro o nome, mas eu vou deixar aí um print, disse que nós deveríamos pedir, ou seja, Portugal deveria pedir desculpa aos ciganos. E também me lembro que uma deputada do PAN, penso eu que era do PAN, se não estou enganado, eu também vou deixar aqui um print na tela, uma deputada do PAN, ela própria pediu desculpa aos ciganos. Isto fez-me refletir sobre vários casos que têm acontecido na sociedade, que ninguém pede aos ciganos para nos pedir desculpa. É que nós temos que lhes pedir desculpa a eles, mas eles não têm que nos pedir desculpa. Nomeadamente, eu lembrei-me de uma situação, que eu já gravei aqui alguns vídeos. Olha, uma dessas situações foi aqui, este canal conservador, fascista, opressor, que é assim que ele é classificado, da extrema-direita. É assim que a mídia e comunicação social classificam este canal. Este canal é que teve de fazer um artigo para primeiro falar, dar a minha opinião e depois divulgar o que aconteceu, neste caso, com um casal de namorados homossexual que foram agredidos em Coimbra à entrada do shopping por uma família de ciganos, só porque os dois rapazes deram um beijo de despedida porque um deles ia trabalhar. A comunicação social não falou nada disto. Saiu um ou outro artigo, nada de especial. A nossa extrema-esquerda, porque nunca havia comunicação social a falar destes rótulos em relação à esquerda, os nossos partidos progressistas, como o Bloco de Esquerda, o PAN, o PS, que vem por aí fora, não é? Que basicamente isto é tudo de esquerda. Nenhum deles foi defender este casal de rapazes, que um deles até foi parar ao hospital. Porquê? Porque o Bloco de Esquerda ficou um bocado, afinal eu vou defender a minoria racial, neste caso dos ciganos, ou vou defender a minoria sexual, no caso do casal homossexual. Pois é, o Bloco de Esquerda nessa situação teve um ABC completo e preferiu ficar em silêncio. Foi aqui o canal Talkabout em Português que fez um vídeo a divulgar isso e a falar dessa situação. Também me lembro de uma situação que aconteceu no Lidl de Famalicão, salvo erro. Eu também fiz aqui um vídeo onde nós podemos ver conflitos e uma confusão imensa com vários ciganos e a própria segurança do estabelecimento comercial. Também ninguém veio falar do que realmente aconteceu ali. Porque o que aconteceu ali foi que foi detectado roubos da parte dos ciganos que estavam nesse Lidl, nessa superfície comercial. Simplesmente saiu um artigo na comunicação social. Eu até vou colocar aqui o vídeo dessa situação porque ele é bastante curto. E isto também me fez lembrar outra situação que foi a agressão de um jovem ao pé do McDonald's, eu penso que também foi em Coimbra, junto ao McDonald's, por parte de 2 ciganos, onde os mesmos nunca foram condenados, e já passou 2 ou 3 anos dessa agressão, e os mesmos nunca foram condenados. E também não me lembro de ver uma exigência da parte dos ciganos, do próprio governo com a parte dos ciganos, que precisam, outros não precisam. Eles não têm que cumprir as leis comuns que qualquer cidadão tem que cumprir, porque chegam a um terreno qualquer, constroem, não pagam IMI, não querem saber, dão aquele aparato todo de pobreza extrema, e quando exploramos algumas casas ou barracas de ciganos, lá dentro conseguimos ver uma luxúria maior do que na nossa própria casa. Isso não é raro acontecer, podem fazer uma pesquisa no Google que vocês vão encontrar casos muito bons. Os carros, nomeadamente típicos dos ciganos, têm sempre um aspecto que, digamos, deplorável. Não vejo nenhum aperto com essas situações. Enfim, nós temos essas minorias a usufruírem e onde a autoridade é muito mais benevolente com essas pessoas do que é com o resto da sociedade, mas eu é que tenho que pedir desculpa. Eles estão aos tiros numa zona residencial onde tem crianças, onde tem pais, onde tem mães, onde tem todo tipo de pessoas. Passa no telejornal como se fosse uma coisa sem importância e está tudo bem. E eu que estou aqui a fazer este vídeo, eu é que vou ser o filho da puta da história. Eu é que sou opressor, eu é que sou racista, eu é que sou xenófobo, eu é que sou da extrema-direita. Mas eles podem fazer o que quiserem, eles podem agredir as pessoas na sociedade que não pagam por isso, podem usufruir dos benefícios do Estado, não têm que cumprir as regras normais da sociedade e as leis que toda a gente está obrigada a cumprir, e nós ainda temos que lhes pedir desculpa, como disse esse historiador e como diz os partidos da esquerda, etc, etc. Ou seja, nós estamos a viver uma inversão de valores que é uma coisa... É irreal mesmo o que está a acontecer neste país. É completamente irreal. Este vídeo não é contra os ciganos. Este vídeo é contra as pessoas que querem usar os ciganos para fazer uma luta de classes, que é o ponto central das revoluções marxistas que a nossa esquerda tem tentado há anos e anos e anos e anos sucessivamente fazer. Ela está a acontecer devagar, mas da maneira como eu estou a ver a nossa sociedade a avançar, em pouco tempo a nossa sociedade portuguesa vai ser progressista, marxista, sem perceber que é, sem saber o que é e sem saber porque é que defende certas e determinadas coisas. Porque lá dentro, se ela não fizer isso, ela não é da malta. Até à próxima. Hoje eu fui identificado num vídeo no Facebook e por acaso esse vídeo depois apareceu também na comunicação social. Mas esse vídeo, quando apareceu na comunicação social, hoje, à hora do almoço, ele já foi, digamos, manipulado. Porquê? Porque eles conseguiram retirar toda a essência do vídeo, que é a aflição de uma mãe, de um filho, e realmente apontar o dedo a quem estava a proceder daquela maneira, de uma maneira selvagem, parecia um faroeste autêntico, e quem não soubesse o local pensava que isto era, sei lá, nos Estados Unidos, no Brasil, quem sabe num país qualquer africano, com índices de violência altíssimos. Mas não, a situação aconteceu em Portugal, num bairro, não sei se é um bairro social ou não, mas sei que é uma zona de família, e aconteceu que foram disparados mais de 50 tiros de caçadeira, de um lado para o outro, ajuste de contas, entre ciganos. Essa informação foi bastante maquilhada pela comunicação social e não se passa nada e pronto, está tudo bem e siga a marinha. E eu é que ainda tenho que pedir desculpa. Mas antes de continuar o vídeo, vou passar o vídeo amador que essa pessoa gravou e vejam a aflição que realmente foi naquele momento.
Estou na rua. Calma, calma. Sim. Eu sou um filho sozinho na nossa porta. Não, estou com maus.
Vocês puderam ver, nesse vídeo podemos identificar realmente que, ao que parece, está uma mãe e um filho bastante nervosos e com medo do que estava a acontecer. Ao que parece, a criança estava a tentar ligar para a polícia ou alertar alguém, identificou o que é que estava a acontecer, que eram ciganos que estavam aos tiros, mas a comunicação social, ou pelo menos o telejornal da SIC, conseguiu ocultar esta informação de uma forma bastante, digamos, profissional, não é? Bem ao estilo da desinformação do nosso jornalismo. Isto tudo fez-me lembrar, que nos últimos tempos nós, sociedade, temos sido oprimidos. Nós é que temos sido oprimidos. Porque nós já não podemos dar a nossa opinião sobre estes acontecimentos. Porque nós não podemos julgar as pessoas, sejam ciganos, sejam o que for. Porque nós temos que nos portar bem. Porque nós temos de aceitar toda a gente e temos que aceitar o multiculturalismo que eles querem impingir no nosso próprio país. Eu lembro-me, por exemplo, que saiu um artigo no Público, onde um historiador, José qualquer coisa, agora não me lembro o nome, mas eu vou deixar aí um print, disse que nós deveríamos pedir, ou seja, Portugal deveria pedir desculpa aos ciganos. E também me lembro que uma deputada do PAN, penso eu que era do PAN, se não estou enganado, eu também vou deixar aqui um print na tela, uma deputada do PAN, ela própria pediu desculpa aos ciganos. Isto fez-me refletir sobre vários casos que têm acontecido na sociedade, que ninguém pede aos ciganos para nos pedir desculpa. É que nós temos que lhes pedir desculpa a eles, mas eles não têm que nos pedir desculpa. Nomeadamente, eu lembrei-me de uma situação, que eu já gravei aqui alguns vídeos. Olha, uma dessas situações foi aqui, este canal conservador, fascista, opressor, que é assim que ele é classificado, da extrema-direita. É assim que a mídia e comunicação social classificam este canal. Este canal é que teve de fazer um artigo para, primeiro, falar, dar a minha opinião e depois divulgar o que aconteceu, neste caso, com um casal de namorados, homossexual, que foram agredidos em Coimbra, à entrada do shopping, por uma família de ciganos. Só porque os dois rapazes deram um beijo de despedida porque um deles ia trabalhar. A comunicação social não falou nada disto. Saiu um ou outro artigo, nada de especial. A nossa extrema-esquerda, porque nunca havia comunicação social a falar destes rótulos em relação à esquerda, os nossos partidos progressistas, como o Bloco de Esquerda, o PAN, o PS, que vem por aí fora, não é? Que basicamente isto é tudo de esquerda. Nenhum deles foi defender este casal de rapazes, que um deles até foi parar ao hospital. Porquê? Porque o Bloco de Esquerda fica um bocado, afinal eu vou defender a minoria racial, neste caso dos ciganos, ou vou defender a minoria sexual, no caso do casal homossexual. Pois é, o Bloco de Esquerda nessa situação teve um ABC completo e preferiu ficar em silêncio. Foi aqui o canal Tal Cavalo em Português que fez um vídeo a divulgar isso e a falar dessa situação. Também me lembro de uma situação que aconteceu no Lidl de Famalicão, salvo erro. Eu também fiz aqui um vídeo onde nós podemos ver conflitos e uma confusão imensa com vários ciganos e a própria segurança do estabelecimento comercial. Também ninguém veio falar do que realmente aconteceu ali. Porque o que aconteceu ali foi que foi detectado roubos da parte dos ciganos que estavam nesse Lidl, nessa superfície comercial. Simplesmente saiu um artigo na comunicação social. Eu até vou colocar aqui o vídeo dessa situação porque ele é bastante curto. E isto também me fez lembrar outra situação que foi a agressão de um jovem ao pé do McDonald's, eu penso que também foi em Coimbra, junto ao McDonald's, por parte de 2 ciganos, onde os mesmos nunca foram condenados, e já passou 2 ou 3 anos dessa agressão, e os mesmos nunca foram condenados. E também não me lembro de ver uma exigência da parte dos ciganos, do próprio governo com a parte dos ciganos, porque eles fazem o que querem, a polícia não pode agir em conformidade senão está a ser racista, eles têm acesso aos subsídios de inserção, que alguns deles precisam, outros não precisam, eles não têm que cumprir as leis comuns que qualquer cidadão tem que cumprir, porque chegam a um terreno qualquer, constroem, não pagam IMI, não querem saber, dão aquele aparato todo de pobreza extrema, e quando exploramos algumas casas ou barracas de ciganos, lá dentro nós conseguimos ver uma luxúria maior do que na nossa própria casa. Isso não é raro acontecer, podem fazer uma pesquisa no Google que vocês vão encontrar casos muito bons. Os carros, nomeadamente típicos dos ciganos, têm sempre um aspecto que, digamos, deplorável. Não vejo nenhum aperto com essas situações. Enfim, nós temos essas minorias a usufruírem e onde a autoridade é muito mais benevolente com essas pessoas do que é com o resto da sociedade, mas eu é que tenho que pedir desculpa. Eles estão aos tiros numa zona residencial onde tem crianças, onde tem pais, onde tem mães, onde tem todo tipo de pessoas. Passa no telejornal como se fosse uma coisa sem importância e está tudo bem. E eu que estou aqui a fazer este vídeo, eu é que vou ser o filho da puta da história. Eu é que sou opressor, eu é que sou racista, eu é que sou xenófobo, eu é que sou da extrema-direita. mas eles podem fazer o que quiserem, eles podem agredir as pessoas na sociedade que não pagam por isso, podem usufruir dos benefícios do Estado, não têm que cumprir as regras normais da sociedade e as leis que toda a gente está obrigada a cumprir, e nós ainda temos que lhes pedir desculpa, como disse esse historiador e como diz os partidos da esquerda, etc, etc. Ou seja, nós estamos a viver uma inversão de valores que é uma coisa... É irreal mesmo o que está a acontecer neste país. É completamente irreal. Este vídeo não é contra os ciganos. Este vídeo é contra as pessoas que querem usar os ciganos para fazer uma luta de classes, que é o ponto central das revoluções marxistas que a nossa esquerda tem tentado há anos e anos e anos e anos sucessivamente fazer. Ela está a acontecer devagar, mas da maneira como eu estou a ver a nossa sociedade a avançar, em pouco tempo a nossa sociedade portuguesa vai ser progressista, marxista, sem perceber que é, sem saber o que é e sem saber porque é que defende certas e determinadas coisas. Porque lá dentro, se ela não fizer isso, ela não é da malta. Até à próxima. Hoje eu fui identificado num vídeo no Facebook e por acaso esse vídeo depois apareceu também na comunicação social. Mas esse vídeo, quando apareceu na comunicação social, hoje, à hora do almoço, ele já foi, digamos, manipulado. Porquê? Porque eles conseguiram retirar toda a essência do vídeo, que é a aflição de uma mãe, de um filho, e realmente apontar o dedo a quem estava a proceder daquela maneira, de uma maneira selvagem, parecia um faroeste autêntico, e quem não soubesse o local pensava que isto era, sei lá, nos Estados Unidos, no Brasil, quem sabe num país qualquer africano, com índices de violência altíssimos. Mas não, a situação aconteceu em Portugal, num bairro, não sei se é um bairro social ou não, mas sei que é uma zona de família, e aconteceu que foram disparados mais de 50 tiros de caçadeira, de um lado para o outro, ajuste de contas, entre ciganos. Essa informação foi bastante maquilhada pela comunicação social e não se passa nada e pronto, está tudo bem e siga a marinha. E eu é que ainda tenho que pedir desculpa. Mas antes de continuar o vídeo, vou passar o vídeo amador que essa pessoa gravou e vejam a aflição que realmente foi naquele momento.
Porque os gigantes andaram os tiros.
Estou na rua. Calma, calma.
Sim. Eu sou a filha que vem na nossa porta.
Não, estou a filmá-los.
Vocês puderam ver, nesse vídeo podemos identificar realmente que, ao que parece, está uma mãe e um filho bastante nervosos e com medo do que estava a acontecer. Ao que parece, a criança estava a tentar ligar para a polícia ou alertar alguém, identificou o que é que estava a acontecer, que eram ciganos que estavam aos tiros, mas a comunicação social, pelo menos o telejornal da SIC, conseguiu ocultar esta informação de uma forma bastante, digamos, profissional, não é? Bem ao estilo da desinformação do nosso jornalismo. Isto tudo fez-me lembrar, que nos últimos tempos nós, sociedade, temos sido oprimidos. Nós é que temos sido oprimidos. Porque nós já não podemos dar a nossa opinião sobre estes acontecimentos. Porque nós não podemos julgar as pessoas, sejam ciganos, sejam o que for. Porque nós temos que nos portar bem. Porque nós temos de aceitar toda a gente e temos que aceitar o multiculturalismo que eles querem impingir no nosso próprio país. Eu lembro-me, por exemplo, que saiu um artigo no Público onde um historiador, José qualquer coisa, agora não me lembro o nome, mas eu vou deixar aí um print, disse que nós deveríamos pedir, ou seja, Portugal deveria pedir desculpa aos ciganos. E também me lembro que uma deputada do PAN, penso eu que era do PAN, se não estou enganado, eu também vou deixar aqui um print na tela, uma deputada do PAN, ela própria pediu desculpa aos ciganos. Isto fez-me refletir sobre vários casos que têm acontecido na sociedade, que ninguém pede aos ciganos para nos pedir desculpa. É que nós temos que lhes pedir desculpa a eles, mas eles não têm que nos pedir desculpa. Nomeadamente, eu lembrei-me de uma situação, que eu já gravei aqui alguns vídeos. Olha, uma dessas situações foi aqui, este canal conservador, fascista, opressor, que é assim que ele é classificado, da extrema-direita. É assim que a mídia e comunicação social classificam este canal. Este canal é que teve de fazer um artigo para, primeiro, falar, dar a minha opinião e depois divulgar o que aconteceu, neste caso, com um casal de namorados, homossexual, que foram agredidos em Coimbra, à entrada do shopping, por uma família de ciganos. Só porque os dois rapazes deram um beijo de despedida porque um deles ia trabalhar. A comunicação social não falou nada disto. Saiu um ou outro artigo, nada de especial. A nossa extrema-esquerda, porque nunca havia comunicação social a falar destes rótulos em relação à esquerda, os nossos partidos progressistas, como o Bloco de Esquerda, o PAN, o PS, que vem por aí fora, não é? Que basicamente isto é tudo de esquerda. Nenhum deles foi defender este casal de rapazes, que um deles até foi parar ao hospital. Porquê? Porque o Bloco de Esquerda ficou um bocado, afinal eu vou defender a minoria racial, neste caso dos ciganos, ou vou defender a minoria sexual, no caso do casal homossexual. Pois é, o Bloco de Esquerda nessa situação teve um ABC completo e preferiu ficar em silêncio. Foi aqui o canal Talcabalto em Português que fez um vídeo a divulgar isso e a falar dessa situação. Também me lembro de uma situação que aconteceu no Lidl de Famalicão, salvo erro. Eu também fiz aqui um vídeo onde nós podemos ver conflitos e uma confusão imensa com vários ciganos e a própria segurança do estabelecimento comercial. Também ninguém veio falar do que realmente aconteceu ali. Porque o que aconteceu ali foi que foi detectado roubos da parte dos ciganos que estavam nesse Lidl, nessa superfície comercial. Simplesmente saiu um artigo na comunicação social. Eu até vou colocar aqui o vídeo dessa situação porque ele é bastante curto. Muito mais...
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. It turns out September...
Hello and welcome back to No Bullshit. Today we're going to be talking about 3 big mess-ups that happened over at the failing New York Times this past week, which could be causing the whole paper to break down. For those who don't know, the New York Times is an American newspaper based in New York City with worldwide influence and readership. Founded in 1851, the paper has won 127 Pulitzer Prizes, more than any other newspaper. The Times is ranked 18th in the world by circulation and 3rd in the U.S. It also was formerly a newspaper of note and record in America and in the world, but a lot has changed there in recent years, to say the least. With the dawn of the digital age, old traditional legacy papers like the Times have been pushed aside in a lot of ways. Internet, news sites, notifications, and Twitter have taken over people's news and information needs. This has forced older newspapers like the New York Times to get desperate and more extreme as a way to try and stay relevant and still make money. And the way the New York Times has chosen to do this was to become starkly more left-wing and also more overtly political and liberal biased. Gone are the days that the Times and other newspapers at least try to look and seem unbiased or bipartisan. No, now the Times are basically a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party, supporting them by not only ignoring their errors, but also by propping up liberal heroes and leaders, supposed ones, despite their gross histories, as you'll soon see. But first, we're going to talk about a case where the New York Times is attacking conservatives and our people based on totally unproven and fabricated stories and other bullshit, stuff that wasn't properly sourced or fact-checked either, or tested or verified at all. Not very journalistic of these journalists, but hey, as I said, they're hardly even real reporters there anymore. At this point, they're more like propagandists pushing for liberal causes. They're activists, not journalists with integrity. Our first of these three mess-ups this week involves more baseless accusations being thrown at Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Most of you probably recall his lengthy and controversial Supreme Court nomination and eventual approval that happened around this time last year. Kavanaugh was drugged through the mud back then, with liberals lying about him left and right, making up false, unproven accusations every chance they could. And this was all done not because the Democrats care about the truth or they want to get justice for these supposed victims. No, they clearly just don't like Kavanaugh because he's conservative. And he's being nominated by Trump too. So, of course, as they say, orange man bad. He bad, bad, bad. No, no, no. Regardless, the left went off on Brett Kavanaugh for months last year. But despite this intense struggle, Kavanaugh still succeeded. And of course, he was approved for the Supreme Court as he should have been. The guy literally did nothing wrong. The worst they could actually get on Brett was he possibly did some drinking and partying in college, like everyone else has. What a joke. And quite frankly, I would be more worried if he didn't party in college, if we're being honest. But much like with the 2016 election, the left just can't let this Brett Kavanaugh Supreme Court nomination loss, well, they can't let that go either. That's why last week, the New York Times thought it would be a good idea to publish even more lies about Brett K. Almost a year after his approval, many other liberals were also happy to jump on this supposed new breaking story, as their hatred for right-wingers can never really be quenched. But this would come back to bite them all in the ass very shortly too, as the New York Times had to issue a very damning correction on this new story that basically said the supposed victim of it didn't recall the supposed incident at all. What? For more details, let's turn to an article from Fox News called New York Times Updates Kavanaugh Bombshell to Note Accuser Doesn't Recall Alleged Assault. Check this bullshit out. The New York Times suddenly made a major revision to a supposed bombshell piece late Sunday concerning a resurfaced allegation of sexual assault by Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, hours after virtually all 2020 Democratic presidential candidates had cited the original article as a reason to impeach Kavanaugh. The update included the significant detail that several friends of the alleged victim said she did not recall the purported sexual assault in question at all. The Times also stated for the first time that the alleged victim refused to be interviewed and has made no comment about the episode. The only first-hand statement concerning the supposed attack in the original piece, which was published on Saturday, came from a Clinton-connected lawyer who claimed to have witnessed it. Wow, just wow. So the supposed victim of this new allegation does not recall the incident at all. And to make matters even worse, if it could get any worse, well, the only so-called witness is a Clinton-connected lawyer with political motivations to try and slam an opponent like Kavanaugh. Priceless. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. More proof the left is corrupt in 2019. And it sounds like this whole new bombshell story is another nothing burger, just like every other accusation against Kavanaugh. Don't know why the left is bringing back this dead meme now anyway. It's like if, say, in the NFL, the Broncos lost the Super Bowl, and then about a year later they complained about it again, saying the other team cheated, but their only witness to that cheating was a super hardcore Broncos fan who would clearly lie and say anything to help his team in this situation. And this isn't even mentioning the fact that even if this new so-called bombshell story was true, the actual allegation isn't even that bad. I can't get into too much detail about it without getting demonetized or flagged, but basically there was no sex or assault involved in the story. What we're actually talking about is someone getting naked at a party as a prank, which is a pretty common kind of joke at college campuses, which is where this alleged act occurred, if it actually happened, which it didn't. And also, this alleged incident happened over 30 years ago, allegedly, which is not only well beyond the statute of limitations, but also that's a lifetime ago as well. People change over 3 decades, and we all certainly grow up after graduating from college, getting our careers and our lives started. But that is all assuming this event is even true to begin with. And as I said, even if it did happen, it wasn't even that bad, nor was it even a crime. But to make matters even worse, the whole thing was likely just made up anyway, or at the very least, there's no actual proof or credible witnesses who can confirm it took place at all. Regardless of all that, though, the New York Times still went with this bogus story. And as the Fox article said, all of the Democratic presidential candidates gladly hopped onto this let's lie about our opponents thing, too. Other prominent Democrats got in on this as well, including our least favorite, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She tweeted this monstrosity, which became so controversial, AOC actually deleted the tweet. Then she reposted it again because, of course, she did. We all know AOC can't resist lying about her opponents, or lying about anything if she thinks it will help get her way. Her tweet reads, "This was almost a year ago. It is unsurprising that Kavanaugh, credibly accused of sexual assault, would lie under oath to secure a Supreme Court seat because sexual assault isn't a crime of passion. It's about the abuse of power. He must be impeached." Credibly accused, you say? I'm not even sure what that really means. I do know that you, AOC, have been credibly accused of many things, including campaign finance violations. She overspent and squandered a lot of her money that she raised for her political campaign, and there's more credible proof than this fake, bogus witness that the New York Times brought up. There's obvious proof that AOC mishandled her funds, so by her own logic, Alex should be expelled from Congress then. I mean, she did say accusations mean the person is guilty, essentially, but really, AOC, of course, expects the privileges of America's justice system. Namely, people are innocent until proven guilty here. Accusations in the real world don't actually mean shit. And AOC knows this, of course, too, since she easily brushes off accusations against herself and other liberals, like, for example, Bill Clinton, who has had many sexual assault allegations against him. But if a Republican or conservative-friendly person gets an accusation, like, say, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, well, when he gets accused, then he's automatically guilty according to the left-wingers. Because if they hate you or disagree with your politics, that means you get no benefit of the doubt anymore. And this all goes to show how corrupt the left, AOC, and the New York Times actually are. But wait a second, we're only getting started here, actually. The New York Times has 2 more big screw-ups from last week to go over, so let's go ahead and see how bad and terrible they've actually become. Just a few days before this Kavanaugh story fell apart, last Wednesday, our country mourned its 18th anniversary of 9/11. Rest in peace to all the victims. And many take this day to be patriotic and reverent and to take some time to remember all those wonderful Americans we lost on that fateful day. The New York Times took things a different way, though. Instead of at least staying silent, the New York Times decided to chime in with its bullshit. And they chimed in such a disgusting, disrespectful, revisionist history-influenced-like way, they eventually had to backpedal once again and correct themselves, too. The New York Times' original tweet, which is now deleted, well, it initially said, 18 years have passed since airplanes took aim and brought down the World Trade Center. Today, families will once again gather and grieve at the site where more than 2,000 people died. Sounding very much like an Ilhan Omar reaction to 9/11. She became pretty infamous for characterizing that terrible event as just some people that did something. And it looks like the New York Times is choosing to go down this politically correct route to address the situation as well. And well, I hate to break it to you guys, but those planes didn't take aim and crash into the towers all by themselves. They were actually hijacked by Islamic terrorists, who then took aim at the World Trade Center and murdered thousands of people. Not sure why these liberals are trying to downplay this horrific attack on America, but I think it has something to do with liberals being pro-Muslim. And they also have a knack for rewriting our history. And this is to be expected coming from a mouth-breathing politician like Ilhan Omar, who's from a terrorist-run country herself. But the New York Times, they're American, and they're based in New York City itself, of course, which is obviously where these attacks took place. But instead of remembering who did what that day, the New York Times is downplaying the villains in this story, and they're pretty much doing the opposite of the whole motto, never forget. Finally, we have one more equally disturbing tweet from the New York Times to go over, and this one they had to delete in shame as well. Here's a screenshot of the now deleted tweet, which read, Mao Zedong died on this day in 1960. Times he began as a revolutionary figures. Jesus, leave it to the New York frickin' Times to reference a violent authoritarian leader whose policies killed millions, and they're making him look like he's a hero. What a goddamn joke. And for those of you who don't know, Mao's communist policy plan was called Great Leap Forward, and historians estimate it led to the death of over 45 million people back in the day. To put that into context, these deaths vastly outnumber those killed by the Soviet Union under Stalin, which caused about 20 million people to die. Even the Holocaust Holocaust has lower numbers than this, killing about 11 million. So not sure supporting Mao, who killed much more, is the best take or tone to have here. He killed 4 times as many people as the Germans did in World War II, but for some reason, the New York Times is praising him. In the end, these terrible errors in judgment and the questionable loyalties and agendas just keep getting worse for the New York Times. First, they're caught lying about a Supreme Court justice for being conservative. Then they're trying to downplay the villains who killed thousands of people on September 11th. Finally, they worship and praise a communist leader who caused the deaths of over 45 million. What the hell is going on here? The New York Times is just the worst, and they're completely dead to me. And they're also clearly breaking down. And if you're watching still, after seeing what we just saw, the New York Times should be dead to all of you too. Think about it. These are just the lies and half-truths and manipulations and propaganda that we caught them reporting. Who knows how many other things the New York Times have lied or misled us about? Not to mention, their whole operation and motivation and credibility is all coming into question. And I don't think these kinds of gross errors are something a newspaper should be able to bounce back from. If they weren't so old and well-renowned, the New York Times would have had to shut down years ago. Any other so-called news outlet would be shamed and run into the ground because of errors like this. But alas, the left-wingers keep the beloved New York Times going anyway, because they use it as a way to provide liberals with some sort of assumed credibility, because the paper supports them, and the New York Times has a legacy that is undeniably long and sometimes great. But in my opinion, this legacy has been ruined for a long time now, and it's been tarnished and battered and beat down far beyond repair. What do you guys think? Did the New York Times have a pretty bad week or what? Or is this just normal for them in their biased hack reporting ways? Do you think they're breaking down, or will they continue to keep going despite all these failures? Comment your thoughts on everything below, and thanks for watching No Bullshit. Hit that like button if you enjoyed this video, and we'll see y'all next time.
Vorhaben des Innenministers, setzen Sie die richtigen Akzente zur Lösung der Migrationsprobleme, zur Bewahrung der inneren Sicherheit. Nehmen Sie überhaupt die Quellen dieser Probleme in den Blick, oder bleibt es bei Symptomdoktorei, weil man an die Ursachen nicht handelt? Wir haben nach wie vor massenhaft illegale Migration aus Afrika und islamischen Ländern, Personen als Schar sozialisiert, statistisch überproportional kriminell, meist ohne Ausdruck. Und dennoch werden sie bedenkenlos jährlich in Hunderttausender Stärke ins Land gelassen. Eine erhebliche Belastung unserer Sozialsysteme, unserer Haushalte und eine permanente Gefährdung. Syrer, Afghanen, Iraker, sie haben beim illegalen Grenzübertritt aus der Türkei keine Schutzgründe. Ebenso sind die Mittelmeer der Türkei keine Flüchtlinge, sondern illegale Wirtschaftsmigranten, die aus Innerafrika über sichere Länder gezielt nach Libyen reiten. Sichere standet schon in Hartz IV. Diese
Square Enix have... What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. It turns out September, it's not getting any easier on the wallet for Switch owners. Several more games from Square Enix have now been announced, and they're the ones that I was asking for and a couple of others on Twitter. It's pretty cool. We're going to talk a bit about the 3 different games. They're all coming over on the same day in a few weeks, but pretty exciting stuff there. Also, we saw GameStop's new retail stuff get leaked out, basically redesigns for the store. I went over it more in depth on the other channel, Spawn Wave Plus, but I'm going to go over it a little bit here just to get you guys up to speed on what's happening with that one. And then Switch Lite systems are actually going up from resellers.
Num vídeo no Facebook, e por acaso esse vídeo depois apareceu também na comunicação social. Mas esse vídeo, quando apareceu na comunicação social, hoje, à hora do almoço, ele já foi, digamos, manipulado. Porquê? Porque eles conseguiram retirar toda a essência do vídeo que é a aflição de uma mãe, de um filho, e realmente apontar o dedo a quem estava a proceder daquela maneira, de uma maneira selvagem, parecia um faroeste autêntico, e quem não soubesse o local pensava que isto era, sei lá, nos Estados Unidos, no Brasil, quem sabe num país qualquer africano, com índices de violência altíssimos. Mas não, a situação aconteceu em Portugal, num bairro, não sei se é um bairro social ou não, mas sei que é uma zona de família, e aconteceu que foram disparados mais de 50 tiros de caçadeira, de um lado para o outro, ajuste de contas, entre ciganos. Essa informação foi bastante maquilhada pela comunicação social e não se passa nada e pronto, está tudo bem e siga a Marinha. E eu é que ainda tenho que pedir desculpa. Mas antes de continuar o vídeo, vou passar o vídeo amador que essa pessoa gravou e vejam a aflição que realmente foi naquele momento.
Os gigantes a dar os tiros. Tem casa de mãe a dar tiros.
Estou na rua. Calma, calma.
Sim. Eu sou um filho a carregar na nossa porta.
Não, estou a filmá-los.
Vocês puderam ver, nesse vídeo podemos identificar realmente que, ao que parece, está uma mãe e um filho bastante nervosos e com medo do que estava a acontecer. Ao que parece, a criança estava a tentar ligar para a polícia ou alertar alguém, identificou o que é que estava a acontecer, que eram ciganos que estavam aos tiros, mas a comunicação social, ou pelo menos o telejornal da SIC, conseguiu ocultar esta informação de uma forma bastante, digamos, profissional, não é? Bem ao estilo da desinformação do nosso jornalismo. Isto tudo fez-me lembrar, que nos últimos tempos nós, sociedade, temos sido oprimidos. Nós é que temos sido oprimidos. Porque nós já não podemos dar a nossa opinião sobre estes acontecimentos. Porque nós não podemos julgar as pessoas, sejam ciganos, sejam o que for. Porque nós temos que nos portar bem. Porque nós temos de aceitar toda a gente e temos que aceitar o multiculturalismo que eles querem impingir no nosso próprio país. Eu lembro-me, por exemplo, que saiu um artigo no Público, onde um historiador, José qualquer coisa, agora não me lembro o nome, mas eu vou deixar aí um print, disse que nós deveríamos pedir, ou seja, Portugal deveria pedir desculpa aos ciganos. E também me lembro que uma deputada do PAN, penso eu que era do PAN, se não estou enganado, eu também vou deixar aqui um print na tela, uma deputada do PAN, ela própria pediu desculpa aos ciganos. Isto fez-me refletir sobre vários casos que têm acontecido na sociedade, que ninguém pede aos ciganos para nos pedir desculpa. É que nós temos que nos pedir desculpa a eles, mas eles não têm que nos pedir desculpa. Nomeadamente, eu lembrei-me de uma situação, que eu já gravei aqui alguns vídeos. Olha, uma dessas situações foi aqui, este canal conservador, fascista, opressor, que é assim que ele é classificado, da extrema-direita. É assim que a mídia e comunicação social classificam este canal. Este canal é que teve de fazer um artigo para, primeiro, dar a minha opinião e depois divulgar o que aconteceu, neste caso, com um casal de namorados, homossexual, que foram agredidos em Coimbra, à entrada do shopping, por uma família de ciganos. Só porque os dois rapazes deram um beijo de despedida porque um deles ia trabalhar. A comunicação social não falou nada disto. Saiu um ou outro artigo, nada de especial. A nossa extrema-esquerda, porque nunca havia comunicação social a falar destes rótulos em relação à esquerda. Os nossos partidos progressistas, como o Bloco de Esquerda, o PAN, o PS, que vem por aí fora, não é? Que basicamente isto é tudo de esquerda. Nenhum deles foi defender este casal de rapazes, que um deles até foi parar ao hospital. Porquê? Porque o Bloco de Esquerda ficou um bocado, afinal eu vou defender a minoria racial, neste caso dos ciganos, ou vou defender a minoria sexual, no caso do casal homossexual. Pois é, o Bloco de Esquerda nessa situação teve um ABC completo e preferiu ficar em silêncio. Foi aqui o canal Toca a Volta em Português que fez um vídeo a divulgar isso e a falar dessa situação. Também me lembro de uma situação que aconteceu no Lidl de Famalicão, salvo erro. Eu também fiz aqui um vídeo onde nós podemos ver conflitos e uma confusão imensa com vários ciganos e a própria segurança do estabelecimento comercial. Também ninguém veio falar do que realmente aconteceu ali. Porque o que aconteceu ali foi que foi detectado roubos da parte dos ciganos que estavam nesse Lidl, nessa superfície comercial. E simplesmente saiu um artigo na comunicação social. Eu até vou colocar aqui o vídeo dessa situação porque ele é bastante curto. E isto também me fez lembrar outra situação que foi a agressão de um jovem ao pé do McDonald's, eu penso que também foi em Coimbra, junto ao McDonald's, por parte de 2 ciganos, onde os mesmos nunca foram condenados, e já passou 2 ou 3 anos dessa agressão, e os mesmos nunca foram condenados. E também não me lembro de ver uma exigência da parte dos ciganos, do próprio governo com a parte dos ciganos, porque eles fazem o que querem, a polícia não pode agir em conformidade senão está a ser racista, eles têm acesso aos subsídios de inserção, que alguns deles precisam, outros não precisam, eles não têm que cumprir as leis comuns que qualquer cidadão tem que cumprir, porque chegam a um terreno qualquer, constroem, não pagam IMI, não querem saber, dão aquele aparato todo de pobreza extrema, e quando exploramos algumas casas ou barracas de ciganos, lá dentro nós conseguimos ver uma luxúria maior do que na nossa própria casa. Isso não é raro acontecer, podem fazer uma pesquisa no Google que vocês vão encontrar casos muito bons. Os carros, nomeadamente típicos dos ciganos, têm sempre um aspecto que, digamos, deplorável. Não vejo nenhum aperto com essas situações. Enfim, nós temos essas minorias a usufruírem e onde a autoridade é muito mais benevolente com essas pessoas do que é com o resto da sociedade, mas eu é que tenho que pedir desculpa. Eles estão aos tiros numa zona residencial onde tem crianças, onde tem pais, onde tem mães, onde tem todo tipo de pessoas. Passa no telejornal como se fosse uma coisa sem importância e está tudo bem. E eu que estou aqui a fazer este vídeo, eu é que vou ser o filho da puta da história. Eu é que sou opressor, eu é que sou racista, eu é que sou xenófobo, eu é que sou da extrema-direita. Mas eles podem fazer o que quiserem, eles podem agredir as pessoas na sociedade que não pagam por isso, podem usufruir dos benefícios do Estado, não têm que cumprir as regras normais da sociedade e as leis que toda a gente está obrigada a cumprir, e nós ainda temos que lhes pedir desculpa, como disse esse historiador e como diz os partidos da esquerda, etc, etc. Ou seja, nós estamos a viver uma inversão de valores que é uma coisa... É irreal mesmo o que está a acontecer neste país. É completamente irreal. Este vídeo não é contra os ciganos. Este vídeo é contra as pessoas que querem usar os ciganos para fazer uma luta de classes, que é o ponto central das revoluções marxistas que a nossa esquerda tem tentado há anos e anos e anos e anos sucessivamente fazer. Ela está a acontecer devagar, mas da maneira como eu estou a ver a nossa sociedade a avançar, em pouco tempo a nossa sociedade portuguesa vai ser progressista, mais
Over the past 24 hours, we have seen a revolution in consciousness, although it didn't seem that way. Just yesterday, PewDiePie, who has the largest single individual YouTube internet audience in the world, announced he was going to give $50,000 to the Anti-Defamation League, or the ADL, because, and then he went on to say how the ADL fights hate speech.
I'm donating $50,000 to the Anti-Defamation League, which is an organization that fights bigotry and prejudice in all its forms.
What happened over the 24 hours must have come as a surprise to PewDiePie and the ADL and everyone else involved in this scenario.
That's a lie. They're extremely vicious organization when it comes to targeting individuals that they do not agree with.
24 hours later, PewDiePie went on, made an announcement that he is not going to give any money to the ADL.
I need to make an announcement. We thought it would be nice to donate to a charity as a way to celebrate. I made the mistake of picking a charity that I was advised instead of picking a charity that I'm personally passionate about. The whole internet just didn't believe it. Like, why is he donating to his charity? Look at his face. To be fair, I saw it as an opportunity to put an end to the alt-right claims that has been thrown against me. I knew it wasn't perfect, but I also didn't know a lot of things that surfaced throughout this whole thing about the charity that doesn't fit at all. So I understand why people had concerns about it. And these are things that I would have known myself if I had just taken my time. It really doesn't feel genuine for me to proceed with a donation at this point, and I instead wanted to actually do take my time. I'm sorry for all the confusion, and I'm sorry for messing this up.
What happened during this period of time is that PewDiePie ran into consciousness, the consciousness that exists out there among the people that he's supposed to be leading. Those people now understand that the ADL is not some disinterested philanthropical organization that fights for their rights. The ADL is the main author of the hate speech censorship campaign that has swept through places like YouTube on the internet. The ADL is involved in thought control. The ADL is the commissar that enforces psychological warfare on the population at large. Psychological warfare is the disruption of prohibited speech among subject peoples. Anyone who disagrees with the ADL will be demonized. The ADL has the power to ruin their careers, ruin their livelihood with total impunity. In the Soviet Union, this was done by state organizations. In the United States, it's done by privatized entities like the ADL. This brings us to the understanding that PewDiePie bumped into. What is the ADL? Somebody knew, even if he didn't. The ADL is a money laundering operation. It is a domestic espionage organization that spies on you, keeps files on you, and will use this material to destroy you if you do anything that they do not like. That is what they've been from the beginning. In exchange for contributions, the ADL will do its best to keep Jewish criminals out of jail. This has been their history from the beginning. I've already written a book about it. It's called How Meyer Lansky Took Over the Cincinnati Ballet. It's available on Amazon Kindle. Now, Meyer Lansky, notorious criminal, made significant contributions to the ADL. It didn't work because the ADL at that time didn't have the clout that it has now. But Meyer Lansky's granddaughter did end up working for the ADL. Modalis, another notorious Jewish criminal who was involved in rum running during Prohibition. He was head of the Jewish Navy in Cleveland that brought illegal booze into the United States from Canada. He was involved in gambling and prostitution in places like Newport, Kentucky, and he got run out of town by a Catholic prosecutor in Newport, Kentucky. That story is also in How Meyer Lansky Took Over the Cincinnati Ballet. In 1984, we reached a crucial turning point here. 1984, Mo Dalitz had given enough money to the ADL so that they then gave him their Torch of Liberty Award. At this point, Mo Dalitz was no longer a gangster. He was legit, and anybody who said he was a gangster would be accused of being an anti-Semite. 1984 is also a crucial year because this is the year that the ADL got in bed with the FBI, collaborating on what they said were hate crimes, which basically diverted the FBI from going after real criminals like Meyer Lansky and Mo Dalitz and getting them to apprehend or harass the people the ADL didn't like, which were then known as hate groups. Didn't stop there. The ADL was the bag man in the operation that got Mark Rich pardoned by President Clinton. The ADL gave an award to a certain Mr. Kirshner in Florida, and he was the one who arranged the sweetheart deal that got the late Jeffrey Epstein off the hook. So we have a consistent pattern here. The consistent pattern all of a sudden reached a tipping point. Okay, there was probably a moment in time where PewDiePie could have said ADL money $50,000 and everybody would have cheered or no one would have objected, but those days are over. The consciousness is rising. Logos is rising now. We all know what a false flag operation is, and we didn't know that before. We now know what the ADL is, and PewDiePie had to find that out the hard way. We will continue to use our YouTube channel, but in a different way than we did before. I will be releasing short topical videos like this as we move forward, and I will continue doing longer interview-style podcasts, but they will only be posted on our BitChute channel.
Shut your mouth, you mediocre clarinet player. Mediocre?
Tu vas la fermer, espèce de joueur de clarinette du dimanche. Du dimanche?
Zamknij się, ty przeciętny klarnecisto.
Przeciętny? Закрой свой рот, паршивый игрок на кларнете. Паршивый? О! Dai essa boca, seu tocador de clarineta medíocre. Medíocre?
Cierra la boca, pedazo de clarinetista mediocre.
Mediocre? Ah ouais? Halt den Mund, du drittklassiger Klarinettenspieler. Drittklassig? Kop dicht houden, jij middelmatige klarinetist. Middelmatig?闭嘴！你这个滥竽充数的家伙！滥竽充数？E consiglio di chiudere il becco, mediocre suonatore di clarinetto. Come mediocre? Cierra la boca, mediocre clarinetista. Mediocre? Cala la boca, seu tocador de clarinete mediocre. Mediocre?
黙れこの三流クラリネット吹き目が。
三流? Прохваченный синий васат кларнетчи. Васат mı? Dice dos damas abadihimene belli clarino. Abadihimene? Sto metapena gan clarinet garua shikamocha. Garua? 이 삼류 이생아 그늘 일만 불며 다 들어라.
Hålls lassen, din medelmåttiga klarinettspelare.
Medelmåttiga?
أغلق فمك يا عازف الكلارينيت عجيب الموهبة.
عجيب الموهبة؟ أين؟ clarinet ฝีมือกระจอกกระจอกเหรอGila Diam kau pemain klarinet rendahan Rendahan?
सबसे सौभाग्य वही ब्लूमर में रांचीना क्लारिनेट
Punya naik Balon tahu Talked about our side That gazette said it clarinet fool Gazette said it
Zajcie Bikowico, ty osredni klarinetistko.
Osredni?
अपना मुंह बंद रखो तुम घटिया बिगुल बजाने वाले चपड़ गंजू
घटिया
Zavesi, ty osredni klarinetista. Osredni? Well, let's go take a look at what's going on in this article. The Toronto Raptors have introduced a new line of team-branded hijabs in an effort to become more inclusive to fans of all cultures. All cultures. Well, you're missing a ton of them. What is that candle thing that's got all of the candles for the Jewish people? I don't know, the candle thing. I want a Toronto Raptors branded candle thing for Jewish people. See, this is how you know all of this virtue signaling for SJW stuff. It's just stupid, right? They just picked the job. I'm probably saying this wrong. People keep pointing out that I'm saying it wrong. I don't give a fuck that I'm saying it wrong. I don't care. Let's jump back into this. The team partnered with Nike. There you go, Nike. Should have known that dastardly Nike would have its hands into this virtue signaling nonsense out there. Anyway, the team. By the way, Nike is going to have little children in Asian countries working for $3 a month, stitching together these hijabs, by the way, that are going to be so empowering to the Muslim women out there, and all of you pussy hat wearing nimrods, slave labor wages for all of these young children, so you guys can run around telling everybody how woke you are with your stupid Toronto Raptors hijab. Anyway, the team partnered with Nike to design the hijabs, head coverings worn by some Muslim women, and unveiled them on Twitter, saying the athletic apparel was, quote, inspired by those brave enough to change the game. Balls. Guys on the left, guys, personal point of privilege, guys and women and trannies and bis and intersectional, all of you lunatics on the left, don't you see that this should be offensive? This is a covering that these people are wearing for religious reasons. Right? The fact that you would take a religious article of clothing and then sports brand it, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a flaming racist, apparently, but that just seems incredibly crude, to put it lightly. But to lefties, all they hear is virtue signaling. Guys, this isn't for Muslim women. Muslim women would never wear this, right? These fundamentalist Muslim worshippers would never wear a Toronto Raptors branded hijab, right? This is for you morons with Kool-Aid in your hair, right? This is for all those single moms who run around fighting the patriarchy by watching Captain Marvel or this other nonsense. This is for you. This is to fall on your stupid heads out there. This is so you guys go, oh, the Toronto Raptors, they must be Orange Man bad. If they're going to make hijabs, I'm going to go to a Toronto Raptors baseball game. It's like, bitch, it's not even baseball. It's basketball. I don't care. I'm fighting Orange Man bad by going to the sports games. That's who this is for. It's to signal to you idiots. Meanwhile, those idiots are like, this Toronto Raptors, they're so progressive. They're using you morons. You're being targeted. with stupid nonsense that should be incredibly offensive to the community that they say they're catering to. But you morons are so stupid that you can't even see it. So there you have it, guys. I'd read the rest of it, but it's just stupid. Anyway, thanks so much for watching the video, supporting the channel. If you're interested in more content covering this culture war, make sure you stay tuned. All right, guys, take care. Bye.
Precisa de monitorizar 5 ou mais veículos? Então não ignore este vídeo. Aceda ao dispositivo de monitorização de veículos. Basta instalar este pequeno dispositivo eletrónico em cada veículo da sua frota para monitorizar a localização da sua frota e muito mais através de um computador ou smartphone. Os dados de monitorização dos veículos contribuem para a realização das suas operações em muitas áreas. Em primeiro lugar,
is for Americans want to bomb me. B is for bananas. Mbogoya, bananas. C is for confusion of the highest order. D is for Ipa.
Doesn't that make you gay?
E is for excretory system. Eating the poo-poo all over the place. Huh? F is for fisting. G is for orogonoria. H is for everyone. No, it's a she. I is for like ice cream, the intestine. J is for cucumbers. K is for carrots because it's a carrot. L is for
Lesbian?
M is for moon.
Morning, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
N is for
The natural obligations.
O is for another person's rectum. P is for pasta. Poo-pooing. Q is for cucumber. R is for rehabilitation center. Those whose rectums have been ruptured. Can we use more sobalanga? S is for sodomy defender. T is for transgender. U is for urinary tract areas. V is for vegetables.
Yes, stay.
Just translate what stuff is saying.
You are paid heavily.
W is for
Why are you gay? Why should someone be gay? Who is gay?
what do you use for sex?
Where's the H?
X is for it is only for exit. Y is for
You are gay.
E is for
Come on, Google, lighten up. Dude, there were Chinese people there. All right, Jack. I mean, what is, I mean,
That's the Yin family. They're living over there in that old Chinatown area.
Chinatown there? There's a Chinatown on Craggy Island. Dougal, I wouldn't have done a Chinaman impression if I'd known there was going to be a Chinaman there to see me doing a Chinaman impression.
Why not, Ted?
Because it's racist. They think I'm a racist. I'm going to have to catch up with them and explain I'm not a racist.
Hello there, Father.
Hello, Colin.
Out and about? Same as yourself. Good. I hear you're a racist now, Father. What? How did you get interested in that type of thing?
Who said I'm a racist?
Everyone's saying it, Father. Should we all be racist now? What's the official line the church is taking on this?
Oh, no.
Only the farm takes up most of the day, and at night I just like a cup of tea. I'd like to be able to devote myself full time to the old racism.
Good for you, Father.
What? Oh, Mrs. Carberry.
Good for you, Father. But someone had the guts to stand up to them at last. Coming over here, taking our jobs and our women, and acting like they own a second place. Good, Father. Good for you. Good for you. I'm like a second.
Ever since I started my work in politics, I've heard stories and rumors of something sinister happening in South Africa. I was regularly sent
Anybody, I am not a racist, all right? God.
Friggin' bricks.
How's Mary?
She's fine. She got that job after.
Great.
Go on, go on, go on, go on.
No, seriously.
Go on, 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 go on.
Let's suppose that you're writing a really important email to a colleague. Or a post on Facebook that all your friends will see. Or a paper for your English class that you just have to get an A on.
Como pode ver, tem arrumo, tem bastante arrumo. A vizinhança é muito agradável. Não tem uma grande vista, mas atenção, tem um bom pé direito. Não é? E não sei se lhe disse, isto é um prédio que tem placa.
Não, eu gosto bastante. Tem boas áreas e eu acho que é um prédio super impecável para uma pessoa começar a vida. Exato. Passou de um urso? Um urso? Sim, esta casa tem ursos. Não, esta casa não tem urso. Não, mas é que passou de um urso. Disparate. Eu vou ter um problema de baratas. Só que a pessoa se diz. Agora ursos é que não. As casas velhas que não são isoladas são muito impermeáveis a ursos. Agora esta não. Já viu isto aqui? Olha para isto. A peça maravilha. Acho que passou de um urso. Não, disparate. Veja bem isto. Veja bem. Olha cá ver. Não, disparate. É que eu vi um urso. Onde é que está isso? Diga lá onde é que está. Não sei, eu vi um urso. Mas qual urso? É capaz de se ter escondido, olha. Não sei, é capaz de ter escapado pelos buracos da eletricidade. Mas às vezes fazem isso. É que eu já vivi numa casa com ursos. Vocês não sabem o que é que isso é. A casa dos meus pais tinha ursos. Aquilo não conseguimos dormir com os ursos a cantar e a dançar a noite toda. É insuportável. Eu sei. E o cheiro? O cheiro a fundo de charuto do dia seguinte. Ficava um cheiro insuportável. E tudo cheio de mel? Não. Casas com ursos? Não. Aqui não há ursos. Tem placa. Não há ursos. Olha, isto aqui, isto não é uma pegada de urso. Não, isso é de alce. Pegada de alce. Não sei. Não sei. Não vi ursos, pensar.
Esta casa tem ursos. Vocês os jovens têm um bocadinho de ursos, não sei. Bem, sim mesmo. Vamos ver ali a cozinha, vamos ver aqui a cozinha, no Nico. Vamos ver, tem cachê, tem uma ótima placa, de novo. Isto é uma maravilha a cozinha. E é o meu telemóvel. Tenho um toque que é barulhos emitidos por urso. Estive a ver não, isto é mesmo barulho. Olha, está ali, olha, urso. Eu não disse que esta casa tinha urso. Está ali urso. Olha o urso, está secando do urso. Está a ver? Eu não disse que esta casa tinha urso. Sim, é um urso grande. Ah, bem, não é grande agora, mas ele depois cresce. Nunca ouvi o ditado onde há um urso há sempre 6. Não é onde há um urso há sempre 5. Não, é 6. Não, tenho certeza que é onde há um urso há sempre 5. Não, é onde há um urso há sempre 6. Até faz mais sentido, não é? É 6, é. Olha, eu não vou ficar com a casa, tenho muita pena. Casa com urso, eu disse logo, não vale a pena. Tenho muita pena, mas eu não vou ficar com a casa. Mas o que tem 4? Pois, mas também tem urso. Não. Já tinha dito, o tem 4. Mas também tem urso. Peço muita desculpa. Desperdício. Pega com 4.
E se for da ideia, eu só quero ideia. O meu pai me leva sonhando.
Over on eBay, and some of the prices are a little out of control considering you might not get it until it comes out. As always, guys, enjoy these videos. Make sure to like button. It does help out. And get subscribed so you stay up to date on all the gaming news going on in the gaming world every weekday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to start today with Ni no Kuni, which is coming out pretty soon, actually. This Friday, we'll be able to be playing that one. And I'm looking forward to it because I liked it so much on the PlayStation 3 back in the day. And it's really neat to see it get kind of this nice remaster. It's going to the Switch, the PC, the PS4, and of course on the PC and the PS4, it has 4K and everything, whereas on the Switch, it seems to be pretty much just a PS3 port completely, but for some who enjoy, I guess, the portable aspect of it, especially as an RPG, it makes sense why you would get it there as well. Unfortunately, it looks like a few places, specifically Nintendo enthusiasts, reported some issues when it came to glitches and bugs. However, others did not, but it's one thing to kind of keep an eye on as people pick this game up. Now, Nintendo enthusiasts posted a full write-up on it, even had video footage of these bugs and these glitches, even after the latest update of 1.01, where things like the character would forget how to use animations and would glitch through the walls and clip through things, and apparently it wasn't great. There were audio bugs, according to them, and it wasn't a good experience. It was just a very glitchy and buggy time. And usually if they can notice that, that means it must be really bad. But other developers with Bandai are looking into it, and I did see that other reviewers didn't seem to mention or notice this at all. So I'm hoping it's kind of just like an outlier situation, and that's not how it's going to end up, because the RPG, Ni no Kuni, is very, very good. So I want it to have a good release. I want it to be a good port. I want more people to check it out, because I remember playing on PS3, and that was it. So the more systems it can go to, the better. I actually like the first one more than what I've seen of the second one. So make sure you check that one out, even if you didn't like the second one. Also, the possible contender for Game of the Year did get a discount, it looks like. A launch date discount is going to be hitting the Untitled Goose Game. As you see this tweet here put out by House saying we've had a few questions about it. So just for the record, you cannot pre-order Untitled Goose Game. You'll just have to wait till the 20th. In the meantime, please put $14.99 USD equivalent inside a glass jar labeled Goose Money. And they go on to say that that's because there will be a $5 discount, which is very dangerous to do because that could crash the eShop completely. We've seen it before with other games, but this is Untitled Goose Game, so they want to make sure they have the extra servers running. It's a good idea, I think, for indie games to kind of do this and play around with the idea of day one discounts, as long as they can make it all work within reason, timing, and of course financially and everything. But I think it's a good way to just kind of throw that out there, give people a bit of a reason to jump in right away, and then probably go back to $19.99 after a few days or something. They don't have pre-orders up, which is, I guess, because of that discount. Possibly. Either way, though, hey, Untitled Goose Game now $15 if you grab it this week, coming up this Friday. Exciting stuff. Speaking of crashing websites, the Super Nintendo controllers that were going live for the Super Nintendo online service that Nintendo put out, where we had, of course, 20 games, hit a new application, and we got to play them all, have now gone live. They're going to start shipping September 18th, but you can go to their website and get your order in. That, of course, is $29.99 for the controller, and it looks like it does also come with a cable. And when I went there, as soon as they went live, yes, the website slowed to a crawl and was having all kinds of issues, and it did appear that it just got hit and slammed with just an obscene amount of traffic from everyone trying to order Super Nintendo controllers from Nintendo. Now, these are wireless ones, of course, and I assume they're going to mimic a similar feel and style and everything as what we saw with the Super Nintendo Classic, which those are pretty good. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to grabbing that. It's interesting, it also does not slide onto the side of the Switch anymore, but I guess that's why they're sending us a cable to charge it with. It'd be interesting to also compare it to the 8-bit DOE controllers to see how they differ. But, hey, buying a Super Nintendo controller from Nintendo, all wireless, in 2019 is an interesting timeline. And, guys, so the quick the way, let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's talk about these games coming from Square Enix for the Switch, hitting right at the end of September 27th, and it is Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. Do you remember how we had talked about this previously? It looked like it was releasing in Japan, and we didn't really have any information about localization or releasing outside of Japan. Well, they just dropped this tweet online right away on Twitter, just out of nowhere, and they're saying, find out where it all began. The first 3 Dragon Quest games are coming to North America, and for the first time on console in Europe on Nintendo Switch. You can start with any of the 3, so get ready for Classic Adventures from September 27th. These, of course, were known as Dragon Warrior back in the day, if you remember that. And I remember playing the first one, but that was really it back then. I think we actually rented it way back when, not really knowing what it was, and that was one of my first exposures to a very, very traditional RPG. But since then, I've really liked the Dragon Quest series. I was Dragon Quest 7, 8, and then we've had 11 very recently. So I'm enjoying the series. And, I will go back. I wanted to check out 3. I do know they did a re-release of 3 on the Super Nintendo back in the day, and I've actually made reproduction carts of that so that I could play it on an actual system. And that was actually a pretty cool game. Very large game, by the way. A 6 megabyte game on the Super Nintendo, which is
very, very large considering other ones, whether it's like Super Metro, I think it's a 3 megabyte, Earthbound's like a 4. You can see the size difference there. It's a pretty big RPG. The one thing that I've seen people talk about is that this is apparently like the ports of the mobile games, where it has different visuals and everything. But we also had a price breakdown as well as press releases went out. Polygon, I know, had just all the pricings kind of just set up there, and it's like a tiered system almost, where Dragon Quest 1 is $4.99, Dragon Quest 2 is $6.49, and then 3 is $12.49. So not too bad. What's that? Roughly $24 will get you all 3 of them, and that's a lot of RPG. That's a lot of stuff to play right there in the RPG genre. Most likely people will look at the first one, but I think you'll get more out of like the third one. However, go see where it all began. You can start with any of them, as they're saying. You could just fire it up and try it, but don't miss out on Dragon Quest XI. That's, I think, the big one to try out right now, and then maybe go back to these ones. However, hey, if you're just looking for a cheap RPG to play for now, you can't go wrong with any of the 3 to play through them. I'm going to be curious to see some of the differences as I'm hearing about these mobile games, the mobile ports. I heard the animations are different from like the Super Nintendo version, for example. Some of them cut back, but then some people are saying that they are also cleaned up fairly well, and they're not as like pixely or anything. So interesting stuff there. It's just more stuff in September. September ended up being a very packed month, and now it makes me wonder about October, going into that month with even more stuff coming out. So yeah, September, they just want to squeeze just a little bit more out of your wallet coming up here towards the end. Next up, let's talk about these GameStop redesigned storefronts. Now, it appears that IGN had posted this article here that talks about a leaked storefront or something, but it was really just the general manager, it seemed, the manager of the store, walking around showing off what they managed to do. They even showcased all the construction and everything. This was in Pryor, Oklahoma, and it's a GameStop store that appears to be using this new layout that was being rumored that GameStop was going to try out. This might be one of the first stores that got this treatment as like a pilot store or a test store, because a lot of things that they pointed out or were thinking about seems to be there. Remember, they talked about areas for tournament play. They talked about being able to come in and just play games in an area. They talked about like card games and other things, basically community events, and people can come out to, even like less cluttered stores, cleaner looking stores, essentially more modern stuff. And that all appears to be there. They posted a walk around video that I did go over in much more detail on the second channel. So make sure you check that out if you have not already. I'll link it below with the second channel. But I like the look of this a lot. Now, if you go in the back, they also showed a table that appears to be where people are going to be playing. They said even D&D nights. So there'll be Dungeons and Dragons there even as well one night out of the week. But then they'll also have Magic the Gathering. They'll probably dive into Pokemon, maybe Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, of course, they have actual CRT televisions here. So you can play N64 as it's meant to be played, not like blown up like a 50-inch like LCD or something. So I'm actually on board with the idea of this, mostly because it looks way better than any of the GameStops I go to currently that are not as, I guess, welcoming in terms of the store layout. The people that I talk to are cool, and they do their best with what they're given. But I think if they had something like this, it'd be way better. It's just going to come down to, can they manage how long people spend in there? Because trust me, I've seen it where sometimes people will be in there for hours and hours and hours, and sometimes even moms who work around the area or something will just, I'm not even kidding, drop kids off to essentially be babysat by the people there. So hopefully it doesn't get to that point and they can figure all that out. I did hear that the people in the back, if you're playing in the back on any of those sets, you have to be a pro member at least. So they're even working to get a subscription out of that. Okay, that's interesting. But let me know what you guys think about this GameStop change, this redesign down below. Next up, let's talk about the Switch Lite, because we did talk about previously it leaking out and just showing up on Twitter, people taking pictures of it, having fun, like, oh, I got the Switch Lite early, let's play it and everything. But now we're getting into the realm of resellers now popping up on eBay, selling it for quite a bit more, a bit of a markup there over the $200 retail price. And there are several, like it's not even just like one or two that I'm seeing a lot. Now, some of them are pre-orders, so they're selling basically the receipt that they got, or hey, when it comes in and I get it, I'll just ship it to you. Okay, you're guaranteed it. And some people are getting like 50, 60 bucks marked up from that, but then others are marking these things up anywhere from $100 to $150. And there are some logistical issues here. So here's an example just to see. It looks like it's an open box. It's the gray model and everything for $309. But the problem we run into is by the time you actually get the system, I see guaranteed delivery by the release date, the 20th. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that then.
So anyway, that means I better get you over to our world and have you get rid of Cigar for us. All right with you?
Me? But how can I?
Don't fret, man. It's a big responsibility, I know, but you'll be all right, especially with me to help you. Oh, pure-hearted one, will you please come and save our world?
No.
This is why they say never work with children.
But I don't know anything about your world. Look at this place. It's amazing. So this is...
Oh, another word. Let's be off, shall we?
The boy who will save the world. But unfortunately for him, his light is yet a mere candle in the blackness.
Indeed, he may be the child the prophecies speak of, but he is a child nonetheless.
Yet these humans can be disturbingly powerful.
So do check there now,
You don't stand a chance.
Why did you set out on this journey in the first place? It's my man. I have to save him.
That's why I brought you here, innit? You might just be able to stop him, see?
You really think I can?
Of course you can! You are the pure-hearted one! And the legends say that the pure-hearted one will drive away the darkness.
At 5, Mario Kart stuff happening just this Friday, or maybe someone on YouTube up there over the $200 retail price. And there are several, it's not even just like one or two that I'm seeing a lot. Now, some of them are pre-orders, so, they're selling basically the receipt that they got, or, hey, when it comes in and I get it, I'll just ship it to you, okay? You're guaranteed it. And some people are getting like 50, 60 bucks marked up from that, but then others are marking these things up anywhere from $100 to $150. And there are some logistical issues here. So here's an example just to see. It looks like it's an open box. It's the gray model and everything for $309. But the problem we run into is by the time you actually get the system, I see guaranteed delivery by the release date, the 20th. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that then and not just get one of the pre-order ones that will just ship it out when they get it. It'll be new in the box. The idea here is that you would spend an extra $100, $110, $150 to get it early for whatever reasons, whether you're a website trying to cover it, or maybe someone on YouTube trying to cover it, or you just want it early just because you want it early. Maybe you want to show it to your friends and be like, look what I got. You got to wait. But this isn't necessarily new to the Switch Lite. It's just kind of a shame to see because now eBay's just covered in this stuff. So hopefully people can just get it at retail on Friday. I have a couple pre-orders that I'm going to go pick up. We'll take one apart, right? And we'll also check the other one out. I think turquoise is coming apart, and the gray one is just going to be like my personal Switch Lite that I use during traveling. I have a couple events coming up later on this year, so I guess I'll be bringing that with me. But we'll have some fun on the 20th. We got Link's Awakening. We got the Switch Lite, Ni no Kuni. There's a lot of stuff happening just this Friday. It's Untitled Goose Game. It's going to be fun. Next up, let's talk about the UK sales charts because we have some interesting information to look at for Gears 5 specifically, as this appears to be changing the landscape of how we look at game sales at all and see how healthy a game franchise is. And then we also see Borderlands 3 pretty much dominate the charts. Let's take a look at the top 10 as you're seeing here. Starting, of course, with Borderlands 3, which did pretty well. It sold less than half the numbers of box copies as Borderlands 2 back in 2012. But you got to keep in mind, digital has really taken over. If you go from 2012 to now, that's 7 years, and we've seen digital slowly inch its way beyond physical at this point, in some cases over a 50-50 split. And then Gears 5 actually at number 2. Then we have eFootball PES 2020 at 3, NBA 2K20 at 4, Greedfall at 5, Mario Kart Deluxe at 6, Spyro Reignited Trilogy at 7, Grand Theft Auto 5 at 8, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled at 9, and then Super Mario Maker 2 at 10. You may realize that Daemon X Machina is not on there, and that's because it placed at number 19, and I'm sure if Marvelous could have claimed that chart, they would have done that as well. But looking at Gears 5, that is the interesting part. Okay, so Gears 5 managed to sell about 25% of what Gears 4 sold at launch. So much so that I saw Daniel Ahmed, as you're seeing here in a tweet, comment that we're now at a point where package sales in the UK for Microsoft titles are a tiny amount and no longer important. In its first week, Gears of War 3 sold 20 times more packaged units than Gears 5, and Gears of War 4 sold 4.5 times more. Digital download and Game Pass are the majority by far, even going on to say that Microsoft might even be shocked by how low the package sales are. But Microsoft put out a different press release titled Gears 5 breaks records as biggest launch for any Xbox game studios game this generation, going on to say that over 3 million people had played just over the course of its first week or so. That includes the early access, and that is basically the biggest launch this generation by pretty much Xbox in general. That's where we are now. So Microsoft is heavily focusing on Game Pass. They say this helped push Game Pass big. We don't really care.
Milo Yiannopoulos has declared war on the furries. Hello, everyone. This is Mr. Obvious, bringing you the obvious. And today on TalkingPoints.memo.com. Well. Could this be the redemption arc? The redemption story of Milo Yiannopoulos? Could it be his rising back to glory? He has declared war on the furries. This website you can see. After howling protest, Milo Yiannopoulos barred from Midwest Furry Convention. So this guy was going to attend a furry convention. For those of you who do not know, consider yourself lucky. Furries are people who are species confused. Intelligent like humans, but furry like animals, and kind of like Zootopia, except humanoid. Equally as degenerate. Now, Milo was going to attend this thing, and they said he could not come. Why, oh me. Imagine getting banned from a furry convention. I can't think of a greater badge of honor. Now, before we look at this absolutely hilarious story, for those of you new to the channel, this channel is completely demonetized. Monetization's disabled. No ad revenue, no subscription revenue. I'm completely viewer funded. You can join me by visiting the links down below on Patreon or Subscribestar. There's also Bitcoin and PayPal. Sharing videos also helps. Now here on Twitter, at the Midwest Fur Fest, they were trying to rhyme. So this is their furry event. Self-registration for our event does not imply a given individual's presence is condoned or appropriate. Imagine being rejected by the furries. Our full statement is below, along with a link to our code of conduct. So this is official, apparently. Yeah, super official. You can see that high quality watermark. Self-registration for our event does not imply a given individual's presence is condoned or appropriate. Midwest Fur Fest can confirm that Mr. Yiannopoulos is registered for the event this year. While the convention generally does not comment on anyone's registration status, Mr. Yiannopoulos has already stated as much publicly. Mr. Yiannopoulos' attendance at the convention may lead to an inability to provide a safe and welcoming experience for convention participants. No one is safe at a furry convention. The Board of Midwest Furry Fandom, consistent with our posted code of conduct, insert link, has rescinded Mr. Yiannopoulos' registration. In addition, he will be barred from registering for this or future Midwest Fur Fest events. Now, they said it might provide an unsafe environment, but they really don't give any reasoning whatsoever. And I can guess why. These furries are not only degenerate, but leftists. Now, being a furry is forgivable. Being a leftist, however, unforgivable. So let's look at the details. Let's see, what exactly is going on? This article's by Matt Shuham, the far-right troll. Fake news. Milo is he's a provocateur, but he's not far-right. He's never been far-right. In fact, I think he's, what is he, conservative? That's not far-right, okay? I know you lefties are insane, but being a conservative does not make you far-right. Milo Yiannopoulos has had his registration to a massive convention of furries rescinded, event organizers told TPM Monday. The decision followed weeks of pressure on the organizers of the Midwest Fur Fest. The annual convention hosts thousands of furries, enthusiasts, who dress up in costumes and adapt. Oh god, yeah. They adopt animal personas. They call them fursonas. Oh, cringe! My heart, my soul cringes each year outside Chicago. So last month, Yiannopoulos announced he registered for the event. On Sunday, FurFest said it was investigating all concerns being relayed to them. We have received a number of mentions and support tickets today. We assure all attendees that your safety is of the utmost importance and not being ignored. We are investigating all concerns, blah, blah, blah. Hate is not welcome at Midwest Fur Fest, Matt Berger, an organizer for the massive furry-centric event, said in a statement. Midwest Fur Fest can confirm, blah, 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 blah. We read that earlier. So they banned him from these? I really don't see how they can do that. I also don't see how it matters, because he's going to show up anyway. This is Milo we're talking about. He's going to show up, especially if he's being suppressed. Now, I really hate how Milo had his career, and his reputation destroyed, because he was molested when he was young, and apparently his rationalization of events and saying, it wasn't that bad for him and it helped him, figure out his sexuality and all that, was used to completely discredit him, completely destroy him. And these are by the left who push children in drag, hormone treatments for children. I'm pretty sure Milo does not support such things, but they do. And somehow Milo's the bad guy. Bullshit. However, this could be a redemption arc. If you're fighting against the furries, you can only be the good guy. It doesn't matter what you are, what you've done. You could be some genocidal leader in Africa. But if you fight the furries, my friends, you're doing a good thing. You are a saint, the patron saint of holiness. Okay, so this article's trash. Here we are. Let's go to the Twitter. So, of course, I write in the replies, being banned from a furry convention is a badge of honor. You cringy degenerates make me laugh. No, I'm not trying to throw shade at furries. Okay. I know I've been dunking on furries and making fun of them, but that's kind of what you do. It's kind of like being a weeb. Even when you're a weeb, you make fun of weebs all the time. Now, I'm not a furry, but I have friends who are furries, and they're A-okay with me. Let's see here. John M. Allen says, I already told Milo he can have my badge. I'm going to sit this one out. The way this community has villainized Milo leaves an extremely bad taste in my mouth. He deserves to experience the fun side of furdom. What is wrong with these people? Completely anonymous and incognito. Fluzzy says, I'm not sure this was the best decision. I can understand being cautious due to all the people complaining, but after looking into the guy, from what I can tell, he doesn't seem to pose any threat. He's just a sassy guy who wants to attend and perhaps have a laugh. So it looks like Milo has replied. Of course he would. Now, let's see here. To whom it may concern. This is to notify you that I no longer agree to your terms of service or any other agreement expressed or implied, now that you have unilaterally revoked my membership, wrongfully breaching the contract between us. It is also to inform you that I have 2 rooms at the hotel booked under different friends' names, confirmed and paid for long before I purchased tickets to MFF, granted me unfettered access to hotel facilities. If you wish to rescue this relationship, you have 24 hours in which to act. I can be reached by mobile phone. You have the number, or this email address. Thanks and God bless, Milo. So Milo isn't taking this laying down. He's declared war on the furries. He will attend this event. He will have his day under the fur. He will not be denied. And, all power to him. I completely support him in this endeavor. Dunk on those furries, especially the left-wingers. So these people are so sensitive. They're such snowflakes. And there's the threat. Good job, Milo. You almost didn't have anything barring you from the premises, but now you do. You did it. That's not a threat, jackass. He booked a hotel ticket before he joined MFF. He has the absolute right to access hotel facilities, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. That's too bad. Someone else is also giving him his badge. So if he's in a fursuit, how are you going to recognize him? Wow, man, these people are really sad, soft, just pathetic little people. Like the amount of delusion. Like, I know there's definitely a correlation to mental problems in furrydom, but godly, I hope to get a picture with the FBI agent who will arrest him. That's all I gotta say. Imagine being that delusional. The FBI is gonna arrest you, Milo, because you upset furries. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, that makes so much sense. And here we go. Here's an actual threat. Sasa Frass Art says, if anyone sees him, kick his ass. Oh, yeah, so he can press charges. Do it. I hope you do it. Milo hopes you do it, because he's going to press charges. He's going to make a big scene. He's going to get attention. Y'all people, y'all furries, I swear. So Biscuit McLoaf says, let him attend. Blocking just shows discrimination. Just keep a close eye on him, and if it leads to removal, then act accordingly. Can pretend to be open and welcome to all, yet be selective to few. Exactly, that's a very good point. So here's a good comment. Indigo Eclipse says, now wait a minute. So y'all will bar a guy for his political views, but people like Growley, the convicted pedophile, are okay? Ah, yes. See, these leftists, like I mentioned earlier, are the type of people who will condemn Milo for talking about his past experiences, but absolutely support degenerates in their own ranks, as long as they're a leftist, because it's okay when they do it right. What a disgusting, despicable sense of mind. So Anthony Gnocchi says, this is severely disappointing and makes us all look bad as a whole. I hope if he's seriously interested in joining us, he can show up at some other con like Anthrocon or FWA to show that not all of us will block him for no reason given. So these people are idiots. They're morons. I honestly do hope Milo comes. Karen says, Nazis can be dangerous, friend. Oh, come off it. You're all losers. Okay. And there's a reason your daddy never loved you. It's because you disappointed him. You broke his heart. You had to die looking at you wearing disgusting outfits and costumes, unable to accept the fact that you were human. You don't see any of these furries studying science so that it might actually give people animal powers. I could respect a furry that did that. So you know what? These people are hopeless. I hope Milo comes and messes with them, and I hope it ruins their day. I hope it causes a scene. I hope this blows up. So I'm sure this will be a developing story. I'll keep you guys posted. It's true. Milo Yiannopoulos has declared war on the furries. And honestly, they deserve it. But that's merely the obvious. Well, that's all for now, folks. What do you think about this story? What do you think about Milo? What do you think about FurFest? Be sure to let me know. Now, as always, you can join me on Patreon or Subscribestar for as low as $1. Sharing videos you enjoy or think are interesting by posting them on social media also helps, because these days websites are suppressing our content, not recommending us. You know how it is. As always, thanks for watching. This has been Mr. Obvious, and I'll see you all next time.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and this was a bizarre article to slip under my radar. It came out yesterday, and it is on largely discredited and joke website VG247, which mostly puts out bait and hires people like brainlet Kirk McKeon, in my opinion, who simply writes the worst trash about video games on the planet. But that's neither here nor there, because this article is by Emily Guerra, and it is about the new Death Stranding game. Now, no matter what camp you might be in the this is going to be the best game ever, and you can't convince me otherwise, or if you're in the this seems like a really boring package simulator, a walking simulator, package delivery simulator, I don't know. I'm not in either camp. I don't know what's going on with the game. It's hard for me, I think, based on what I cover in the video game world, it's hard for me to get excited about new games because they're always disastrous at launch. I'm almost inclined to be excited for when the game goes on sale. You know, yeah, Borderlands 3, I was excited for it initially, and then all that stuff happened. I was like, I guess I'll wait for it to come on Steam. And now I'm like, well, I might as well just wait for the price to drop. And I think that more and more people might be entering that world. But Kojima does have his ultra, super, mega huge fans that will worship the ground that he walks on. And maybe he's earned that. Maybe he hasn't. I haven't followed him like clearly they have. But this article about Death Stranding is the only article of its kind. And I figured when I saw the headline that, you know, first of all, I was like, holy crap, if he really said this, it would be on every major website around the world. Why is it not? Why is it only on random, obscure VG247? But let's read it. Death Stranding is a metaphor for Orange Man, says Kojima. Death Stranding, now that's a bold statement, right? You know, all the certified blue check marks at Polygon and Kotaku would be going wild praising him if this were true. It's curious that I've seen nothing about that. Death Stranding can be understood as a metaphor for America, Orange Man, and even the EU, according to its creator. Okay, that's not what your headline says, but let's continue. Death Stranding's recent trailer lingers on the idea of a divided people, and the message is pretty clear. It's about America. Hideo Kojima says tells Game Informer. But I made the map deliberately, not correctly America. It may look like Japan from that angle. I want people to think America, but where you are, because it depends on who's seeing it. And of course, it's in the future, and everyone's connected by internet, but everyone is fragmented. It's kind of a metaphor as well. And that's kind of true, right? You know, the commentary on social media and how people obsess with that, and they're quote unquote connected, but they're not actually connected. In Death Stranding, you play as Sam, tasked with connecting the country to the Chiral Network, a super communication system that is available to those who join the United Cities of America, UCA. What results is a land of those who are connected and those who are not. It's the dynamic that you might find a parallel in modern politics. No, not really. I think that's not a fair statement. Quote, when you connect, you use UCA services, but at the same time, they're retrieving your information 24 hours a day. So like modern video games, says Kojima of Death Stranding's fictional network, which provides coverage of, quote, strands across the continental United Cities. It's like 1984. Some people may not like that and say, I'm not going to connect to the UCA because they're going to repeat the same things that we did, like Orange Man or the EU, these things. It's a metaphor. Okay, so it's not about him. Crisis averted. It's just, I mean, he is clearly saying that he's speaking about modern times, but it's not about the president. That's one of the most absurd headlines I've ever seen. And then I pulled up the actual original quote because I was like, this can't be true. This can't be true. You know, Kojima has had a history of having, you know, messaging in his videos or in his games. And, you know, I think that that's always fine. I think where oftentimes my opinion is misrepresented by those who don't take the time to listen to it is that I'm, of course, fine having modern day like parallels in video games. What I don't like is when a video game tells the player what's right or wrong. When there are things in a game that allow you to make the decision and make up your own mind what you think is right or what is wrong, that's of course totally fine. But when the video game tries to tell you what's right and wrong, that's what I don't like. So let's look at the actual original quote. There's actually 3 steps to the Chiral Network. For bridges' sake, you're connecting from east to west and you want to join the UCA, the United Cities of America. When you connect, you can use UCA services, but at the same time, they're retrieving information. Okay, so that is the quote. Some people may not like that. I'm not going to connect to the UCA. We're going to repeat the same thing we did, like Drumpf or the EU. Notice that the article doesn't say, you know, Death Stranding is about Brexit, which is given equal weight here. Now, he may not like, I don't know what his personal politics are. I hope I never know. I don't want to know. I just want to play good video games. However, if you get really close, they'll start to say, okay, I'll connect. A lot of preppers just sign a contract to be connected to bridges. The network is there, but there's no communication or other actions. That's why they can't use the Chiral printers or things like that. So, I mean, he's really developed this world very deeply. In the briefing trailer, a lot of the language about people being divided sounds familiar to what we hear in America today. Is that intentional? Now, I believe that modern media is as much to blame for this as anybody is. The profit from dividing people has reached probably, I mean, the worst levels I've ever seen in my entire life. Trying to pit people against each other, not coming out and being honest when there's like hoaxes. For example, Mr. the Frenchman, Jussie Smollett, nobody was coming out and condemning him. They were just letting that story out there fester because it divided people, made people angry, and had them tuning in every single night. The media itself, in my opinion, is the worst culprit of this, but I digress. It's about America, but I made the map deliberately, not correctly America. Maybe it looks like Japan. I want people to not think America, but where you are, because it depends on who is seeing it. And of course, it's in the future, and everyone's connected by internet, but not everyone is everyone is fragmented. That's kind of a metaphor as well. So Sam is not hip hip hooray for connecting America. His motivation is to save Emily and the whole fleet of sensitive people, would share the same attitude. They have to because they're on a mission. They don't always want to. Sam actually moans a lot in the journey saying, why am I doing this? It's actually the same position the players can be in. Why am I doing this? It's so rough, so lonely, so solitary. When you play and connect, there's drama. There's preppers. There's storyline. You start to feel the connection might be really good. But I'm not saying it's positive or negative to connect. It's really up to the players to see how they feel while playing the game. That's perfect. Kojima nails it there. That's exactly, it's curious that they left that out, right? It's curious that the media that would write a purposely misleading headline would leave out the part where Kojima is saying, look, I'm presenting both options and it's up for you to decide what's right and what's wrong. That's why this isn't getting coverage on Polygon or Kotaku or any of these other bigger articles. If Kojima had come out to say, oh yeah, Orange Man bad, and this video game is a metaphor of if Orange Man has 4 more years and all gamers should see how bad things will get, they would be front page. It would get every single video game award and it would be talked about nonstop. But because Kojima does, in my opinion, the right thing by saying, I'm going to let the gamer make up their mind, I think this is totally fine. I mean, it's totally acceptable to have that somebody is being influenced by modern times and putting things in their video games. Where the problem is, of course, is when they preach. Some better news about Death Stranding, though. A Death Stranding sequel could happen, according to Hideo Kojima. So we don't know. I think it's better that I keep it going in a sequel, Kojima said. The game we finally know considerably more than nothing about is part of what creator Hideo Kojima calls the Strand genre, which seems to be some sort of networking meets delivery simulator with a supernatural backdrop. I'm for it. Kojima tells GameSpot that in order to really solidify this budding new genre of his, he's already toying with the idea of a Death Stranding sequel, though he's not entirely sure what it would be or indeed if it's really plausible. I'm not really sure, Kojima said, referring to the odds of Death Stranding becoming a series. The most difficult part is when you create something new, you have to create a sequel, then a third version, or it will not remain as a genre. When the game comes out, there will be a lot of pros and cons. And Kojima has like a knack for saying a lot of words and then not saying anything at all. And then, he's so enigmatic in that way that I think people misinterpret him all the time. People are obsessed with every word he says, trying to figure out, what the heck he's talking about. I mean, Metal Gear was a series, right? Coming from the man behind Metal Gear Solid, a series which spawned such confusing sequels and spin-offs as Metal Gear Solid 2, Solid Snake, also Sons of Liberty, not to mention Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, Peace Walker and Ground Zeroes. The talk of doubling down through sequels does carry some weight. That said, Death Stranding isn't even out yet, and it's already confusing. I shudder to think of what Kojima would do with the canon if he were armed with sequels. And the last bit of fun Death Stranding news is, of course, Norman Reedus, Death Stranding's character, is not happy if you stare at his crotch. I don't know why this is news, but it is. As a hype train gears up towards November, Death Stranding is in the headlines once again. Only this time it's for far more revealing reasons. We've seen a full 50 minutes of gameplay courtesy of Tokyo Game Show, but another gameplay video has been unveiled during the game show, one where Norman Reedus' character Sam is much more heavily. Hold on a second. Around the 228 mark, you first you'll see what happens. For reasons, decided to stare at his groin. Firstly, he'll act coy and modestly cover himself. Fair enough. Keep doing it, and Sam's going to have a problem with you. Cue Sam punching you in the face. I mean, I suppose that's funny. That's like asking Siri what 0 divided by 0 is. I mean, it's a little Easter egg. These are nice little touches you like to see in games. Death Stranding is something that I've definitely been on the fence about because I'm not sure how I'm going to react to kind of having like big Hollywood actors in video games. If I'll be able to separate Norman Reedus from, Boondock Saints or Walking Dead or whatever the case may be, or Mads from his many roles. Bring back Hannibal, please. And, the idea of a very easy mode. Lots of changes coming in November with Death Stranding that I think it's going to be a game that I'll probably want to play. I'll probably want to make time for it just to experience it. But I also tend to avoid these long gameplay reveals because I don't like to spoil it. The idea of watching 50 minutes of gameplay for me is like, oh, that's an hour of game that I don't get to experience for the first time. It's kind of the same reason I really don't watch much Cyberpunk 2077. Yes, I know I want to play the game. I don't want to watch an hour of somebody else playing the game. I want to enjoy it. So I haven't seen any of the gameplay demo for Death Stranding, so I'll be looking towards the comment section down below to see what you have to say. I look forward to reading it. If you enjoyed yourself, make sure you leave a like on this video, and we'll talk to you again real soon. Hey, thanks so much for watching this video, and I really hope you enjoyed it. Above, you'll find some links to watch more videos, as well as a nice big button to subscribe, which I hope you'll do. If you did enjoy it, make sure before you go that you leave a like and a comment on the video, because you are the #1 reason this channel continues to grow, and I appreciate you.
Possession. The following video starts off normal, as nothing much happens within the first few seconds. All you see is a chick recording herself as she lays in bed. However, later on, the video takes a dark turn as the following happens.
Te amo mucho. Te extraño. Yo vengo a verte.
Now, soon after she leaves the room, if you look closely at the hallway, you can see what appears to be a faint apparition or some other entity manifesting itself before the camera. Based on the video's description, the lady in the video was making a video message for her boyfriend when out of nowhere, she gets possessed by a demon. Now, there isn't that much evidence to prove this as being fake, but that shouldn't suffice to say this is real. From the door closing on its own to the mysterious screams heard towards the end, this may be legitimate evidence of something paranormal. Of course, strings could have been used, and sounds of someone screaming could have been edited in. For videos like this, it's best to be skeptical, as more often than not, they tend to be fake. But that's what I think. Let me know what you think. Could this be a hoax, or proof of something otherworldly? Let me know what your thoughts are down below. Haunted basement. This next video is pretty interesting, as it comes from a channel that isn't based on the paranormal. Out of all the videos on this channel, there's one in particular that's pretty creepy, as it captures something that's very fitting for a horror movie. The video starts off with two kids who are playing inside a basement. Then, a few seconds later, the following was captured. Pay close attention to the background, as what was captured appears behind the girl. The uploader of this video states that his daughter was playing with her friend, making silly videos in the basement, without realizing that they captured something really creepy. Most channels upload the same content if it previously garnered them a lot of views. However, the only paranormal related video on this channel is this one, which makes it much more believable. Of course, this could be fake, but as with most videos on the paranormal, that's usually up for debate. As always, let me know what you guys think. Possessed patient. The following video is another reason why I don't like hospitals. YouTuber Jonathan Savox was at the hospital waiting for his girlfriend when he captures what many viewers believe to be evidence of someone who was being possessed.
Pas très bien entendu.
T'inquiète pas, toi et ton mec. Ta bouche et ta sale gueule. Et ton pote. Ton mec.
Bonsoir, Cindy.
Je peux contacter le milieu.
C'est quoi ton film préféré?
Espèce de fils de pute.
Je connais pas.
Bon, maintenant, je me déperfecte. Et je fous le corps là-dedans.
Now, this could be someone who's just mentally unstable. This is more likely to be the case, as the video takes place inside a hospital. Perhaps this was the psych ward of the facility. Whether possessed by a demon or mentally unstable, there's no doubting that the deafening screams made by this patient are both blood-curdling and chill-inducing. Cafeteria Ghost. The following video takes place inside a high school, where 3 students were filming inside a cafeteria, hoping to capture the ghost of a girl who passed away there many years ago. Nothing seems out of the ordinary as they record the cafeteria. However, soon after a couple of seconds, they see something in the distance that scares them.
And so we think we see down here, obviously, because this is where the hell the dance is. And what was that noise? Did you hear? What?
Did you see it?
Most ghost videos capture something that resembles the silhouette of a person. However, this one captures something that barely resembles anything. Perhaps the quality of the camera wasn't good enough to capture its actual form. Regardless of what was captured, it's scary to think that something can manifest itself in calling it out, as these students were doing. Spooky silhouette. This next video comes from 2 friends who were exploring an abandoned place when one of them sees something that scares the living daylights out of them. The video begins with them approaching a home that appears to be vacant. Soon after going inside, they take a tour of what appears to be a living room. But then, right when they were about to leave, they see something on the 2nd floor that sends them running out of the place.
Look at that. The glass, the oven. The oven door.
Where?
In the middle of the living room.
The roof is off. Holy shit! Dude! Oh my! Go! I could have sworn I saw a person. Dude, there's a person. Holy shit. Yeah, there is. Nick, I'm not.
Videos on shadow people are no doubt pretty creepy. There's something about their shadow-like quality that makes them come off as evil, as seeing them induces an ominous feeling. It's videos like this that serve as a caution for those who might be thinking about exploring closed-off sites. Nonetheless, it makes the thought of exploring places that are off-limits much more exciting. Haunted school. School at night can be pretty scary, as there's something creepy about being alone inside a building that's usually occupied with lots of people. It's just you, alone inside this big empty building with big empty hallways. Unfortunately, the following video features a security guard of a college in San Francisco who was placed in that exact situation. What's worse, though, is that he encountered something really terrifying. The security guard was certain that it was the ghost of a student who recently passed away, as the apparition appeared around the same spot where the student took her life. Proving the video's authenticity isn't easy, but based on the security guard's reaction, it might be real. I'm sure I would wheeze too if I ever saw a ghost.
This video is being brought to you by Cutting Edge Gamer. If you upgrade graphics cards often, Cutting Edge Gamer is the perfect option for you. Lease the newest graphics cards on the market, such as NVIDIA's RTX 20 series for a low monthly payment. Click the affiliate link below in the description to find out more.
So Tfue recently says a word he shouldn't say, nothing happens to him. Yes, I know in the past before he's been suspended, but this time, as far as I see, nothing happens. A woman dresses up as Chun-Li in one of her live streams, gets suspended. Can't tell me Twitch doesn't need fixing. Let's get into it.
Skip it up and down up.
So less than 2 weeks ago, it came out that Tfue used a slur, which I can't mention here, during one of his live streams. I'm not even going to show the footage because YouTube. But nothing happened. I know in the past before he has been suspended, but it was clear as day that he used the slur. We could argue about the context he used it in and so on and so forth. But Twitch with certain things doesn't care about context, doesn't care about anything. You'll just get suspended. Tfue did. As far as I know, I looked before I did this video, he never got in trouble for what he did there. So some things sometimes Twitch lets go, especially if you're now one of the biggest streamers on their channel since Ninja left. But this female streamer named Kyukyo, I think I'm saying her name right. If I'm saying it wrong, I do apologize. She decided to dress up like Chun-Li recently, and that violated Twitch's terms of service, and she got her channel suspended. Here's the outfit that she was wearing. I didn't get to see the stream. Maybe more was revealed during the stream. But if no one saw any more than what I'm seeing right there, I think it's pretty ridiculous. Now, Kyukyo says that she has a group of trolls that every time she streams, they consider her, can't even use the word, but just use your imagination. And every time she streams, there's like a mass reporting on her streams for not wearing proper attire. And she said that she purposely bought the Chun-Li outfit a bigger size to make sure the slit on the side of her dress didn't go up too high. Now, just this past August, Kyukyo got banned for dressing up as a King of Fighters character. So it does seem like she has a group of idiots going around trying to get her stream banned whenever they can because people have no lives. Now, a live stream fail moderator said they had nothing to do with Kyukyo getting banned again for wearing a Chun-Li outfit. Now, here is Kyukyo venting on Twitter. I just got banned again for wearing a Chun-Li cosplay. I am fully covered. I don't understand Twitch support Twitch. How is this suggestive content? And this is what Twitch says in their guidelines. And I'll explain why in a minute this annoys me. For example, something that is acceptable for a broadcast at the beach or at the gym may not be acceptable for a cooking or gameplay broadcast. In an effort to help creators abide by our community guidelines in the same way they would expectations of behavior in the real world, we've updated our policies to reflect that we will consider not just the attire itself, but also the contextual setting in which it is worn and the intent of the person wearing it. What the hell does that even mean when moderating content? Please remember that explicit or suggestive content such as exposing or focusing and attire indeed to be suggestive are prohibited. You see it there. I'm just not going to say it because, again, YouTube. Okay. Now, I've watched purposely a couple other videos of Kyukyo on YouTube. All right, there's cleavage. All right, but go to like the mall. Go to Walmart and you see more there. And that's the real world, Twitch. Look, you could dislike these women for how they make their money. Fine, I don't watch them. I kind of think Kyo's voice is a little annoying, to be honest. I was like, oh my God, she's giving me a headache. I don't care what she looks like. But what is the big deal? Look, if idiots want to give her donations on stream because she looks cute dressing up in cosplays, let them do it. Now, of course, if there's actually something showing, like parts that I'm not going to mention here, that's different. I could see totally okay with that being a TOS violation. But if just showing cleavage like women do with tank tops at the mall or at Walmart or at even a goddamn grocery store, what the hell is the big deal? And to all these people that, oh, I'm going to report everything because she shouldn't be doing it. Why do you care? Go get a life. Go watch someone else. I don't watch her content. I'm just not going to watch it. It's just not my thing. And if morons want to give her money because they don't realize there's free websites that show a lot more that you don't have to pay a dime for exist, that I can't name here either, let them do it. That's their choice. That's their money that they earn. Or if it's their parents' money, their parents are being dumbasses and letting them use the money for it. What do you care? And I know people are going to get annoyed at this and think that I'm defending her. I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it real. I mean, God, everywhere I go, I see more than what I see in the few videos I've watched of Kyokyo. But whatever, it is what it is. And Twitch, Tfue didn't get in trouble for the last thing he did. I know he's been suspended before, but it's kind of black and white. Her, that Chun-Li outfit, unless there was a position that I missed, ain't nothing offensive. And even if she showed a little bit of thigh, what's so bad about that? Like, do women now have to have like uniforms with bow ties? Like they work at some weird restaurant on Twitch to stream? Again, I'm not talking about people who actually do show parts. I understand that's against TOS, but what I saw there, unless there's something else that I'm missing, give it a break. It's ridiculous. And you got to make your rules more straightforward, Twitch. I know you're trying to cover it because it's a gray area and you're afraid you're going to miss something and then you're going to get backlash, but that's too vague, your examples right there. I go out into the real world and I see a hell of a lot more than I saw with Kyokyo. Maybe my real world is different. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one. Twitch needs to be fixed, man.
All right there, everyone. This super cynical liberal TV host Bill Maher is condemning the far left as a cancer on the Democratic Party. That's what we'll be talking about on today's video. We're going to find out why Maher's recent comments about the hold that the far left has on the current crop of Democratic presidential candidates are highly revealing about the civil war currently going on within the Democratic Party, and why more and more leftists are considering people like Bill Maher to be nothing more than relics from another era. But first, we have an urgent announcement from the research firm who showed 4 million Americans on how to take advantage of a Social Security loophole that made retirees so much money that the U.S. government had to shut it down. Now, you might remember the 2008 government bailout, right? When the government bailed out Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Many of us were rightly furious over that. Well, I've got good news for you. Thanks to a little-known loophole the government is not publicizing, thousands of Americans are actually receiving payouts thanks in part to this 2008 bailout. In some cases, these payouts can be worth up to 5 figures annually. Dozens of folks have learned how to cash in on this secret stream of income, like John K. from Boynton Beach, Florida, who made over $52,000 thanks to this loophole, or Shirley M. from Texas. She made $3,000 in just 4 months. So how much will your 2008 payout be worth? Well, find out by clicking on the link below and watching the free video, or visit their website at refundsecret.com. That's refundsecret.com. All right, Bill Maher is at it again. You perhaps remember it was literally just a couple of weeks back that Maher was in a feud with the radical leftist Rashida Tlaib, one of the squad, right? The 4 ultra-leftist congresswomen that Trump has brilliantly and successfully made the face of the Democratic Party. This, of course, is what Bill Maher is so concerned about. In a recent interview with the recent leftist convert Joe Scarborough, Maher hammered the Democratic Party for moving far too left and warned that 2020 candidates were jeopardizing their chances of defeating President Trump. And he also declared that America has been choking on political correctness, which is what the left-wing candidates are giving to us. That's all they're giving to us each and every single day. Maher argued that the leftward lurch among all the Democrats is an effort to capitulate to what he called the Twitter liberal crowd, and it was seriously hurting their chances at electoral success in 2020. He therefore declared the ultra-leftist tendencies dominating the party as a kind of cancer on progressivism, which of course is fascinating because so many of us believe that progressivism is itself the cancer on our society. He implored his candidates to stand up to Twitter. Democrats should note that Twitter isn't us. Twitter isn't the rank and file Democrat. It's not even most liberals. But then he laments that the Democratic candidates don't do that. They don't stand up to Twitter, which of course is because, well, they're all a bunch of politically correct, infested cowards, Bill. And we all know that, right? These left-wing liberals are cowards. Maher further lamented that if all you do is run on taking away people's health care and taxing them too much and taking away all their guns and trans women getting abortion rights, I don't think you're going to win this election, which I think he's clearly right on that one. As we analyze here every day on this channel, the world is turning towards nationalism, populism, and traditionalism. And if you think that open borders and healthcare for illegal immigrants and effectively repealing the Second Amendment and transgender abortions are the way to win a presidential election that requires the vast majority of the American heartland and the southern states voting your way, sorry, it's just not going to happen. Now, as I mentioned, this, of course, is not the first run-in that Bill Maher's had with the far left of his party. Just a few weeks back, he got into a bit of a tiff with the ultra-leftist Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan. Tlaib was calling for activists to boycott Maher's show after he excoriated her support of what's called the BDS movement in relation to the nation of Israel. If you're not familiar with this BDS, it stands for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, okay? So the Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions movement is a campaign to punish Israel over its alleged harsh treatments of Palestinians. And Maher tweeted out that he found the whole BDS movement completely stupid. Not only was it voted down in the House by all but a handful of Congressmen, Tlaib, and the rest of the so-called squad included, right? Tlaib, Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar. Not only was the whole movement overwhelmingly rejected by a Democrat majority Congress, but Maher, to his credit, tweeted out that the BDS movement is nothing but a BS purity test by people who want to appear woke, but who actually slept through history class. He tweeted out that this was absurd to think that just because the Jews in Israel are mostly white and the Palestinians are mostly brown, that must mean Palestinians good, Jews bad, as if the occupation came right out of the blue, that this completely peaceful people, the Palestinians, found themselves suddenly occupied. Forget about the intifadas and the suicide bombings and the rockets and the wars and the like. That's some brutally honest words from Maher from members of his own party. And so in response, Rashida Tlaib accused Maher of using the same tactics that were used to block protests against apartheid in the South. She tweeted out that she was sick and tired of folks discrediting a form of speech that centered on equality and freedom, and that maybe it was time to begin boycotting Maher's show. Now, unfortunately for Bill Maher, his party is becoming more and more the party of the squad and less the party of Bill Maher. We all know that. More and more leftists are coming out and actually saying that Bill Maher is representative of the increasingly lame, anachronistic wing of the Democratic Party. And few leftists actually take Maher seriously anymore. Real liberals, as they'll call themselves, see Maher more as a bore. I read one leftist who saw him as a 63-year-old chauvinistic straight white male born in the 1950s who falsely claims to represent a party that's more being led by women, people of color, and members of the LGBT community born in the late 80s and 90s. In short, Marr is not where the energy is on the left. He's largely reviled by millennials and Generation Z progressives. Again, this is coming straight from leftist websites about Bill Maher. The fact of the matter is that the center left that Bill Maher represents, which is a highly cynical, flippant, secular, neoliberal left, that's collapsing. Obama was their last great hero. In its place is rising a new left that's soaked in grievance politics and the radical imposition of militant political correctness. This is not the party of Carter or Clinton. This is now a full-blown cultural Marxist party. That is where all the energy of the party is. And while it can't win an election, I'll certainly agree with Bill Maher on that one. He's flat out wrong in thinking that he is representative of the party and the Twitter snowflake liberal isn't. Sorry, Bill. Your days of representing the Democrats are over. It's time to step aside and let the left-wing lunatic radicals that we warned you about have their day. Now, before you go, I posted a great video on Salvini's revenge. Those of you who've been following what's been going on in Italy, the newly formed left-wing coalition is on the brink of collapse, as one of the key figures of the coalition just defected from the party to form his own. I think it's a video that'll make your day. So make sure to click on the thumbnail at the top left of the video, and I'll see you over there. God bless. All right there, everyone. The new leftist government coalition in Italy is on the brink of destruction as the former Prime Minister Matteo Renzi quits the Democrats in order to form his own party. That's what we'll be talking about on today's video. Can you see that someone is starting to jump from a sinking ship? We're going to be looking at why Matteo Renzi is recognizing that this coalition isn't going to be lasting much longer and why we can expect the return of the one and only Matteo Salvini and the Nationalist Lega Party in the very near future. But first, like we talked about yesterday, Christmas has come early to the Turley Talks channel. We've got brand new MAGA hats for you. We've got brand new Turley Talks tumblers for you to put your coffee in. We got our Turley Talks Executive Journal book backed by popular demand. And we've got our Nationalist Populist book bundle. And we've put this all together in one package we're calling our Nationalist Populist book bundle with swag. That's right. For a limited time, you can get your very own MAGA hat, a brand new Turley Talks tumbler, your Turley Talks Executive Journal, plus 5 books, all on the rise of a nationalist populist age, all for one low price. Now, we only have a limited number of these bundles in stock, so don't wait. Click on the link below and order your Nationalist Populist book bundle with swag today. And let's celebrate together the rise of a new conservative age. Wow, that is a red hat. But alas, as many of you, I know you've been very, very disappointed with what's been going on in Italy of late. No question, I know I have. Just to recap, several weeks back, Matteo Salvini of the Nationalist Italian League, he dissolved his coalition with the populist left-wing Five-Star Party, and he demanded immediate snap elections that he believes will put the nationalist populists and traditionalists right in charge over Italy for literally for generations to come. You know, he's had very good reason to believe that. Salvini was widely recognized as the de facto leader of Italy, had the highest approval rating of any national politician, in his Nationalist Populist Party, the League or Lega. They were polling upwards of around 40%, 38 to be exact. And so Salvini saw his opportunity as right, and he called for new snap elections. However, Lega's coalition partner, the left-wing populist Five-Star, they've been suffering in the polls of late. So they decided instead to form a coalition with an equally unpopular Democratic Party, the left-wing Democrats that were thrown out of power in the last national election in March of 2018. They were once headed by Matteo Renzi, the former prime minister of Italy. And so as a result, the only Western nation that was governed by a nationalist populist coalition, Italy, ended up swinging radically to the left. Again, very, very similar to what we're seeing in this case in Britain, where 21 members of the Conservative Party defected and began voting with Labour Brent Boris Johnson from implementing a clean break with the EU. And that defection effectively handed control of Parliament over to the political left. But the Five Star Party knew that if they granted Matteo Salvini his request to have fresh elections, they knew they'd be toast. Again, like I said, Salvini still remains one of the most popular politicians in all of Italy. By far, his party, Lega, or the League, is still the most popular party in Italy. Again, by far, in some cases by triple digits. They're twice as popular as either the Democratic Party or Five Star. Five Star has been plummeting in the polls now for months. Nevertheless, they still rule parliament as if they had 30% support, which is what they got back in the national elections in March of 2018. And so they decided to enter into a coalition with the Democratic left, and in the process kick Lega and Salvini out of the majority government. Now, if you recall, we argued here that as disappointing as that was, no question, as is what's going on with Boris and Brexit. This is the empire striking back, right? As disappointing as all that was, there was no way that a leftist coalition was going to be able to last very long in Italy. They've already begun opening up their ports to refugees, right? The refugees are once again pouring into Italy. It's as if it's 2015 all over again. And the Italian people rejected that leftist government in their last election. They don't want those policies. It's not a sustainable coalition. And so we argued here that Salvini would be back and he would be stronger than ever in a matter of months. Well, it didn't seem to even take that long. Italy's new leftist government suffered its first major setback last night when it was announced that the former Prime Minister Matteo Renzi has quit his party, the Democratic Party, to form his own party, an announcement which is putting this already very fragile coalition on the brink. Now, while Renzi is pledging to work with the majority government and their current Prime Minister, Giuseppe Conte, you don't have to be a genius to figure out what's going on here, okay? Let's just say that I think we can legitimately interpret this as Renzi's own version of what we call jumping ship. He recognizes that the coalition is very brittle, it's very fragile, very tenuous, and he doesn't think it's going to last much longer. So he's jumping ship. He's forming his own political party that will be able to insulate himself, at least he thinks, distance itself from the Five Star and the Democrats when that coalition inevitably falters and collapses. But the fact that he's stealing, as it were, a group of politicians from the Democratic Party in order to form his new party, he needs at least 20 members from the Chamber of Deputies to form an official party. The fact that he's doing that is contributing inordinately to destabilizing an already unstable coalition. All right, we have to remember that the Democratic Party in Italy has been falling apart since the national elections last year. I mean, they're polling at some of their lowest levels ever, as is Five Star. But Five Star is a relatively new political party. Democrats have been around forever in Italy, as it were, right? And so this move by Renzi is making an already weak party even weaker. And that's what's adding to the instability of this coalition. It's a very unpopular coalition. And the polls are coming out corroborating that. According to the most recent Ipsos poll, 54% of Italians surveyed reported that they did not approve of the Five Star and Democratic coalition government. A mere 34% approved. 34% is more or less the sum total when you put the two parties together. Both Five Star and Democrats are under the 20% approval currently. In fact, when asked if you preferred the old coalition government between Lega and Five Star, more people said yes than no, 36% to 32%, 32 wanting this new coalition. Now, all of this, of course, is setting up Salvini. Salvini is calling for mass demonstrations. I know they have a huge one scheduled for October. He wants mass demonstrations demanding new elections. He's already pointing out the fact that the ports have been reopened to migrants and refugees. Remember, Salvini was brilliant. Salvini closed the ports and reduced migration rates by over 90% in a matter of mere months. And he was massively rewarded for that by the Italian people, giving him the highest approval rating of any Italian politician. Joining his call for new elections is the Brothers of Italy leader, Giorgia Meloni, who is absolutely amazing. I heard her speak in Verona. She absolutely rocked the roof off the place. I mean, the audience was going nuts in terms of support. So Maloney and Salvini are echoing each other in a never-ending course to hold elections and put together a government that really represents the sentiments and the majority of the Italian people. And to be honest, it's just a matter of time before those elections happen, okay? And that's because populations everywhere are looking to see their borders secured, not reopened. And when administrations and coalitions come to power, particularly through backroom deals that refuse to provide the border security that the vast majority of the population wants, and when another party not in power promises to provide precisely that and has a track record to prove it, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that this leftist open borders coalition isn't going to be going very far. I have argued consistently that in many respects, this coalition between Five Star and the Democrats is doomed from the start. We're already seeing major players from within this coalition, like Matteo Renzi, starting to jump ship from one of the parties and reposition themselves for when the coalition collapses. So while we were, of course, very disappointed in the ousting of Salvini and Lega from power, we also know that given the trends that have so dominated Italy and the world of politics of late, we know that we can expect to see Salvini back in power in the very near future. As always, please like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure to click on that link below and get your own nationalist populist book. But where's that hat? I love this hat. Man, I'll never get hit by a car if I'm wearing this. And please either click on either our Patreon, Subscribe Star, or PayPal links below and become a monthly supporter of this channel and help us to continue to analyze current events in light of super awesome conservative trends so you can live in the present in light of even better things to come. God bless. Book bundle with swag. I love it.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And this past weekend was the Call of Duty Modern Warfare open beta, or closed beta, I believe. And it's actually pretty refreshing to see the company interacting with fans in a generally positive way. The only major bit of feedback that I got, other than pure opinion pieces like whether they liked the game or not, the biggest issue was the minimap, the most divisive issue. Many people strongly disliked not having the minimap in the game, and they ended up testing a compromise, which I think was pretty nice. The minimap shows where your compatriots are, not necessarily the enemy. Personally, I think I like the idea of no minimap. It's more tense. You have to be more careful about your movements. However, the Call of Duty franchise has a long history of just getting faster and faster and faster and faster. So the move back to kind of this slow, campy gameplay, thoughtful movements hasn't gone over super well with a section of the fandom. So I think the minimap that shows your team might be a fair compromise. I didn't see much feedback after that, but I'm excited for the game. I'm excited for the studio willing to take risks and willing to push the envelope and not change the game for video game journalists who are rattled by their game. Now, I think that it's popular right now to be writing articles around Call of Duty Modern Warfare, in particular, bad ones, trash in the game. And this is such a bizarre thing to be stuck on in a game where you're basically deleting people constantly. That's literally the point of the game. But IGN pretends to care. Like, I feel like I need a sign. I need a fan who's good at like woodworking or LED signs or something. They have a sign back that's like, it's a video game. You know, a former U.S. Marine describes the cruel realities of white phosphorus and why its use as a streak reward in Call of Duty Modern Warfare might not be the best call. Seriously, it's a video game. A video game where you're using a litany of weapons, doing all sorts of things that, but this is where you draw the line. You know, they're not writing these articles about Fallout 76 using nukes, are they? They're not talking about CSGO. They're not talking about, I mean, this is absurd. This is a nothing take, and the comments have been hilarious before I get to the article. You have Legacy here with a stop pretending to be righteous. Every weapon in video games has a bad history. If we use your logic, then we have to ban the usage of every simulated weapon in every game. It's a video game, and Spec Ops: The Line already showed that it was rough. And in Spec Ops does treat it with a little bit of a little extra care, but rumor is it's a video game. It's a game. Video game. End of story. It's a video game. It's a game. Nobody cares. It's a game. Get over it. You know what I mean? Like, please don't listen to these idiots that write these articles that, you know, they're pretending to care. And you literally trot it out. This reads like where some major news networks who have affiliations on one side or another will bring somebody, they'll trot some old general out there and be like, I disagree with what the current leadership is doing. And you should think that I would normally agree with it, but I don't. Thanks for flying me out, major news network, to do your shilling. Call of Duty Modern Warfare and the cruel realities. Incendiary weapons can be used effectively in games, but context is important. No, it isn't. It's a game. It's particularly ubiquitous in video games, from the original Metal Gear to Battlefield, Bad Company to Spec Ops: The Line. It's become one of the most popular backdrops for a long line of games. So is puzzles. I mean, so is the football field. I mean, when are we going to get an article that's like, when will Madden finally address CTE and the brain damage that its digital players are getting on the football field? It all makes sense. Games are often about conflict resolution, blah, 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 blah. This year, Infinity Ward, rebooting the Modern Warfare series, aiming to take its campaign more realistic. IGN has seen an extended demo of the single-player campaign. Why are you putting these people, why are you giving access to these people? Like, seriously, you know, fly me out there. I think that you might get a more realistic approach from people that actually care about video games than people that are writing these type of articles. Make no mistake about it, too. Remember that IGN is the place that many people believe is willing to softball many video games in exchange for early access and work with 2K games for that particular end goal, allegedly. To understand why I think the use of this is a problem, we need to talk about it. No, we don't. I'm a former Marine. I completed a 5-year enlistment, which included multiple deployments and 2 different theaters. Hey, thank you for your service. Maybe don't play this video game if it offends you. You know, it's absurd that you would publish this article. Like, okay, great. You did your service. I don't know a lot of dudes who did their time that use words like problematic, but okay. I mean, I'm not saying I'm sure he's telling the truth about his time there. Regardless of the rationale behind a variety of things through history, there's only one commonality that they all share. They're all a tragedy. Okay, great. As a Marine, I tried my best to conduct myself as a humane, professional person. No matter who you fight for, your job is to delete the enemy. Sure. I mean, I get it. You're either coming home or not, period. But one of the absolute worst ways to go is being struck by an incendiary weapon. If you are hit with incendiary, it's even worse. Your end will be slow, agonizing, and torturous. But just what is white phosphorus? Why do I feel so strongly about it? Why do I think the specifics around its inclusion in Modern Warfare is misplaced? Well, we know what it is. We know that it is definitely heavily regulated. We know that, most importantly, IGN, it's a video game. I mean, should all weapons, fire the little POW symbol when they fire? I mean, what is this? What is this article? I don't understand why IGN prints this. Of course, we know that IGN is one of the video game journalist outlets that came out of seeing the Call of Duty gameplay, and were saying how they were so negatively affected by it and that they just wouldn't want to play a game like that. I find Modern Warfare's use of it as a reward, a nearsighted glorification of what myself and others consider to be a violation of laws of armed conflict. It's a glorification. It's a video game played by 12-year-olds who have no concept of what you're talking about. And the fact that they play this video game, they're not playing it to get educated. They're playing it to relax. They're not playing it to see what the real theaters were like. They'd watch documentary for that. I mean, yeah, it's nice. Other rewards, such as UAVs, vehicles and radars, and missile strikes. So, okay, you're raining down, you're raining down death from above. That's okay, but definitely don't use incendiary. It's this common thread that a lot of people pull at who are trying, in my opinion, to control video games. And this is a really touchy subject, which is interesting to me. I thought definitely more people would be on the side of, allowing video games to do whatever it is that they want to do to have their creative freedom. But it's always one thing, right? First, it's we don't want white phosphorus. We think that's bad. Okay, then Infinity Ward says, all right, we'll take it out. Then what? Then they're going to say, well, actually, we also don't like this. Actually, we also don't like that. Actually, we don't like this either. And before you know it, the game isn't what it used to be because you've listened to people that either don't play your game or have no interest in playing it at all anyway. I don't believe something that is morally questionable. It's a video game. I mean, who will take up and defend all the Koopa Troopers that those Plumber brothers viciously stomped? And all those poor turtles, who will stand up for them? As somebody who's seen it firsthand, I wish Infinity Ward would give this a bit more consideration. Again, this last phrase is not give it more consideration. This is, I wish Infinity Ward would make the change I'm demanding they make. And the fact that you've served doesn't mean that your opinion on something is automatically correct. What if I say it's just a game? Could this trigger your PTSD? Then maybe you shouldn't play it. I mean, are you serious? It's funny how many people will jump into this conversation. And you see the comments like this. No one is talking about censoring anything. If you see somebody saying that, no one of two things is true. They don't understand what censorship even really is, or they know and they're trying to be disingenuous about it. Yes, you're trying to change something because you're offended by it. That is censoring it. IGN, another trash article. Just because the guy was in the service doesn't mean his opinion is correct. His opinion is, I strongly disagree with it. And I hope that Infinity Ward keeps Call of Duty Modern Warfare the exact same because it never ends with the perpetually offended. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon. Hey, thanks so much for watching this video, and I really hope you enjoyed it. Above, you'll find some links to watch more videos, as well as a nice big button to subscribe, which I hope you'll do. If you did enjoy it, make sure before you go that you leave a like and a comment on the video, because you are the #1 reason this channel continues to grow, and I appreciate you.
Folks, I ate some sketchy deli meat that I found in my refrigerator late last night, and I haven't been feeling too good today. Mistakes were made. But that doesn't mean that there's still not video game news to talk about, because today I want to talk about five different stories. 2 things that are happening right now in the world of video games are changes. While Tupac might not have seen any changes, we're seeing big changes with both E3 and GameStop. Then I want to talk about Bandai Namco potentially bringing back some big franchises with some remasters that have me definitely very excited. Marvelous is actually back down on their copyright claim stance. And finally, the Super Nintendo controllers were available from the Nintendo Switch Online service, and it honestly became an absolute nightmare to get them. So what's going on with all these stories? That's what we're going to talk about in this video. So sit back, relax, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and let's talk about what's going on in the world of video game news. So the first story I want to talk about are the changes happening with E3 2020. Obviously, E3 2019 was kind of a different year for the video game industry. Sony, of course, was not at this event, which made many people wonder, is E3 really starting to lose its luster? Sure, you have mainstream media that pays attention to the video game industry during E3, but are things like E3 even necessary anymore when you have the rise of these digital events? Of course, Sony has the State of Play. Xbox has their show. I don't remember the name of it because I really don't like it. It takes too damn long. And of course, you have Nintendo Direct. Well, there are some major changes coming to E3 2020 to sort of circumvent the way that the video game industry is shifting towards. And honestly, it sounds kind of weird to me. So basically, E3 2020 sounds a bit more like a Gamescom style event, more so than a traditional press event. There's going to be newly conceived and designed show floor areas. There's going to be a digital E3 experience. There will be an industry and a media day. They're trying to accompany more players and more fans into these events. There's going to be PR opportunities for companies to enhance their brand, opportunities to market directly to players, social media influencer engagement, celebrity engagement programs, attendee app scheduling, Quay Entertainment to allow for line engagement, paid media sponsorship or partnerships, and photo ops and video game tournaments. So really, this to me sounds more like a traditional video game convention, more so than a traditional video game show floor and environment. And will that really work out for E3? Obviously, E3's 2019 attendance was definitely way down. There was that whole thing where all the people and press people that went to E3 had all their information doxed and put all over on the internet. So a lot of people were not happy with that. Can this potentially save E3? This shift, will it actually help the event? I'm not quite sure. Honestly, I still have no desire to ever attend an E3 event because you really get a better experience, I feel, at home. And I don't feel like there's really a way for E3 to sort of encompass that thing. Sure, it's cool to be there for these big announcements and stuff, but as a content creator, I would rather be at home watching all these conferences and being able to cover them from my house than being able to do it from the show floor, because by the time you get home, you end up having really no time to sort of do it, and everyone's already talked about these events. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out for E3. Obviously, they're trying to have more social media influencers because there's a big rise in that. So I don't know. I think it could potentially work out, but will it be sustainable for them? That'll really remain to be seen. Next up, I want to talk a bit about Oceanhorn 2. Now, if you're not familiar with the Oceanhorn franchise, the original Oceanhorn was originally a mobile game that ended up coming out on home consoles. I ended up playing the Nintendo Switch version of the game, and it definitely felt like a Legend of Zelda experience, but I think it was a pretty good game. It seemed to get pretty solid review scores no matter what platform it was on, whether it was the Switch, the PS4, Xbox One, Steam, or mobile devices, and Oceanhorn 2 admittedly looked very exciting. It looked like they were really progressing the game and really making it a more fleshed out experience, a bigger world, a more adventurous world for you to explore, more enemies, more areas to explore as well. So I was kind of looking forward to this game, honestly. It was a game that I thought was going to look really cool, but now Oceanhorn has been announced as an Apple Arcade exclusive. Apple Arcade. Now, hopefully this is just a time sort of exclusive for Apple Arcade, because I really feel like this game would benefit on being on home consoles. But if you're not familiar with what Apple Arcade is, basically it is Apple's new video game service. For $5 a month, you can have access to a whole bunch of different games. So this really means nothing to me. And to sort of pigeonhole your audience by only being available on Apple devices via the Apple Arcade app is kind of worrisome to me. I'm sure the company got paid very well, but I do hope that this is just a timed exclusive. I think this game looks really good, and I really want to play this on a traditional console with a traditional controller instead of having to have an Apple device and then using the Apple Arcade store. So yes, Oceanhorn 2 has been announced as an Apple Arcade exclusive, but hopefully it's just a timed exclusive. Next up, I want to talk about Bandai Namco for a little bit. Obviously, Bandai Namco is a company that is rich in lineage when it comes to video game franchises. They have so many awesome video game franchises, and many of them we have not seen in quite a while. But what's interesting is some new patents have been discovered that are giving hopes to fans of these franchises that new or remaster games could be potentially coming. So basically, last night, a bunch of different trademarks were discovered for various Bandai Namco franchises with Encore at the end of it. The three that really stuck out to me were Mr. Driller Encore, Klonoa Encore, and Splatterhouse Encore. Now, you might be wondering, what is the significance of the Encore in this? But what's interesting is, last year, Katamari Damacy Reroll came out on the Nintendo Switch and Steam. And this was, of course, a remaster of the original PS2 game brought over to the Switch and PC. But this game was originally trademarked as Katamari Damacy Encore. So it looks like the Encore series is basically bringing back older games, remastering them for modern platforms, and then putting them out on modern platforms. Now, some of these should be very exciting for you. Obviously, Splatterhouse is something we have not seen in quite a while. The last Splatterhouse game was on on the PS3, and it really wasn't that good. It really wasn't a Splatterhouse game. And of course, you have Klonoa. Now, Klonoa was a very popular franchise on the original PlayStation 1, receiving 2 games on the PlayStation 1, and then the first game was then brought over to the Nintendo Wii. But of course, people didn't buy it because it wasn't a party game. But I actually owned Klonoa on the Wii, and I thought it was a fantastic game. So it's definitely very exciting to see the potential of these games getting remastered. I hope we hear more information about this. I really want to see Klonoa and Splatterhouse on modern consoles, so my fingers are crossed on this. I hope it's going to be something good. Next up, I want to talk about the changes going on within the world of GameStop. Now, obviously, GameStop is having to adjust to the digital age, and they're having a bit of trouble with it. A few days ago on the channel, we did a video in defense of GameStop because I don't want GameStop to go out of business. I like going to GameStops. Do I think there are too many stores? Sure. Do I think they lost their vision along the way? Sure. But I think they realize that, and I think that they understand that they have to adapt to the modern gaming era in order to stay relevant. And it seems like they are, because we got some footage of a GameStop concept store, and honestly, it looks pretty good. Now, this footage is coming to us from IGN. IGN has been able to confirm that this footage is of a real GameStop location. And look at it. It looks great. It looks like it's going to have a much cleaner aesthetic. The store itself is much cleaner. There's a lot less clutter in there. And of course, there's a retro gaming lounge area that will be in this store. So I think this is a step in the right direction for GameStop. Do I think every GameStop needs to accompany this redesign? No, I don't think that would make any sense. I think what you need to do with this is in heavily populated areas where there's like 7 GameStops within 20 miles, you need to make one of your stores like this and basically make that your community store. That's the store where you hold events at. That's the store where you can hold tournaments at. Because really, the community aspect of video games is so important, and that's something that GameStop has definitely lost along the way. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more information on this rollout. I hope this isn't just a concept. I hope this is something that comes to fruition, because in the long run, I think this could actually help GameStop. It might not save them, but if it helps them for quite a while, that's cool in my book. Next up, I want to give an update on the story that we covered yesterday on the channel involving Marvelous. Now, Marvelous, of course, just released Daemon X Machina onto the Nintendo Switch, but you haven't seen too many videos about Daemon X Machina on YouTube. Now, why is that? Because Marvelous of Japan was copyright striking all of these videos because of the footage used within the game. And it was just absolutely ridiculous. Then we talked about how they were striking Control videos as well because they're publishing that game in Japan. And it was just a really messy situation. It really discouraged a lot of content creators from covering this game because you're having to sink time and effort into playing this game and then covering this game for what? For basically nothing. So what's very interesting about this is a lot of content creators have been very vocal about this. I remember OJ from Player Essence has been talking about this ever since Daemon X Machina was first unveiled. Ever since Daemon X Machina was first showed off in the Nintendo Direct, that snippet of the Nintendo Direct was not able to be monetized because of claims from Marvelous Japan. And OJ from Player Essence has been very vocal about this ever since that incident has happened. And you can actually see on Twitter where him and Marvelous of the US have been going back and forth on this. Well, Marvelous of the US has actually been working with Marvelous of Japan to get these copyright claims removed. And it seems like some progress has been made. Now, you're not able to do certain cutscenes from Daemon X Machina, and there's still some music issues as well. But as of right now, it looks like you're able to actually use Daemon X Machina gameplay footage in video. So this is a big win for video gamers on YouTube who want to cover this game. Now you're able to do such. It would have been nice if they would have done this before the release of the game so that people could have gotten hyped of the game. But obviously, better late than never, and hopefully this practice will continue in the future as well. Marvelous of the US also said that Control issues are being worked out as well so that you can actually not get any copyright issues on Control. So good job to Marvelous of the US, good job working with Marvelous of Japan, and hopefully this is a good sign for things going forward because like I said in yesterday's video, Marvelous is actually doing a lot of games for the Switch, so they really need all the publicity they can get. And finally, of course, Super Nintendo games have finally hit the Nintendo Switch Online service, and during that presentation, we learned that the Super Nintendo controller would indeed be coming to the Nintendo Switch, much like we saw with the NES controller. Unlike the NES controllers, these were going to be sold individually instead of in packs of 2, and you could pick them up for $29.99. Well, these controllers went up for sale on Nintendo's website yesterday, and if you were a Nintendo Switch Online member, you had the ability to purchase these controllers. And I say had the ability to purchase these controllers because I feel like Nintendo might have botched this a little bit. As of right now, these controllers are completely sold out. They're temporarily out of stock with hopefully more stock being introduced. So how did this actually happen? You would think that Nintendo would look at the numbers and say, okay, we have this many Nintendo Switch Online subscribers. We should probably make about this number of controllers. Well, the problem was you could order more than one controller through this. Now, that sort of makes sense, to be honest with you. Obviously, some of these games are 2-player games, so a lot of people might want 2 controllers. But you could actually order up to 4 controllers. So I feel like a lot of people that had a Nintendo Switch Online account may have ordered 4 controllers knowing that this would be an item that would be hard to get initially and hoping to scalp this item. There's really no rhyme or reason for Nintendo to have offered 4 of these controllers to Nintendo Switch Online members at the launch of this. Maybe down the road when people have already gotten their controllers, but with these games, you only need 2 controllers. So why are we offering 4 controllers to people when obviously people like to scalp Nintendo stuff? I kind of feel like Nintendo botched this because there's a lot of people who did not have the chance to pick up these controllers that obviously want these controllers. Now, luckily, I was able to pick one up because I kind of want to check it out, but it's definitely a very interesting situation. A lot of people are upset by this, and I can definitely understand why, but hopefully Nintendo will get some more of these in production so that you guys can pre-order these as well. All right, so those were 5, I guess technically 6, different stories that I wanted to cover in today's video. So let me know in the comment section down below what you think of everything. And as always, guys, thank you for checking out this video. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. Be sure to check out other videos on the channel. I'm going to sit on the toilet some more because my stomach really isn't feeling all that great. And as always, I'll catch you guys on the next video. Later.
So welcome back to another episode, and I'm inserting this before a video that I shot this afternoon. I edited it all together, and I was really happy with it. And then I go online, and I find out some new information on it that I didn't know. So I want to come in here and explain a few things before I show you the unboxing of the Sega Genesis Tower Mini. It arrived today. I didn't even know what it was. And I came in here and I did an unboxing of it, and I was like, "Oh, this is really cool. I think this is, available at launch for the Sega Genesis Mini." Where I didn't know it was just getting sent around for a promotional piece. I didn't realize that. I thought it was going to be a full, widespread release. It is not. And one thing I am definitely hoping for in the future is that this item can be available by Sega on their online store. I would think so. I would hope so in the future, because I had no idea that this was not going to be produced and be beside the Sega Genesis Mini at launch. But I want to show you the unboxing, so understand my confusion while I'm opening it up and going, what is this? I had absolutely no idea. So I will just show it right here. So welcome back to another episode, and welcome to a very strange accessory that has just shown up. FedEx just knocked on my door. I answered the door. The guy's looking at me, and he's like, "Do you have a YouTube show?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I watched your show." I'm like, "Cool, man." He's like, "Well, here's this package for you." And so I unboxed it, and I see this has been sent over by Sega. I didn't even know this was a thing. I had no idea. It's the Sega Genesis Tower Mini right here. Okay, so let's start off at the beginning here. The Sega Genesis Mini is coming out very soon, in a few days from the shooting of this video. And here that is. And I did a review on that. I talked a lot about that. And it seems that the Sega Genesis Mini is not alone. Sega has also created this accessory kit for the Mini. As I say, I had no idea this was even a thing. So we're going to have a little look here. First of all, I brought out my Sega Genesis Mini. What a cute little device, as I say. And we're going to stack this together and see what this is all about. And I have my trusty knife to do some cutting with. So let's just cut into this. This is so weird. This is so weird. Getting older, and just when I think that, we're into modern consoles and all the stuff in the past is forgotten, Sega releases the Sega Genesis Mini, but this accessory pack is ridiculous. Okay, I'm in. I am fully in. Here is the contents right here. I'm going to put this right here, and I'm going to read the back, just so you know what is in this. It says, "Build your tower of power with the official accessory kit made especially to stack with the Sega Genesis Mini. A true collectible for fans. This set includes authentic miniature replicas of 4 legacy Sega Genesis accessories. We have the Sega CD, the Genesis 32X, Sonic & Knuckles lock-on cartridge, and a Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis cartridge, the cherry on top, I guess. So we're going to do this together. This is going to be a little bit of fun. Okay. So here is Here's the Sega Genesis Mini. Now, we have to state, I hope everybody's figuring this out. These are not real. These are just accessories for an aesthetic look. They're not functioning. You can't put mini Sega CDs in. Could you imagine? Could you imagine you're collecting like mini sewer sharks and mini snatchers to put in this thing? That would be crazy. So I think that goes on there. So, okay. Well, that's not good. There. And I think are we in? Is it fully, that's how it connects, isn't it? There we go. First bit is in. That's how it looks. That's how it goes. We're in. Next up is the 32X. Here we go. A mini 32X of power for the top of the Genesis. I mean, look at this. This is so ridiculous. And we're going to put it in right here. So that goes on top there. Next up is the Sonic & Knuckles lock-on cartridge from back in the day. This is getting so silly. This is great. This goes on top of that right there. We're locked in. Unbelievable. This is so silly. Now, if you can see on here, this folds back, and then we can put the cartridge in. And we've got the cartridge right here. Sonic the Hedgehog, the cartridge, is locking on into place. We're docking, folks. We're docking. And there we have a complete Sega Genesis Tower Mini. This is what it looks like. I have to bring it close to the camera so you can all see how sillily amazing this is. So imagine you have this in front of your TV. Your friends come over and they're like, "What is the matter with you? What's going on with you?" And you're like, "This is the Sega Genesis Mini with all the mini accessories." They're like, "Okay, well, hey, I got something else. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I got something else right here." I brought out a little mini console to compare it with, the original, so we can see how it, no pun intended, stacks up to this accessory right here. This is fun. This is so much fun. Hey, where's my power-based converter? Where's my power-based converter like I got on here? Where's that, Sega? No, I'm only kidding. But that, for true collectors and people who want a novelty item, because it is a novelty item, it's the first time I'm seeing this as well. This is pretty funny. This is quite funny. You know, I'm not joking. The more I think about that Sega Genesis, Sega CD, like mini, running small little games, that would be the most amazing thing ever. The most amazing thing ever. Could you imagine? I need to get, Lunar, the Silver Star Story, Popful Mayo, Road Avenger, Final Fight CD on here. Little mini versions, that'd be great. But so here you go, guys. Here's your last look at it. Check it out. I want to thank Sega for sending it over. As I say, I didn't know what it was when I opened it up. I'm like, is there something that I didn't know about? Like, has Sega been planning something dastardly the entire time? Where you could stack all these things and get extra power and get more games? Could you imagine with each one of these things you got more games? That would be crazy. So you put this 32X in, you get the 32X games. That would have been pretty fun. That would have been pretty fun. But here you go, a way to enhance your Sega Genesis Mini. And I think this is crazy. I've never seen anything like it. And I want to show you guys today. So anyways, guys, until next time.
You must be the one we fairies call the pure-hearted one. The one the legends say will save our world. So, anyway, that means I better get you over to our world and have you get rid of Sadar for us. All right with you?
Me? But how can I?
Don't fret, man. It's a big responsibility, I know, but you'll be all right, especially with me to help you. Oh, pure-hearted one, will you please come and save our world?
No.
This is why they say never work with children.
But I don't know anything about your world. Look at this place. It's amazing. So this is your world.
That's right. A whole nother world. Let's be off, shall we?
The boy who will save the world. But unfortunately for him, his light is yet a mere candle in the blackness.
Indeed, he may be the child the prophecies speak of, but he is a child nonetheless.
Yet these humans can be disturbingly powerful.
Do be careful right there now, won't you?
You don't stand a chance.
Why did you set out on this journey in the first place? It's my mom. I have to save her.
That's why I brought you here, innit? You might just be able to stop him, see?
You really think I can?
Of course you can! You are the pure-hearted one! And the legends say that the pure-hearted one will drive away the darkness.
Look, I was saying to you now, this whole fallacy about the colonials assuming that if they had never come to Africa, we'd still be wearing skins and chasing each other. I said to another journalist, I said, see the Black Panther. You'll find out. We built those pyramids in Egypt. You'll find out. We were mining Mapungubwe and melting gold and iron and making spears during Shaka's time. You'll see the Zimbabwe ruins that we built it out. You'll see the cradle of humankind. We built it out. So you came and delayed us actually by enslaving us and oppressing us. We couldn't develop. But see, Black Panther, when you see what comes there, you realize that we have been always millenniums ahead of you.
The Black Panther trailer shows what Africa would have been if white people didn't destroy it, says Affinity magazine. This sentiment isn't benign. It creates resentment against whites that can be used in the future, and it causes white people who believe this to think that their people have done some great evil to the world. The colonial oppression narrative is a serious charge against white people, and we have every right to rebut it. Here's a 2012 paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research. And what they found was that whether you measure colonization by the number of Europeans who went there or by the amount of time that a colony lasted there, the more colonized countries ended up being wealthier. Ross Levine has a PhD in economics from UCLA. William Easterly has a PhD in economics from MIT. Now, this shouldn't matter, but I know to some of the audience with a more authoritarian view of knowledge, these credentials do matter, which is why I'm pointing them out. One could claim that the more heavily colonized areas were richer, therefore this correlation is not causal. Now, first off, you would have to actually show that the areas that were more heavily colonized were wealthier. And this would have to take into account the fact that the amount of minerals a country has no relation to how heavily it was colonized. And second off, even if you did find that Europeans more heavily colonized already wealthier countries, well, then how would you know that colonialism had any negative effects? If the richer countries were still richer before, during, and after colonialism, well, then where comes this negative effect of colonialism? But frankly, we know that this isn't true, and that Africa was at around $500 per capita in 1990 dollars, based on both direct historical estimates, but also because that's subsistence, which was where the whole world was at prior to the agricultural and then industrial revolutions. Levine and Easterly's work is corroborated by earlier work from 2006 by James Firer and Bruce Sacerdote. That paper also published by the National Bureau of Economic Research. James Firer has a bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Stanford and a PhD in economics from Brown. Bruce Sacerdote got his economics bachelor's from Dartmouth and a PhD in economics from Harvard. Now, none of this should matter. These arguments are true, whether they come from these guys or someone with an associate from Southern Mississippi Community College. But I feel like I have to rattle off their credentials because that's often what it takes for some people to actually listen to these arguments. But if you just step back, this idea that Europe kept Africa from developing should be suspicious at first glance. given that indexes of per capita GDP in Africa in 1990 dollars increased from 1820 to 1973, after which it began to plateau. And one thing that a lot of people don't know is that in 1950, India and China were poorer than Black Africa on average. And it's generally recognized that India had more autonomy than Africa, as Africa was ruled more directly by European established colonial governments, whereas India was ruled more indirectly through the Raj. China, of course, was never directly controlled by European powers, and the slight dip in per capita GDP here from 1913 to 1950 coincides with the Chinese Civil War, then the Japanese invasion of China, and then the resumption of the Chinese Civil War, ultimately culminating in Mao taking power. Also, as recently as 1975, South Korea was actually poorer than Zimbabwe. On top of this, there's no clear evidence that having a lot of colonies caused a European country to be wealthier. Looking at a country's colonialism index in 1940, which is the number of colonial subjects they had relative to citizens in that country, there's no apparent relationship between their colonialism index score and per capita GDP in 1970 for non-communist countries. In 2013, this disparity is even greater, with the big colonizers, France and Britain, near the bottom before you start getting into former communist countries. Now you can say, well, those countries would have been even poorer if not for their colonies, but that's totally speculative. I can just as easily claim they would have been richer without them. They would have been more like the countries above them that didn't have colonies that are now richer. And what would this argument even be saying? Here's where Britain was in terms of per capita GDP in 1970. Would their per capita GDP have been below that of Spain if not for their empire? In 1929, the UK had the fourth highest standard of living in the world, but by 1960, it had fallen to 11th. If their empire was such a gravy train, why did the UK fall below countries like New Zealand, Canada, Sweden, and Switzerland at the height of the British Empire, when those countries didn't have any colonies of their own? One bizarre argument against this is that France and Britain must have benefited from their empires, otherwise they wouldn't have acquired them. This is like saying the US must have benefited from invading Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam, otherwise the US would not have done this. I mean, this argument is so balls in your face stupid, it's difficult to even begin to address. A country did something, therefore it must be benefiting from it. I see no real way to respond to this argument other than to just sort of reiterate the argument in a clear way. Congresses do things for reasons. That's all we can say. Don't be the guy who makes this horrible argument that Congress doing something means we benefit from it. A natural experiment in the colonial oppressor hypothesis, as I'll call it, would be South Africa. South Africa is the most colonized African country if you take into account both the time that it was controlled by Europeans and the number of Europeans present relative to the number of blacks present. So here we would predict that the blacks in South Africa would be much poorer than the blacks in the rest of Africa if they were being oppressed by the Europeans, and yet they're not. The blacks in South Africa are about 3 times richer than the blacks in the rest of Africa. We can also look at 3 black countries that largely escaped colonialism. Liberia was formally independent in 1847, though arguably functionally independent in 1822, and Liberia is substantially poorer than the rest of Africa. Ethiopia was never colonized by Europe except for being invaded and occupied by Italy for 6 years during World War II, and Ethiopia is slightly poorer than the rest of Africa. Haiti is a black African country in the Western Hemisphere that got its independence from France in 1804, and in 2013, it was about on the same level as the rest of Africa. This was well before the hurricane, so we're not looking at the effects of that. Now look, the field of economics is large enough. There's enough going on that someone will always be able to tell you a story about how Liberia or Haiti is poor because of some global trade deals or the IMF or whatever. So I decided to look at how similarly poor countries to Africa in 1960 were 56 years later in 2016. And I only included countries that had data in both 1960 and 2016. I took per capita GDPs in 1960 using World Bank numbers and compared that to 2016. Then I looked at countries in between Lesotho and Zimbabwe on this list. The only wealthier black African country than Zimbabwe was South Africa, which I excluded because by including South Africa, I would also have to include too many non-African countries like Spain, for example. So I set the cutoff at Zimbabwe. I wanted to compare similar GDP countries to the rest of Africa, and to include South Africa would include too many countries that weren't really economic peers of the whole of Black Africa. And yes, South Africa was wealthier than Spain in 1960. I then used a log scale and plotted all of these countries in terms of their percentage of the average per capita GDP value for their year. For example, Somalia was 13.68% of the average per capita GDP of this sample in 1960, but was only 2.8% of that average compared to these countries in 2016. Botswana was 12.4% of the average per capita GDP of the sample in 1960, but it was 43.4% of the average of this sample in 2016. On this chart here, non-African countries are the blue lines, Black African countries are the red lines. Now, I also included 2 Black Caribbean countries, St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I included them in with the Black African countries. My inclusion of St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines actually helps the trend for the red lines. So my discretion here was actually in favor of the blacks because they actually pull the trend upward. But the big picture here is a massive divergence of GDPs, with non-African countries pulling up, African countries falling down. So when someone talks about the evil IMF or some economic hitman or some other story for why Africa is poor, well, why does it seem to be Black countries that are always facing these challenges? Is it really that everywhere they go on the planet they're oppressed? Is it really that every Black country is assailed with particularly predatory treatment by international finance, more so than Thailand was, for example? In 1960, China was poorer than Sudan. Thailand was poorer than Chad. South Korea was poorer than Liberia. And all of these countries were poorer than Ghana or the Congo. South Africa was wealthier than Singapore, wealthier than Portugal and Spain, and was about as wealthy as Hong Kong. Jamaica was almost as wealthy as Japan in 1960 when it was still governed by the British. This was all at the tail end of colonialism. Now, lots of shitty academics believe the colonial oppression narrative, including perhaps your cool history professor, and they will give these woolly, impossible to untangle arguments for it. They'll write books about the economic oppression of Africa in particular. But these same kinds of people would do the same for communism about 30 years ago, and how it's a better system and it's going to make everything better. And the colonial oppression narrative comes from the same tree that communism came from. The way we saw communism was bullshit was not by going through all their arguments, getting into their little boxes and going through all their fun houses and answering all their arguments on case, but it was by stepping back and looking at the big picture and going, probably not. And when you step back, look at the trajectories of these countries, we can then say that the colonial oppression narrative, probably not. Africa is probably just full of people genetically similar to those who live in Detroit and Baltimore and Haiti. And the results are what you would predict from that.
Okay, so here we go. Time magazine. This was from 1987. Here's a funny fear. Where's the beach? America's vanishing coastline. Okay, so like 32 years later, that's no longer a problem because it never was. When you wake up, do you look out your window and say, man, where's our coastline? It's vanishing. No, that's just a picture of cliffs. Okay, this was one, the big dry. So the future was going to be dry. And then here's one, the big freeze. That the grabblers love to scare people with weather because it keeps your eyes off God. And here's another big freeze. Oh, the big freeze, cold is coming. Cold is coming. And then, of course, you have the polar bears, the big warmth. You know, the polar bear population is up like 38,000. There's never been more polar bears ever recorded ever. Okay. So then, of course, we have AIDS, right? Look at this. So we have AIDS, the growing threat. This is in 1985. What's being done? AIDS doesn't exist, by the way. I'll tell you what AIDS is in a second. And then the face of AIDS. Is that real to you guys? Is this what the face of AIDS look like? Yeah, that mustache guy, maybe. But that lady, yeah, the black guy, definitely. But that lady, is that the face of AIDS? That lady that, like, maybe the black lady. Like, is that old lady really the face of AIDS? Is that the face of AIDS? Okay, and so AIDS killed a lot of gay men in the 80s, right? But Time Magazine made sure that you knew that the real threat. So what they did here is they combined AIDS and weather. So they say the big chill, because remember they had just come off the big freeze. So now the big chill. So you're going to be cold, and how heterosexuals are dealing with AIDS. What AIDS is an autoimmune shutdown from terrible lifestyle. So when they started promoting sodomy after the late 60s and in the 70s, basically homosexuality became legal. It didn't used to be legal. Like bathhouses started popping up, amyl nitrates, never-ending partying, all that stuff. So people's immune system started shutting down. And so when they would take AZT to cure a non-existent disease, AIDS is real, but HIV to AIDS isn't real. So AZT started killing people. The treatment for AIDS would kill people. AIDS is a shutdown of the immune system from someone's lifestyle. That's why Magic Johnson never died. That's why it's either the biggest mess up in the history of medicine or it was some intentional thing. Because AIDS is just gone now. And there was never a cure for AIDS. And the treatment for AIDS isn't real either. None of it's real. Okay, let's continue. And for those of you saying, it's real. Really? Well, according to the torture, can the rainforest be saved? When was this? 1989. So 30 years later, they've done a revamp. They've done a remake of a previous fear. The rainforest is burning down still. 30 years later, we're still like, can it be saved? Okay. I know my AIDS opinion is unpopular, but that's fine. I don't care. So then the big one is always the nuclear bomb. As you can see, there's a mushroom grabbler on the cover. Thinking the unthinkable, rising fears about nuclear war. This was constant. The death toll of nuclear bombs in my lifetime is still climbing at 0. Nuclear bombs allegedly were used once in human history, and according to Japan, they weren't nuclear bombs. They were fire bombs. We can do that in another episode, but the odds you die of a nuclear bomb is much, much, much lower than your Schwinn that someone just stole from your garage. Okay, so this is why they do this. Ready? Who has the bomb? The nuclear threat is spreading. Guys, this is 1983. Sound familiar? They just keep doing this shit. This isn't new. Nuclear terror for sale. Now they're getting into the face of nuclear terror. You're correct about AIDS, BB. It's the AZT that killed my brother. Exactly. We can get to the bottom of it one someday. But all the in Africa, AIDS is typhoid and other diseases. Because in America, AIDS was the shutdown of the immune system. In Africa, it's when you shit yourself to death. So for some reason, the African AIDS mutated tremendously from the gay AIDS that happened from your immune system shutting down from staying up for 5 straight days gay orgying. All right, so this is the face of terror. Once we feared thugs like Carlos the Jackal, okay, now no one knows who might buy smuggled plutonium and hold the world hostage. Okay, since I've been alive, no one has. All right? And so why do they do all this about the nuclear bomb? I'll tell you why. Because of this. Energy. This is 3 Mile Island. This is 1986. Meltdown, according to whistleblower, Manhattan Project head and head of GE Safety, Galen Windsor. Please go look up Galen Windsor. 3 Mile Island was planned. It was a planned... They melted it down on purpose to scare everybody because nuclear energy is way too cheap. So they scare you with this and this and this. Why? Oh, and this. The stakes keep getting higher and higher. What are the stakes? Because so far the death toll is still 0, and it always will be 0. Well, yeah, it just hasn't happened. My whole life, they've been doing this. They also used to scare us about quicksand, the Bermuda Triangle, Bigfoot. We'll get to more. Nuclear nightmare. Really? 3 Mile Island, the death toll was 0 and it was controlled. It was on purpose. They shut down the coolant system. Yeah, there's that. Then they wanted you to be scared of kids and guns. White children with guns. Time magazine, armed and dangerous. So what your new fear is white little kids with guns. That's the fear. Not despair, not obesity, not any of the real things that are happening. Not never-ending economic debt based on fiat currency and unending war over nonsense. But little white kids with guns. Okay, what's next? So the Amazon's still burning. And don't get chickens because of avian flu. So the cover of Time magazine is special report death threat. So this is why I always get my Time magazines delivered 20 years late, because I have 50 chickens and I'm so happy that none of them killed me. Inside the global race to avert a pandemic. Well, they did avert the pandemic. They've averted all of the pandemics. Okay, then of course there was the ozone layer, the vanishing, guys, it's vanishing. The vanishing ozone, the danger moves closer to home. It's almost here. Right? The ozone layer, when I was a kid, said that it was over Antarctica. Why did they pick Antarctica? Because no one's allowed to go to Antarctica. So when you say there's a hole over something, no one can check and verify it themselves. And it was growing. And what caused it? Hairspray and air conditioning. And it was only going to grow and get closer to home. And then they just stopped talking about it. So when was this? This is, this sounds like this Bush Senior. So that was probably around 1990. So 30 years have passed, and the danger not only didn't move close to home, it never existed. There's another close call. Warning, catastrophic energy crunch. This was in the early 2000s. I'm relieved to inform everybody that gasoline is still, nothing happened. Catastrophic energy crunch, according to Time, taking away the moments that make up a dull day as you fritter and waste the hours in an offhand way. The sun is the same in a relative way, but you're older, shorter of breath, and one day closer to death. So what is Time doing? It's scaring you into not doing anything. One of the most terrifying thing in the world, according to Time magazine, white fertility. Children having children. And now the new terror is a white girl pregnant. Teen pregnancy in America. You want to know what teen pregnancy used to be called? Pregnancy. Because our great-grandparents all had kids in their teens. So this is the new face of terror. It's a white pregnant person. Even though teen pregnancy at this point was much higher amongst the African-American population, but Time wanted you to know that that's the real threat, is a pregnant white girl. So I'll show you 3 quick steps into how a pedophile operates. First, they make moron housewives think that they don't have a great life and they're not free. So this is 1977, Time magazine, fighting the housewife blues. Fighting the housewife blues. And you have soap and a bottle. It's associating that with blues. They're trying to create a narrative that the housewives are blue, that they're sad, when in reality, that's the most free, productive, and full of purpose and health a woman can possibly be, is a stay-at-home wife and mother in a prosperous household. That's an ideal place for a woman. We all know this now. So that was in 77. So what happened in 87? Who's bringing up baby? With both mom and dad at work, the big problem is finding quality health care. Where do you find that quality health care? And then 10 years later, early puberty. Why girls are growing up faster? Is it hormones? Is it fat? Is it something in the water? How parents and kids are developing. That's 2000. I'll tell you exactly how this happens. You send the mom to work. There's nobody home for the kids. They go through puberty faster. Girls go through puberty faster when they are in an unstable environment. Girls go through puberty on average 3 years faster if there's a non-biological male in the house. Because what a girl thinks is she's about to be kidnapped, raped, and killed, because that's what would happen to them when there wasn't a man and a woman protecting them. So what would they do? They would go through puberty at 11, 12 years old so that they could attract a mate so that they could be protected in a time of complete chaos. Sometimes girls in times of war and extreme poverty go through puberty as young as 7 and 8 because they want a man to want them so that they don't die. So if you happen to be a grab or pedophile, what is a better path than scare the hell out of housewives and say, you're sad. So the housewife leaves the house, the kid's alone, they go through puberty early, they get to take a picture of a kid in a bra and no one's there to protect them. Happy birthday, grabblers. And by the way, ladies, you're a bunch of fucking morons. Moving on. This is the future of Time magazine. What will they scare us with next? Time. This is Time magazine 2030. The static climate. Temperature won't budge. Here's why we should be worried. Guys, that's not an exaggeration. That's real. If you compare that to little kids with guns, AIDS, sad housewives, it's like that isn't even on the spectrum of fear for these people. That's real. That could be the future Time magazine. The fear of the static climate. Why won't the temperature go up or down? Here's why you should be afraid. Here's why you should give up all your rights and wealth and families. So again, we can highlight it all again. So Time magazine, the nonsense machine, 30 years ago said that there would be no more beaches. They said that there would be no more rain. They said that you were going to freeze to death. They said the polar bears would die. They said heterosexuals were all going to die of AIDS. They said nuclear holocaust was coming. Everyone's getting the bomb. Plutonium just held by a green-faced man. Of course, nuclear power is the enemy. It's all, nuclear war. It's all going to kill you, kill you, kill you. I was raised right next to stacks that looked just like that. Nothing happened. Just some white shit would come out of it. A little kid with a rifle was going to kill you. The Amazon has been burning for just decades. It's just, at any minute it's going to just burn down. Of course, a chicken is going to make you sick and kill you. You're going to get you're going to get skin cancer from the ozone layer. There's no gas for your cars anymore, according to 30 years ago. Big threat, white fertility, big threat. And then, of course, you have being a wife and a mother makes you sad. Who's going to raise the little kid? And why on earth are little kids going through puberty faster? So then the future will just be more fear. So what's the moral of the story, ladies and gentlemen? The moral of the story is this. Fear is from Satan. It's the thing I tell you guys every single day. Wait till we do the Muslim ones. Wait till we do the Finding Bin Laden or tomorrow I'm doing a whole episode on 9/11, just about 9/11. It's going to be a blast. Time had one on Mad Cow. Guys, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just what I pulled together from it's nonstop. The oceans were supposed to be poisoned. Bin Laden was multiplying. Can we stop jihad? It's nonstop. And so when people say, how are you not afraid of Bin Laden? They've made you scared of everything. White fertility is my nickname. Right. So what is the response to this? Don't be scared. The whole point is to get you to not engage in life, to make you a little shell, a little consumer goat that does what they're told, doesn't have families. You are Neo. I'm not Neo. My name is Owen. BB is breaking spells. Yes, I am. Just level 1. No, this is all the levels. This is not just level 1. Because this is all the levels. If you can approach life without fear, without unjustified fear, there's times to be afraid. There's moments in life when your instincts will tell you, get out of the elevator, or don't trust this person, or why is that sound on my roof? There's fear is a valid instinct, but not this stuff. This is all complete nonsense. Don't listen to anything that comes from the mainstream media screen.
You know, it's very easy for the socialists of the day, the Bernie Sanders crew, to say that we should be more like Sweden. And Sweden, of course, is a very, very tiny country that was homogenous for many, many years, ethnically homogenous, that now is having all sorts of immigration problems.
So Sweden was great until the non-whites came in. Well, that's interesting. People can rewind that and rewatch that. Hopefully, you know, nobody over there at Media Matters pulls that clip.
Devil's Advocate.
With Skylar Turden. All right, welcome to this installment of Devil's Advocate. I'm your host, Skylar Turden. Today we do have a guest on here who's been here by request. So we do try and honor the audience requests here. He has a show now. Used to be, I want to make sure I'm clear here, it used to be with the Young Turks and is now available at, works with Blaze. So kind of a change there. You can go subscribe, sign up, support him, I guess, at blazetv.com/Dave. Mr. Dave Rubin, thanks for taking the time to be here.
Skylar, it's a pleasure to be with you. People say that I don't talk to people on the left enough, and I thought today we could just have a healthy exchange of ideas and see what common ground we can find.
So do you have that like patented or trademarked exchange of ideas? You say that a lot.
We're working on putting it on a sweatshirt right now, just trying to find the right distributor.
All right. Well, distributor, I guess before we get it's with Glenn Beck. So you work with him now. So I want to make sure I understand before we get into cancel culture, that transition. What are you doing there at the Blaze now with everyone else there who likely only a few years ago were victimizing your marginalized class? But tell me what it is that you're doing with them now.
Well, I've decided to join the far right, potentially suspected, assumed alt-right Blaze, which of course was founded by Glenn Beck and has people like this Steven Crowder guy who's a real radical, and Mark Levin and Ali Stuckey and a couple other people. I mean, it's a pretty out there far right group of people. But I thought I would join them to moderate them a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I'm a little more centrist. Maybe I could moderate them. And then, of course, you know, people I think maybe from your community would say that I'm doing this for the money because it's a big grift. And I do have to tell you that if you were going for the grift would not be going to the side that gets called racist and homophobic and bigoted and all that. You would go to the woke side. So I just want to be on the record about that.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you trying to throw me off the scent with this idea of big woke money, but I'm not going to bite. So before we can cancel.
Listen, that beanie looks pretty pricey, if you're asking me.
Well, I don't know what that is. I'm from Toronto. We call it a toque. So, but no, listen, I appreciate you can use the wrong term. I bet you also use the word irregardless. Let me ask you this. Cancel culture. I don't want to misrepresent you. We're going to talk about this as it relates to deplatforming. A lot of people have been complaining about it. However, how would you define or characterize sort of cancel culture? Because I know you fancy yourself an advocate for free speech at the forefront.
Yeah, well, I do believe in free speech. I believe that the First Amendment in the United States, the idea that is enshrined into law that you can say anything you want and the government can't stop you from saying it with some seriously strict lines on what you can't say, meaning that you can't yell fire in a crowded theater and that sort of thing. And we have very, very specific libel laws. But outside of that, we have free speech. You are allowed to offend people. You're allowed to say what you think. It doesn't mean that there aren't going to be consequences for it. People might not want to associate with you or something like that. But what's happening now is that if you take any position outside of what the progressives on any given day deem good, and it changes every day. Is that a vape you've got there?
Yeah, it's CBD.
It's CBD. Nice.
Yeah.
It helps with the concentration. I know.
Well, it helps with my stimulatory overload. So I know you guys don't think that's a real thing, but I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to do what I don't want to do. You guys do over there at the Blaze. I want to give you as much of the floor as possible, so it'll make it that much sweeter when I break down this house of cards. Just make sure you put on your rainbow flag mouth guard so this tin can I kick doesn't hit you in the teeth.
Well, for the record, I do believe in stimulatory overload because I'm on Twitter, so I understand all about that. But the point here being that on any given day, what the progressive woke religion decides is good or okay or acceptable on any given day, if you take any position counter to that, they will often go after your job. They will go after your family. They will dox you. They will try to deplatform you. And this doesn't mean that everyone on the right is perfect. And the right has done some strange things over the years. But, we've got a little bit of a yin and yang here. And right now, by and large, the scary conservatives and libertarians are far more open-minded and decent and want to live in a society that actually lauds having people with different opinions. And I hate to say it, but you guys, the progressives, you've become a secular religion, and if anyone doesn't agree with you all the time, they must be destroyed.
I don't consider myself a secularist or a member of any religion at all.
You're not a secularist or a member of a religion?
No,
so
I'm a
you're
pagan.
like,
I do. I want to make sure that. So you believe that conservatives are more decent because they want to live in a world where they can yell the N word or yell the F word. By the way, I want to be clear, not they want to yell like the F, like a pejorative toward people from your marginalized group. You believe they're more decent because they believe in defending that right. I want to make sure I'm just not misrepresenting you here.
No, well, first I should be clear. I am in no way marginalized. I am a human being with equal rights that you have, and that I would imagine virtually everyone has. But yes, I do want to live in a society where you're allowed to say whatever you want. Offense is on the side of the people who take it. So if you were walking down the street, let's say, and someone said, "Oh God, look at that guy with his what do you call a beanie again?
Toque.
A toque, and that ridiculous mustache, and his
You're
lesbian
over-enunciating the U. Toque.
And his
Close
lesbian-like shirt and all of that, and someone said some mean things to you. Well, it's on you to decide whether you're going to take offense to that. But the option, let's say you said, okay, I'm not okay with someone being all right, saying whatever they want to say. The option is we're going to start jailing people for speech. Now, of course, this is actually bizarrely where the left wants to go with this, which is why they label everyone Nazis, because why would you let a Nazi speak? So we're in a slippery slope here, and
I appreciate that Mr. Exchange of Ideas went straight to ad hominem. This is not a lesbian shirt. I purchased it at Orvis. There happen to be lesbians who shop there, but I consider myself an ally, and it's a beautiful experience, and sometimes we shop together, so I don't necessarily know how that's relevant to my ideas. But let's talk about sort of cancel culture, because you said you want an exchange of ideas, but you also seem to have a problem, and I see this with a lot of people on the right. They get upset when the free market wins out, when there's a boycott, for example, and people get removed, or SNL is a recent example where this man hurled a bunch of anti-Asian racial epithets.
I can't believe a comedian said something mildly offensive. I'm trying.
So
to
you
work
think
through
that's
this with
acceptable?
my
What he said? I want to understand. Like, do you don't believe that NBC should have the right to monitor and control what goes out over their airwaves? Because that's the free market, right? They decided they didn't want this deplorable rhetoric.
Right. So, well, yeah. Well, NBC is welcome to do what they want. They're a private company, right? And if they don't want to work with this guy because of something he said in the past, then so be it. I certainly wouldn't want the government forcing NBC to keep this guy, if they didn't want to as a business decision. But that being said, comedians, I think you might occasionally work with this Steven Crowder guy. Do you know him?
No, I cut him a wide swath. Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, so he or other comedians, say Jerry Seinfeld or Dave Chappelle or some of these guys, what a comedian has to do, George Carlin would be a good example, Bill Hicks, what a comedian has to do is get as close to the line of what's acceptable as possible to push the limits of the way we think about things. And occasionally when you do that, you're going to cross the line. So whether the guy intentionally said something racist or not, or whether Michael Richards from Seinfeld years ago, whether he was trying to be funny when he said the N-word repeatedly, or whether he was being inherently racist. I mean, the point is, these people need to exist in a free society that's going to be a little messy, but I'll give you a good word for it. The gestalt of all of that is what makes ideas flourish, and that's the society I want to live in. So the companies can decide who they want to work with, and the people can decide what content they want to consume.
Well, you say that, but you've also been, along with many other members of the alt-right, on this crusade against big tech and social media, where you don't believe that they should have the right to control the speech in their platform, which effectively is like forcing them, or having the government force them, to amplify speech that they find hateful or disagree with. Why would you want to do that, for example, with a YouTube or a Twitter? Why don't they have the right, the same First Amendment rights, right? Corporations are people, to hear the, not Glenn Beck, the other Mormon, Mitt Romney, say it. Why is that okay? How is that consistent with your worldview?
Well, first off, Skylar, I do have to correct your premise here, because I've actually never called for any intervention. I've had discussions with people like Tucker Carlson, who does want some intervention now, and I've had people on the left, a guy like Eric Weinstein, who also wants some sort of intervention. My preference would be that the market can solve these things, and that's why I started my own tech company, and we're building out some technology to free creators. But the real issue here is, what are these companies? Are they platforms where everyone can be on there, and then as long as you're abiding by the terms of service, you can be on there and do whatever you want? Or are they publishers, like, CNN is a publisher of their content, or The Blaze is a publisher of some of this radical right-wing stuff that you've mentioned here.
Right.
And then they have different responsibilities. So if every time Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, if every time they censor someone, it happens to be someone on the right, then they've moved from being sort of an open platform to actually a publisher of content. And then there's different legal responsibilities. My preference would be to just keep putting stuff out there in a way that they would treat us all fairly. But if they're not going to do it, then I'll make some solutions for myself. So I think that's pretty consistent with the worldview that I've been espousing.
But have they ever argued that they're a platform? Because it seems to me the idea of fairness would be predicated on the idea that they are a public platform. Have they ever made that claim, or is that you copy pasting something there so that you have?
No, I'm fairly certain that even at congressional hearings, some of the bigwigs there have basically gone on the idea that they are platforms. Although then when they talk it out a little bit more, they start sounding like publishers. But that's sort of in the weeds kind of legal mumbo jumbo. What I would say more broadly is that if you are someone who creates content, whether it's political stuff or video game stuff, or you're a knitter or an unboxer or a vaping expert, you should be trying to figure out.
I didn't claim to be an expert. I didn't claim anything. And I also don't do political content. I consider myself a citizen of the world, of humanity, and we all have aligned interests if we're believing that we are all moving toward the same path to enlightenment. I think some of us are further along the path, but I don't know. I wouldn't consider that politics.
Fair. That's a totally fair point. Let's say you were into knitting lesbian shirts, whatever it might be. I would say that as long as
shirt, I got it.
It's a very lesbian shirt.
This one's sorry. This is Eddie Bauer. And I did go with my lesbian friend, but she doesn't shop at Eddie Bauer. She went to Orvis afterward. That's why I got confused, because this is what happens with radicalization. You threw that out, like lesbian shirt, and Dave Rubin, which, by the way, LGBT. Are you G or are you B?
I'm G.
Okay,
but I don't want any. I don't want any special credit for that. You can speak to me at normal speed, and you can use whatever pronouns you want. I'll be okay.
That's fine. But you threw out lesbian shirt, and you mean that as a joke. But then someone else, next thing you know.
No, I mean that very seriously. It's a very lesbian shirt.
All right, and we all think this is super fun. This is what we can expect from the alt-right, which is why they don't have any late night programs on main networks right now. But my girl Lily Singh now is out there at NBC, so good for her. But here's the thing: someone else takes that, they expand upon that, they take that as license to mistreat people who wear, quote unquote, the lesbian uniform. And then the next thing you know, I'm going to Eddie Bauer with my friend, and she's getting abused. A hate crime is committed, right? She just wants to go to Orvis and buy, but because Dave Rubin wanted to make a joke and thinks that needs to be protected, all of a sudden marginalized classes have to live in fear. And so this idea of free speech that you're defending, I don't know if you've ever heard this, it actually is anti-free speech because it intimidates the oppressed into silence.
Most of the lesbians I know are doing quite well. I don't know any oppressed lesbians. I know some pretty power. I'm in LA here. I know some pretty lipstick lesbians who are certainly not oppressed. But it's a fair point, and I really should think about that. I don't want to just look at someone in a flannel shirt and assume that they're a lesbian. You're right. I should work that through. I'm going to think about it.
It's also not.
Thank you.
It's also not flannel. It's a peak cotton. But let me ask you, where's the line then? I guess that you think is acceptable. You said there are very clear parameters as to what's allowed on sort of social media, what you can say as far as free speech. Is the line at calling a black person the N-word? Like I said, the F word earlier, using other like lispy queer, something like that, which we heard before, or racial pejoratives, referring to someone as Mexican. Everyone has a line. Where is yours? Where does it cross into the realm of being unacceptable?
Right. So first off, I would say that each of the platforms have their own terms of service, and they can decide wherever that line is. My personal line would be that if you are on one of these platforms, because they've become our new ways of communication, like, 40 years ago, you had the telephone and everyone had access to the telephone, regardless of what you were saying on the telephone, as long as you were a free citizen in the United States, right? So I would prefer that as long as you're not breaking any of the laws of the United States, that you could be on these platforms and be treated fairly. Now, the problem with that inherently is that you're going to get a lot of people that are going to say mean things. They are going to say the N word or the F word or the C word. Are there any other words that I have to say a letter for?
I prefer to not use any of the pejoratives. So I use descriptors, and I try to use them in a way that is not as stimulatory overloading as possible.
Yeah, so that would be, you'd really have the whole letter, the A word, the B word, the C word, the whole thing. Yeah. But in any event, I would prefer that all of these platforms, because they are the way we communicate in a modern world, that they let anyone on as long as they're not breaking the laws of the United States. Now, ironically, sometimes people in America or in Western countries get kicked off these platforms for not obeying the laws of Pakistan. So that's another problem. But
you're using an extreme example to make a point, Dave, and this is what you do. You act as though there's the United States and the founding father who had no idea that we had no idea that there would be iPhones and social media. You say, so we either have this Wild West, this completely sort of libertarian utopia in the United States, or Pakistan, right? I mean, what about all of the European countries or places like Canada that do have hate speech laws in place?
Yeah, those are. Have you been to any of those places? I've just been. I was on tour and I performed in Sweden and in Norway and in Ireland and the UK and a bunch of other countries. And they're very jealous actually of our First Amendment. If you listen to the lefties on Twitter, especially the blue check celebrities, they'll say, "Oh, I just got back from Europe, and in Europe, people were saying to me, what happened to the United States?" And it's just simply not true. I mean, I was there and people are absolutely jealous. They still look at the U.S. as a beacon of freedom. They look at our protections around speech and even around firearms and some other things as ways that the people can fight tyranny. So I'm for, it's very easy for the socialists of the day, the Bernie Sanders crew, to say that we should be more like Sweden. And Sweden, of course, is a very, very tiny country that was homogenous for many, many years, ethnically homogenous, that now is having all sorts of immigration problems, where we're a country that has brought in more people from more countries in the world than anywhere in the history of the world, and we've done it better than anybody. So I don't think there's a better place than this good old U.S. of A.
I want to make sure that I understand. So Sweden was great until the non-whites came in. Well, that's interesting. People can rewind that and rewatch that. Hopefully, nobody over there at Media Matters pulls that clip.
I look forward to the Media Matters people pulling that.
What about?
Can I just ask you something about
What?
Media Matters?
Yeah.
Every time Media Matters gets retweeted into my timeline, because I don't follow any of these fools. Media Matters is a non-profit organization, and they spend all day. They spend watching what scary people like this Ben Shapiro. Have you heard of this guy? This 4'8" fast talking Jew.
Oh yeah, I had him on the program, and it was. And I want you to hold that thought, but yes, I did have him on I do want to answer your question. I've heard of him, I had him on the show, and I've talked about this before as someone who, I'm not a member of a religion, but I'm a very spiritual person.
Yeah.
And when Ben Shapiro was on the show, it was like looking into the lifeless eyes of a doll. I truly felt spiritually disturbed, like I was in a struggle against evil.
I know Ben fairly well. I had coffee with him last week. I've never had that feeling about him, but that may have been you were doing it via Skype, and sometimes staring into that camera can be very soul sucking. You know, there's certain tribes out there that don't like having their picture taken because they feel it steals the soul. You may have a distant relative in a community like that.
Oh, well, it only took us 90 minutes to get to you bad-mouthing tribes, which we... You hear that? I hear the sound of a dog whistle. You mentioned you were Sweden, Ireland, UK. Where else did you perform?
Sweden. Well, we went to Canada, which is up north here in the United States. We went to about 100 stops here in America. Definitely went to a couple other countries. You know, we went to Denmark. That's another socialist utopia. That's what the lefties will tell you.
But I know there's no like South Africa or like Mozambique, Cleveland.
We did go to Cleveland, actually. We didn't get to South Africa. We did go to Australia, though. Yeah. And did you know this about Australia? They've got kangaroos just running in public. So you're just driving your car and a kangaroo, just like that.
Is that like another racial pejorative?
No, a literal kangaroo.
Really? I'll need to make sure I Urban Dictionary literal kangaroo, because I'm not always up. I don't, like you said, you don't follow Media Matters. I don't follow the neo-Nazis and the alt-right. Like, I don't have David Duke in my timeline. So I don't know what literal kangaroo means, but I mean, I can guess based on the way this conversation works.
Yeah, go on Urban Dictionary. I'm sure it's on there.
So let me ask you, you don't think that there would be any benefit in the United States to having European-style hate speech laws? And we're not talking about censoring speech. We're talking about speech that is hateful not being allowed in public discourse. You don't think that's not something you would be on board with in the United States?
Skylar, you're a well-intentioned guy, and I hear you, but you know the problem with that is who gets to decide what hate is, right? So your definition of hate might be a little more narrow than my definition of hate, and once we've given that power away to the government, the expansion of what hate is will basically keep growing until anything that is counter to whatever the current orthodoxy is, which in this case is usually some sort of postmodern leftist conflated lunacy, everyone will be afraid to say anything. So I would rather live in a society where somebody might say something you don't like. They might, and you got to buck up and keep trucking,
right,
man.
I would rather live in a society where we listen to the victims of perpetrated hate. It seems to me it's pretty easy to determine to listen to the people who are victims of hate speech, not the ones perpetrating hate speech.
Right. So if somebody said that you sexually assaulted them, but could provide no evidence, but said that they were a victim, would you defend them for that?
Well, I don't discuss that issue because that was put to rest from my sophomore year, and we don't need to talk about it anymore. But I do think that we should believe all women and investigate it. And unlike with, for example, right now, new allegations about Kavanaugh. Know that there needs to be impeachment, so there's an investigation because no one believes any of these victims, which I think is horrendous. And it sounds to me like you're doing the same thing as victim blaming as it relates to victims of hate speech, be it racial, be it sexual orientation, gender.
I'm kind of old school here, and I would say that you need evidence to actually prove something. And if you can provide evidence, then we can have a chat. But just saying something happened in and of itself is not enough, because they'll come for you, my friend. Even you, Skylar, who's obviously a very upstanding, very productive member of society and on the right side of all the issues. You care about other people and minorities, but even you, they might come after you.
I don't consider myself a productive member of society, but that's because I don't consider myself, as far as society has not been inclusionary with people like myself. I don't consider myself the benefactor of current societal norms. That's why I'm a citizen of the world and humanity. And my life is not determined by the parameters of the legal structures that be or oppressive structures that be. It's determined by my path to enlightenment. So I understand what you're saying, but no, I don't consider myself a productive member of society, and I'm actually rather proud of that fact.
I wish I had my vape. Some of that would have made more sense to me.
I don't think a vape is going to help you if you don't understand what I said. It was pretty simple in plain speak. I mean, I didn't quite go on some kind of a soliloquy like your friend there, your alt-right friend, Mr. Jordan Peterson. Peterson. But I thought it was straight to the point. I'll let the audience make up their own mind. Let me ask you this, though. The market will not solve the problem of radicalization on YouTube, right? This is something that's a real problem. There have been studies that have come out that have shown the alt-right and the alt-light, even though you sometimes say you're not alt-right, but you entertain a lot of these people from that community, people migrate from your community into those viewpoints. Do you not see that as a problem that as members of the human race, we should work toward fixing as opposed to relying on corporations to fix?
Well, this is where I'd say it's so great that we have a wonderful press, free press here in the United States, because wonderful newspapers like the New York Times, they cover stories like this. And you may have seen this about 2 months ago in the New York Times. They ran a story about radicalization right on the cover of the Sunday New York Times, radicalization to the alt-right by YouTubers, and they included
I was an unnamed source,
people like they included people like myself. They included people, I believe, like Steven Crowder, who I've mentioned a couple times. Again, shady character. They included people like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, and some real radicals like Milton Friedman and Phil DeFranco. I mean, it was a real list. And then at the end of the article, they tell you this story of a good liberal who sort of became alt-right. But then guess what? It's so great. He was saved by lefty YouTubers and then ended up as a progressive. So the important thing is that we have a good media that's going to watch and safeguard our freedoms and not throw people under the bus and try to destroy people and smear people. And even with Kavanaugh right now, the New York Times is doing such wonderful work. And it's so great that they're still out there doing it.
What do you mean by that? I assume you're being facetious, but it seems to me like if Kavanaugh forced his twigs and berries in the lady's hand, that should not be a person sitting on our Supreme Court.
Well, again, they're going to have to provide some sort of evidence, but that's not really what they're interested in doing. You might have picked up I was being a little sarcastic there. Yeah. You did get me.
Well, I wasn't entirely sure because I thought maybe you weren't familiar with the facts of the case. Interesting talking about radicalization. I see you, Mr. Dave Rubin, as a byproduct of that. I mean, you used to be with the Young Turks for a while. Then you said that you didn't leave the left left you, which I believe you copyrighted into a bumper sticker. And now you're all the way over at the Blaze. I don't even know how you could define yourself as a centrist anymore. But you certainly veered more and more far right. Do you not see yourself as the byproduct of radicalization? These people you've mentioned, the Ben Shapiros of the world, the intellectual dark web, like you have changed as a person, and that's alarming.
Well, Skylar, I would say I have a radical belief in human freedom. I believe that you, Skylar, know what to do with your life better than anyone else. I believe that if the government gets out of the way, that you can figure out what is best for you and your girlfriend or boyfriend or lesbian friend. I believe that you, within the community that you live, if you're given the opportunity to be free and the government doesn't take a lot from you and just makes sure that we aren't killing each other and stealing from each other, that is the best way for human flourishing. And the same would go for me or anyone else. Even that radical guy, Steven Crowder, who I keep mentioning, who's got pretty out there political beliefs. I want even someone as radical as him to live freely. So what I would say is if being for freedom is far right, then yes, I would say I'm a far right radical.
There you go. Far right radical. I appreciate it. We'll take that clip. I think that's important to note, though, that people are free, like you said, to talk about whatever it is they want to talk about, but then we have these ramifications. And it seems to me that people on the right don't like the ramifications, whether it's Dave Chappelle or Bill Burr or this recent SNL example, that they want there to be a balance on these networks or even social media, which just doesn't seem tenable with the position of believing in freedom. That's what I have a hard time understanding.
Well, we do have a certain imbalance of who can say what and when they can say it. So the SNL issue right now with the comedian, what's his name, by the way? I don't even know his name. Do you know his name off the top of your head?
Higgins.
Something Higgins.
Dustin
so he said something offensive to the Asian community, and SNL decided to fire him. But the idea that Saturday Night Live which once, by the way, was an edgy comedy institution, and I didn't even realize it was on. So when I thought, I started seeing all these tweets about SNL. I thought, my God, they're back after 20 years. It's sort of like SNL is sort of like the New York Times of comedy shows. It's done, but the name SNL, the name New York Times, they still remain. But the essence of what they once were are gone. But it's like, are you going to go through what every one of those edgy comics like Eddie Murphy said over the years, the brilliant comics, Chris Rock's, right? Are you going to go through what they said and find out, well, any of them said the N-word or said this or said that or said something offensive, and now we got to fire them? So again, NBC can do what they want. But once you start taking out the comics, it is a seriously dangerous situation. So that's why even a comedian like Steven Crowder, again, who I've mentioned here, who's a hate speech monger and tried to destroy the career of a wonderful young journalist from a fantastic lefty publication called Vox, which is just a bastion of truth and fighting the power.
It is. He did,
even Steven Crowder, I would be for him being able to say what he says. And he's as bad as it gets, but I'll defend him. I will.
Well, after this interview, maybe someone might be knocking him off the ledger. You did say you do believe it's the government's job to at least prevent people from killing each other. You said make sure that people aren't committing violence. But it seems to me, if I've come through your talks quite effectively, that you do acknowledge, I think you try to do so with an Islamophobic rant, that the Quran, some people use it to inspire violence. Words can cause violence, right? So you acknowledge that. So isn't that within the purview of government regulation? Because words can lead to violence, and that's really where the conversation is taking place.
Well, it is true that words can lead to violence, in that anyone could hear anyone speak and construe any thought in some way that perhaps it was intended or perhaps not. But we do have laws against a direct call to violence. But I would say that any religious text, whether it's the Old Testament or the New Testament or the Quran or anything else, is worthy of criticism, is worthy of looking at with a skeptical eye. And it's not, and criticizing a set of ideas, because a religion, as I'm sure you're well aware as a pagan, a religion is just a set of ideas that are worthy of criticism. And if you want to follow the words in that text, that's fine too. But a set of ideas is also a political platform or anything else. A set of ideas is what governs our ability to play sports. There are certain rules, and you should be able to be critical of any of those things. What you don't want to be is bigoted towards people. So I would never say, oh, there's 10 Muslim people over there, they all must think the same thing. What I would want to do is talk to them like I would talk to any other person and say, oh, you have one set of ideas, you have another set of ideas.
But some people do, is my point. Some people would make that generalization, and you are defending their right to make that generalization on what you have referred to. I'm not sure that Facebook or YouTube has asked for this. I'll have to fact check it. A public forum, a public platform. You are defending their right to say that, which can lead to violence. And that's my point, especially as someone from a marginalized community. I mean, we don't need to go back that far to see what was happening to the G's and the LGBTQ.
Yeah. When you say marginalized, oh, so you're talking about gay. I thought, because I'm a lefty, I write with my left hand. That's what I thought you were talking about. We die a couple of years earlier than you people, which is how we refer to you, by the way, you people.
Left-handed people die earlier?
Yeah, we die a couple of years earlier because, the whole world is a righty world. So we crash into walls more often. The scissors, it's a lot.
Yeah, well, I would think you probably even out because you're short. So taller people die younger.
5'11" and a half, and if I'm on vacation, really rested, I'm a good 6 foot.
Well, you know what? That's something that everyone from 5'9" to 6 foot like to claim the 6 foot margin. But again, let's hand that to you. I don't want to get off in the weeds here. I want to help unpack this as you've talked about. But this is important. If you may not do that, some people will. Some people will attack or use their words to encourage violence against marginalized communities. And I do wonder, as someone who benefited from, is a benefactor from progressive ideas, like gay marriage, why it is now that you want to close that door behind you for other marginalized classes.
Well, what I would say is that when you're talking about progressive ideas, I think what you're really talking about are equal rights. And equal rights is a core tenet of classical liberalism and conservatism, in that I want everyone, and this is a radical idea, so you're going to have to kind of sit in this one. I want every member of society, so let's talk about this from an American perspective, to have the exact same laws govern them. I don't want any special treatment for anyone based on your gender or your sexuality or the color of your skin or your religion. I want us all to be treated exactly the same. Now, I can't force private people to use the pronouns you want. I can't force a private company to hire you or not hire you. I can't make sure that there's no bigotry or racism because it's part of the human condition. But what I can do is fight for true equality, which just means that we're all treated equally. Then it's going to take hard work. It's going to take a little luck. It's going to take your family and community connections. But that's the beauty of life in a free Western society. It's like, it's not exactly even all the time, but at least the rules are even. So I will always fight for equal rules for everybody.
I don't agree with what you said. It's part of the human condition. I disagree vehemently. I think it's part of societal conditioning, which is also why I don't agree with the precepts of gender and the gender binary. And that's why I don't consider myself a member of society. I consider myself a member of the human race, right? A global citizen, because I don't believe that humans are bigoted. I don't believe that's a part of the human condition. I believe particularly it's a part of the conditioning in Western society. And I should clarify, I say pagan for the layman to understand. I'm a LaVeyan Satanist. Really, it's a lapsed LaVeyan Satanist, if you want to use a term, which is effectively an absence of beliefs, but a rejection of the classical Christian power structures that be. So we're not sitting there with an altar at Bohemian Grove. We actually simply don't believe in the archetype of God as it's been sort of preached. That's well. Yeah.
The beauty of what you're saying there, of course, Skylar, is that I believe that you strike me as a very moral, decent person. And at a micro level, of course, one can have no particular set of beliefs and still live a moral life. But the question is, well, not even a moral life, just a decent human life that's set up for other people to flourish as well. The question is, at a macro level, at a societal level, can the set of ideas that you just laid out maximize human flourishing? And would we ever be able to believe in the same things so that we could build a society that could withstand the forces of barbarism and totalitarianism and authoritarianism? That's the question, my friend. I hope you'll ponder that one a little bit.
Well, it sounds to me there like you're advocating collectivism when you're talking. It does take a village. And I would say this as far as it relates to society. And I understand what you're first off, let me ask you this before we go, 2 questions. What is what are you doing with the Blaze? What's the programming there? It's at blazetv.com/Dave. We do have to go in a moment.
Yeah, well, it's blazetv.com/Dave, and you'll get a 48-hour window on the new episodes of the Rubin Report. And it was a way of me securing all my digital properties because the radicals are coming for all of us. And I know we may differ on where the radicals are, but yeah, I've always found you to be respectful and decent, and hopefully you can spread that amongst some of your comrades.
I will do my best. And I would say the same about you if you didn't go straight to the lesbian shirt and trashing our sponsors, like with Orvis or Eddie Bauer. But I would like to ask you this, as you mentioned, society sort of collectively, if we can agree to the same values, and then I'll express my view. But this is collectivism that you're advocating. What would you like to see? How would you like to see society go forward? Since I know you've railed against deplatforming, cancel culture, how would you like to see the current state of our discourse improved? What would you change about quote unquote cancel culture? And how would that look?
Yeah, well, just to be clear, Skylar, I am not advocating for collectivism. I'm advocating for what the founders wanted, which is that we have God-given rights that the government is there to protect. The government doesn't give us rights. It can protect those God-given rights. And then those rights are laid out in the Constitution and in the Bill of Rights. What I'd like to see going forward is more people, more good, decent progressives like yourself willing to talk about these issues. Clearly, the vape is helping you sort of take a more open approach to this. And I think what's happened, unfortunately, is that most progressive these days, they believe that they in and of themselves, that their own mind knows exactly what's right, and that everything that came before them was bigoted and racist and awful, and they're going to have to hate their grandparents, and they're going to have to hate Barack Obama one day because he ran against gay marriage the first time, and a whole bunch of other things. So I hope that the progressives will take a moment and pull us back from the ledge, because I believe that most people that live here in these United States of America are pretty decent. And by the way, my dog Emma, who's been here this whole time, she's been very quiet. She agrees with me too. It's not such a terrible place here, good old US of A.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you bringing Emma into the conversation. I did realize after our last couple of conversations here on Devil's Advocate that we do need more equal representation of our sisters, of course, in the good fight right now. I would say this.
Emma identifies as a cat, by the way.
Well, I think that's very cute, and I appreciate you trying to make a joke there about a very serious situation where we have transgenders being afflicted and attempting suicide in record numbers, but I'm glad that that's fodder for a joke. Maybe you can audition for SNL soon. I will say this.
Calm down there.
I will say this. I understand your view, and you don't think it's collectivism. I do believe that it is collectivism as far as a fundamental value of society. You invoked Yahweh, you invoked God, you invoked a bunch of white racist slave owners and the founding fathers. I would say this. I believe that society, and I believe that the human race is fluid. I believe that we can change who we are. I believe that together in one love, in the spirit of one love, we can change how we interact with each other. And so as it relates to society and its fluidity, I won't invoke those people, but I will invoke the wonderful master, Bruce Lee. Be water, my friends. Thank you very much, Dave Rubin. I appreciate you taking the time. And, listen, I'll send you a peak cotton shirt when we're done with this, and don't knock it till you.
Can I just, since you used a quote there, can I just throw in one quote that I like that I think might help you a little bit?
No, I don't like
this. I'm just going to throw it in here. This is from an incredible leader throughout time. This is from Optimus Prime, who was the leader of the Autobots, who, of course, were fighting Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave, the Decepticons. Optimus Prime said, "Freedom is the right of all sentient beings." Think about that, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Bruce Lee because he was a sentient being and not a giant robot in a Michael Bay film. If you enjoyed this installment of Devil's Advocate, please click one of these boxes. You can see the other installments with Ben Shapiro, with Jordan Peterson and other folks who we've had on this program. And I use the term folks very lightly. And I want to clarify that there's nothing lesbian about this shirt, and we value and respect the wonderful and elegant same-sex attracted wonderful women and Z's of our community. And this, as much as it's mocked, I do advocate for CBD for people out there who do have conditions like Lyme or self-diagnosed ulcerative colitis, which is not an affliction to make light of.
A competência e o valor do nosso trabalho como primeiro valor de medida da nossa qualidade. Portanto, nós, ao colocarmos as cotas étnicas e raciais, estamos a tirar a oportunidade. E atenção, a medida que o Bloco de Esquerda quer implementar, a discriminação positiva, não é para todas as minorias. É para indivíduos de raça negra e ciganos. Portanto, os chineses não contabilizam. São tantos, portanto, também não importa, não é?
Não acredito.
Portanto, os alunos brancos, vamos supor, os alunos brancos e chineses que querem ir para um determinado curso e têm a média de 15 e 16, não poderão ir porque alunos ciganos e negros com médias de 13 e 14 querem ir para esse curso. Meus amigos, para tirar boas notas só é preciso duas coisas: trabalho e predisposição para trabalhar. Mais nada.
E menos noitadas, menos queima de fitas, tipo é por aí, menos essas coisas, e mais de um lado e menos do outro. Mas como vamos ter cotas, então sempre dá para ali dividir a coisa, estás a ver? Tira-se um 10, um 11 ali, vai-se para a queima das fitas até às tantas e pumba, entramos no sistema porque somos coitadinhos. Não é?
E depois confunde-se esta temática das quotas étnicas e raciais como uma questão de igualdade de oportunidades. Não, isto é tudo menos igualdade de oportunidades. Isto é igualdade de outcome. Ou seja, nós estamos a igualitar aquilo que vem da igualdade de oportunidades. E isso é extremamente errado. Porque aí, se nós somos todos iguais, independentemente do nosso trabalho que provém da igualdade de oportunidades, nós não temos um regime liberal. Nós temos um regime comunista.
Não há muito tempo, não sei se tens andado distraído, mas isso tem sido assim.
Está cada vez mais.
o Jordan Peterson, ele fala justamente sobre isso, que no caso a esquerda, ela quer uma igualdade de resultado, enquanto que a direita, ela quer uma igualdade de oportunidades. Uma coisa é o seguinte, o sujeito, ele quer estudar, né? Ele é estudioso, ele é aplicado, por que não dar uma oportunidade para ele? Por que não dar uma oportunidade de trabalho para ele? Isso é uma coisa. Outra coisa é o sujeito ser colocado lá num curso superior qualquer, né? Por um critério ridículo como esse, né? Da cor da pele, por exemplo.
Completamente.
Acho que nós temos de deixar aqui claro às pessoas que há só um objetivo nisto. É uma luta de classes, que o David falou, e nós temos que reforçar. Os socialistas sempre fizeram lutas de classes. Só quando o povo não está unido, só quando o povo está uns contra os outros, só quando há uma divisão de pensamento, de classe, de toda a porcaria, é que o Estado tem uma estrutura mais facilitada para envergar como uma solução. Portanto, o Estado cria o problema e o Estado vai ser a solução automaticamente. Esta é, basicamente, a luta de classes tão, digamos, cerrada e tão... seria a solução premeditada de tudo, do nosso querido e fofo Karl Marx, não é? Muitos dizem que nós não entendemos Karl Marx e que estamos a deturpar os seus pensamentos filosóficos. Eu não sei se estou a ver bem a cena, mas reparem nisto. Quando nós passamos numa primeira fase, eu acho que já repeti esta merda centenas de vezes, mas puta que pariu, tenho que repetir outra vez. Quando nós entramos numa primeira fase, nós tínhamos os comunas a lutar pelos proletariados. Luta de classes dentro da indústria. Porque eram explorados, porque o capitalista, opressor, fascista, nazi, hetero, dono do capital, explorava, tudo isso. Pronto. Ok. Depois percebemos que afinal não era bem assim. Mas também temos que dar aqui um bocadinho o braço a torcer, que algumas destas lutas de classes serviram também para tirar um bocadinho o fogo do chamado, e eu vou passar a palavra ao Gonçalo, que é que eu comente isto que eu vou dizer. Se tiveres que dizer que eu sou um burro completo e que isto é mentira, podes dizer. Algumas dessas lutas de classes também deu para fermentar um bocadinho a solução do chamado capitalismo selvagem, que era praticado na Revolução Industrial. Mas nós podemos ver que, a seu tempo, a luta dos proletariados falhou completamente. Portanto, já estamos numa nova luta, que é a luta social, esta aqui está a ter mais sucesso. Em relação à primeira fase do comunismo-marxismo, que falhou pela luta da indústria, pela divisão de classes na indústria, ela falhou porque o capital mostrou-se mais forte, Gonçalo, ou porque Karl Marx fez as contas mal de cabeça? Afinal não era o capitalismo.
Eu tenho uma opinião que é, muitas das vezes as pessoas com as nossas ideologias odeiam o Karl Marx e acham que ele é o culpado disto tudo, e também é o culpado disto tudo, não é? Desta ideologia má, porque é má. A questão é que o Karl Marx, quando pensou neste modelo social e económico, ele não sabia ainda das consequências nefastas que as ideias dele poderiam ter, né, a nível prático. Portanto, as pessoas que hoje em dia já passaram e já leram sobre as consequências nefastas das ideias de Marx são piores do que Marx, porque já sabem a tragédia que isso pode trazer e mesmo assim acreditam nisso. Na igualdade, na miséria. Agora, no que tu estavas a dizer está completamente certo. A certa medida...
Espera aí. Então, o que é que temos a dizer sobre o pensamento da abolição total da instituição família? Ele sabe o que é que está a fazer nesse tipo de pensamento.
Certo. Mas repara, eu digo que é mau. A ideologia é má. A questão é que
mas ele no Capital não sabia que a ideologia poderia falhar desta... Eu acredito que até tenha ali um pouco de inocência de ele querer melhorar o mundo de forma a não usar o capitalismo.
É nisso que eu me refiro. Apenas.
Mas ele, quando viu que falhou, ou quando viu parte do seu falhanço, porque ninguém apoiava Karl Marx na altura, não tínhamos ninguém
Mas a questão é essa, o apoio veio depois só. O regime comunista...
Mas ele fechou a porta com a família. Então, ele queria atingir um objetivo. Há aí qualquer coisa mesmo de negativo no pensamento desde a origem.
Sim, claro, mas a questão não é essa. O que eu me estou a referir é na parte económica mesmo. Porque na parte social nós não podemos estragar, digamos assim, o pêndulo que uniu e fez da sociedade ocidental aquilo que ela é hoje, com defeitos, mas a melhor do mundo. O que eu me refiro mesmo é na parte económica e na parte de qualidade de vida que deriva da questão económica. Porque eu acredito até que as intenções poderiam ser boas. Agora, se eu me identifico com as ideias a nível económico e social, não. A questão é que as pessoas hoje em dia que acreditam em Karl Marx e nas suas ideologias são piores do que Karl Marx. Porque já viram a tragédia que essas ideologias passaram, tanto na União Soviética, tanto na China, em Cuba, e mesmo assim apoiam. Porque é quase como se fosse um perímetro de benevolência que essas pessoas têm do género. Se eu estivesse no lugar dos grandes ditadores comunistas, eu não faria aquilo que eles fizeram, porque na minha bondade extrema eu conseguiria fazer algo muito melhor. Isso é algo extremamente egoísta. E na questão que tu estavas a referir, na questão económica, que foi graças também a isso que o capitalismo se rejuvenesceu. Eu gosto de chamar a isso a zombificação capitalista. É um termo assim engraçado.
Isso é teu?
Vem mais com a crise de 29, curiosamente poucos anos depois da instauração do regime comunista pela primeira vez em 1917, com Lenin na União Soviética. Porque nós aí tínhamos o capitalismo ao seu auge, a economia sempre a aquecer, sempre a bombar, o foco era a produção e não propriamente a venda. A partir da crise de 29, nós reformulámos o capitalismo, talvez não tão liberal, nós passámos a ter políticas keynesianistas, foi isso que salvou o capitalismo, entre aspas. Foi um virar à esquerda, digamos assim, do capitalismo, não extrema-esquerda, como é óbvio, mas que se calhar foi necessário para termos aqui um equilíbrio para que hoje a direita possa ser sustentável como é, muito mais do que a esquerda.
Como é que tu idealizas? Vou-te dar uma pedra. Vou-te dar uma pedra para tu idealizares. Como é que seria uma ditadura dos proletariados?
Como é que seria uma ditadura? Mas calma, se eu fosse o ditador...
Sei lá, o caralho. Imagina que é um ditador... Sim. Como é que seria idealizado? É que nós vivemos numa ditadura na mesma de capital, que é o pensamento que passa sempre à esquerda. Até nestes últimos debates que foram feitos aqui nas eleições, nós tivemos um bocadinho a ideia de que a nossa esquerda quer entrar sempre na parte social, que eles é que são sociais, nós vamos ajudar os pobres e resolver a pobreza.
Enganar os burros.
E depois vêm os supostos direitistas, como o CDS e o próprio PSD, que vêm defender e vêm o capital. Eu pergunto a ti, como liberal fascista, dentro naquele pensamento mais económico, como seria uma ditadura do proletariado?
Ou seja,
uma ditadura liberal fascista dos proletariados, basicamente.
Na minha
aqui o Flávio.
Ok. Uma ditadura... Olha, muito bem, uma nomenclatura fantástica. Uma ditadura liberal fascista dos proletariados. Pronto, se eu fosse primeiro-ministro deste meu querido país, o que é que eu faria se fosse ditador? Portanto, a primeira coisa era uma redução de impostos para estimular a iniciativa privada, que falta muito neste país. Até porque, se nós formos a ver os escândalos da intervenção do Estado, que houve há pouco tempo, nós vimos que isto é uma bandalheira total, porque com as privatizações que houve no tempo do Passos Coelho, nós deveríamos ter os preços dos ramos que foram privatizados a baixar. E isso não está a acontecer porquê?
Pois não.
Porque está a acontecer aquilo que não pode acontecer, que são os mercados de oligopólio, em que existem 2, 3, 4 grandes unidades de produção, em que entre elas discutem o preço. E assim quem fica a ganhar, através da lei da concorrência, não é o consumidor, mas sim as próprias empresas. Portanto, isto aqui é alguma coisa que está mal. E o Estado tem mão nisso. Tem mão nisso, porque apesar da privatização, continua a ter influência nos negócios que são feitos nesse mercado de oligopólio. Portanto, a primeira questão era...
acontece, por exemplo, nas telecomunicações.
Exato. A primeira questão era acabar com isso. Privatização dos ramos que foram privatizados previamente a 100%. A 100%. E privatizava também a RTP, porque acho que não faz sentido hoje em dia com o YouTube, com a Netflix, com não sei quantos canais privados e televisão por cabo, não faz sentido andarmos a pagar impostos para um canal de estação pública que, pá, por amor de Deus, daqui a 20 anos já ninguém vai ver.
O Gonçalo é o Paulo Guedes do Brasil. O Gonçalo é o Paulo Guedes. Privatiza tudo.
Então, mas eu também sou a favor. Tudo que ele falou até agora aqui, eu concordo.
Pronto, privatiza até as palavras. Volta para cá.
Já tenho um voto do David.
Eu só sou contrário a privatizar certas coisas, às vezes, da pesquisa, ou fundações que produzem medicamentos ou algo do tipo, quando elas são produtivas. Por exemplo, no Brasil nós temos a Fundação Oswaldo Cruz. Eles produzem medicamentos, vacinas e coisas que, se fossem feitas as importações e tudo mais, seria muito mais caro. Então, como eles são eficientes no que eles fazem, aí eu sou a favor que mantenha essa estatal. Mas a maioria das coisas eu sou a favor dele, igual ele falou aí. E aquele velho problema de você transferir um monopólio estatal para um privado. O monopólio privado, ele vai ser mais eficiente que o estatal, né? Mas ainda assim muito ruim.
Exato.
Continua,
Exato.
Gonçalo.
Depois, a nível, isto já referi a nível económico, era a principal medida que iria existir. Depois, provavelmente, uma redução também de outros impostos, que requeria também um estudo mais afincado da minha parte, mas possivelmente me focaria na redução dos impostos indiretos, porque neste momento foram aqueles que sofreram maior aumento. E como nós sabemos, impostos indiretos são aqueles que são impostos regressivos, ou seja, independentemente do nosso rendimento, afetam de igual forma o rendimento das pessoas, ou seja, classe média e classe baixa são aqueles que são mais afetados. Por exemplo, o IVA é um imposto indireto e corta 23% do rendimento através da compra de um produto a toda a gente, independentemente se ganhes 5.000 ou 1.000 euros. Pronto, isso eram as principais questões económicas. Depois, a nível social, acabava com esta lenga-lenga da ideologia de género. As pessoas podem falar abertamente sobre isso, podem ter as suas opiniões, mas não deve ser incentivado nas escolas a ideologia de género. Cada um deve pensar pela sua própria cabeça e não influenciado nem pelo Estado, nem pela iniciativa privada. Isto aqui é uma questão mesmo individualista. A nível social, o que eu faria, ou melhor, ainda não pensei sobre os meios que teria para fazer com que chegasse ao fim que vou dizer agora, mas muito provavelmente iria construir meios a que tanto as populações mais jovens como as populações da minha idade, da vossa idade, começassem a dar mais valor àquilo que é a família. Porque
estás a tentar conquistar o voto conservador. Tu estás a tentar conquistar o voto conservador. Estou a ver, seu fascista liberal.
Um gajo vai buscar os dois lados. Não, mas é verdade. É verdade, porque, por amor de Deus, vamos ser sinceros. Se nós compararmos as famílias na sociedade ocidental com as famílias que existem, por exemplo, na sociedade do Médio Oriente, a sustentabilidade da família ocidental é superior. Pá, vamos ser sinceros.
Então deixa-me fazer-te uma pergunta difícil.
Faz. Estou pronto para isso. Pá. Vamos lá.
E depois vou passar a palavra ao Gonçalo, não, ao David.
Ao David.
Se a base de sustento desta civilização ocidental é essencial para que ela sobreviva, então o que é que tu fazias nas escolas com a disciplina ou com os princípios cristãos?
Refere-te à disciplina de... Refere-te à disciplina de religião e moral.
Não propriamente, como tu és um fascista, podes inventar uma disciplina. Como é que tu no cristianismo encaixavas? Não encaixavas? O David está a rir, parece um tolo. Ele parece que já está a vir a ditadura a funcionar.
Não, eu sou sincero. Eu não colocava a disciplina de religião e moral obrigatória, colocava como optativa, mas no ensino básico, ou seja, do 1º ao 4º ano, teria que ser ensinado, talvez no 1º ano, coisas básicas acerca da religião. Não sei o quê, porque ainda não fiz esse estudo. Faria-me candidatar. Tenho que esperar para aí 15 anos, porque acho que só me posso candidatar depois dos 35, portanto, até 2034 tenho tempo. Mas acho que era importante incutirmos qualquer coisa no ensino básico. E atenção, eu sou agnóstico. Eu sou agnóstico. Mas reconheço um valor... O
agnóstico é um gajo que já foi ateu, mas que já está a caminhar para o outro lado. Basicamente é isso.
É bem assim. Mas pronto.
Bom, David.
Mas reconheço a importância ao cristianismo naquilo que é a nossa sociedade. E esses eram os dois grandes fatores. A nível, por exemplo, porque como sou liberal, mas apoio causas conservadoras, eu sou a favor do casamento gay, a nível civil, que já é legal. A nível da igreja, a igreja é uma instituição privada, digamos assim, portanto eu vou deixar a decisão à igreja, porque é uma instituição privada, portanto a igreja tem que decidir, deixa essa decisão à igreja se casamento de homossexuais ou não.
E adoção homossexual?
Diz.
Aborto e adoção homossexual. Como é que seria a tua ditadura? Obrigavas toda a gente a abortar?
Diz. Não ouvi, desculpa. Eu só ouvi, obrigavas toda a gente a abortar, não ouvi antes.
Em relação às agendas, não, às tuas decisões sobre o aborto e sobre as... desculpa, perdi-me. Estava a ler aqui uma merda do caralho nos comentários, a sério, às vezes eu não sei. Devem bater os cornos assim numa árvore e depois... deixa-me ver a live, toca a volta. O que é que fazias em relação a essas questões do aborto e da adoção por...
casais do mesmo sexo?
Sim.
Ok. Relativamente aos casais do mesmo sexo, acho que poderia ser legal a adoção por parte de casais do mesmo sexo. No entanto, teria de haver uma fiscalização forte, quer a nível das condições financeiras do casal, mas principalmente a nível das condições anímicas e de estabilidade do próprio casal. Nessa medida sou a favor com a devida regularização. A nível do aborto, talvez é a questão mais complicada a nível empírico da minha parte, porque ainda não tenho uma opinião formada e é um assunto que penso há muito tempo, porque é mesmo complicado. Nós, neste tipo de questão, devemos pensar se tudo... Moralmente, é claro que o aborto é errado. Moralmente, é claro, e eticamente o aborto é errado, sem dúvida nenhuma. Mas nós devemos questionar-nos se tudo o que é errado deve ser ilegal, nesse parâmetro. Porque há muitas mais situações divergentes e adjacentes a esse tipo de fatores. De modo que ainda não tinha uma opinião ainda formada relativamente a esse tema.
Então ainda não sabes o que fazer ao conjunto de células formadas dentro do útero da mulher, não é? Pronto,
não concordo com o conjunto de células, mas...
Começas então bem. Começas num bom sentido. David, como seria a tua ditadura em relação à ditadura do Gonçalo?
Então, eu preferia que fosse um Estado laico ou secular, não necessariamente com princípio religioso, mas, ao mesmo tempo, né, que houvesse um espírito cívico comum. Por mais que as pessoas ali... Sim?
Como é que tu farias uma coisa dessas?
Então, basicamente...
Sem o princípio do cristianismo, como é que tu fazes isso?
Então, o princípio do cristianismo, ele há, independentemente se o Estado ele é ou não religioso. Por quê? Porque é uma coisa que vem antes das ordens espontâneas das pessoas, das comunidades sociais, entende? Então, isso acaba moldando um pouco das leis do Estado. Né? Uma coisa de baixo para cima, não de cima para baixo. Agora, o que acontece? No caso da educação, aí eu já sou um pouco mais cético. Por que eu acho que é complicado você criar uma disciplina de moral e ética na escola, uma coisa geral? Porque é aquela velha história, se você criar uma disciplina de religião ali cristã, hoje você vai estar dando ali um poder ao Estado. Amanhã, quando um político ruim estiver no poder, seja um esquerdista ou algo do tipo, ele pode pegar essa disciplina e mudá-la para a sua conveniência.
Então, mas isto é uma ditadura, não há aqui outros candidatos.
Não, sim, eu estava mostrando um modelo, né? Um modelo. Porque, por exemplo, no caso do Brasil, o regime militar. No regime militar, eles criaram a educação moral e cívica nas escolas. E até o Lobão, né, embora seja um traidor hoje, né, mas enfim, o Lobão na época, ele falava que a disciplina moral e cívica nas escolas públicas do Brasil, elas estavam sendo utilizadas por professores para tocar músicas do Chico Buarque, um esquerdista.
Olha, mas tu tens a Constituição, podias alterá-la. Até porque
não,
o Brasil
aí é um ponto.
Tem uma Constituição nova.
Aí é um ponto. Agora, sim, a questão do aborto, né? Aí eu já sou radicalmente contra. Eu só sou a favor do aborto no caso em que a gravidez coloca a vida da mulher em risco. Certo. Esse é um caso que aí eu até aceito uma discussãozinha. Mas, assim, fora disso, eu acho que até nos casos de mulheres violadas, não. Mas aí eu acho que é o seguinte, no caso da mulher violada, como o Estado falhou na segurança dela e ela foi violada por isso, então que ela tenha toda uma assistência do Estado para gerar o filho e depois que ele vá para doação, e o Estado assuma essa conta. No caso, todos nós. Agora, dar também, né, o aborto para a mulher que foi violada, eu não acho correto, porque o que eu acho é que nós precisamos punir o estuprador, né, o violador. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, o inocente não pode ser, né, punido, né, ainda mais com a pena de morte, que é a coisa pior que tem para um inocente.
Ok, David. E em relação aos pontos económicos? Até o Gonçalo...
É uma sociedade, né, de livre mercado, ampla concorrência, regulamentações para proibir monopólios ou coisas do tipo, né? É lógico, se fosse fazer uma transição daquilo que nós temos hoje em Portugal ou Brasil para um sistema desse, ia demorar um certo tempo, porque se você também abre mercados hoje, é igual a União Europeia, essa guerra com a Amazônia tem a ver com isso, entendeu? Esse acordo de livre comércio com a União Europeia vai haver o quê, né? No longo prazo, zero impostos para coisas que o Brasil vende para a Europa ou que a Europa vende para o Brasil, zero impostos. E aí o que acontece? Naquilo que cada um desses países dos acordos é produtivo, eles vão ter vantagens. A começar pela disparidade do câmbio, né? €1 vale R$4, um exemplo. R$4, 3 e pouco. Então aí já há, né, uma disparidade. Então é onde os produtores do agronegócio francês estão já reclamando. E basicamente a polêmica do Macron é essa, né? O Macron está atuando como representante do sindicato deles.
O Macron que se foda.
Então, assim,
em relação às medidas económicas, acho que nós não temos muito nenhuma disparidade com o Gonçalo, pelo menos nesse aspecto.
Isso.
Já estivemos aqui já saímos muito do tema aqui na brincadeira uns com os outros. Isto foi uma conversa a descontrairmos um bocado, até a falar de algumas coisas que podem ser interessantes. Vamos falar um bocadinho mesmo do assunto em si. David, eu às vezes vou pedindo a tua intervenção naquilo que podes ajudar em relação, está bem? Gonçalo, agora um bocadinho mais focado nas eleições. Antes de falar aqui com o Gonçalo, eu quero fazer uma pergunta para os comentários e quero que vocês me respondam se sim, se não. Basta só meter sim ou não. Já sabem em quem vão votar? Sim ou não? Ok? À medida que forem respondendo, nós vamos comentando aqui. Viste alguns debates, Gonçalo? Ou tens alguma ideia do resumo dos debates? Porque é muita merda para se ver numa semana só.
Sim, não. Eu vi alguns debates, vi algumas partes de alguns debates, confesso que não vi todos, porque a vida também é ocupada, mas vi grande parte do debate entre o António Costa e o André Silva, vi também do Rio com o António Costa, vi o debate também da Catarina Martins com a Assunção Cristas, muito pouco esse, e foram esses mais que eu vi.
Ok. Que conclusões tiras? Para ti qual foi o melhor, qual foi o pior? Se consegues tirar uma ideia disso, ou daquilo pelo menos que tu viste, quais foram os melhores, os piores?
Honestamente, acho que em termos de confronto de ideias, o pior foi o do PS com o PAN. Mas completamente. Isto porquê?
Não vi esse.
Porque, e eu explico porquê. O debate do PS com o PAN parece que era um debate feito já. O António Costa sabia perfeitamente, parecia que sabia, vai-se lá saber porquê, daquilo que se iria falar do lado do André Silva, do PAN.
Parece que trocaram e-mails com perguntas e respostas.
Quase. Parecia que estava encomendado o debate, tanto de um lado como do outro, tanto que o António Costa nem esteve ao ataque. Portanto, muito honestamente, se houver uma coligação do PS, não me surpreenderia nada que o PAN lá estivesse. Tanto que o debate girou toda à volta do ambiente, com problemas sociais, políticos e económicos. Falámos 30 e tal minutos num debate para as eleições legislativas sobre o ambiente. É importante, claro, mas meia hora num debate em televisão. E já para falar, criticar também, não sei quem é que gera os tempos dos debates, não sei se é a ERC, a Entidade Reguladora da Comunicação, não sei se são as próprias instituições, os órgãos de comunicação social, mas, por amor de Deus, meia hora não serve para nada. O debate que teve mais tempo foi do Rui Rio com o António Costa ontem. E teve 1 hora e pouco, salvo erro,
e poucos minutos.
Mais ou menos assim. E houve tempo para falar abertamente e profundamente de vários temas. E meus amigos, é assim, se é para termos debates, vamos ter debates de qualidade como houve ontem. 1 hora e um quarto onde se fala de tudo o que é para ser falado, sem pressas nenhumas. Porque até no início das transmissões, quando a Clara de Sousa começa a falar, portanto não vejo grande pica. Relativamente ao debate de ontem do Rui Rio com o António Costa, é assim, estava à espera que o Rui Rio tivesse pior. Eu não sou muito apologista do Rui Rio como líder como presidente do PSD. A política é demasiado centrista, pouco à direita para aquilo que um PSD a sério tem que ser. e portanto não sou muito apologista. No entanto, acho que ele...
Qual seria um bom líder para ti? Pergunta rápida. Qual seria um bom
líder? Simpatizo bastante com o Luís Montenegro e com o Carlos Moedas.
Ok. Fizeram uma pergunta na semana passada idêntica. Ok. Continua.
Se bem que já ouvi bastantes pessoas a dizerem que o Passos Coelho vai voltar, mas...
Pá, isso é que é.
Também não,
eu não acredito muito.
Também simpatizo. Agora, ia falar... ok. Acho que o Rui Rio, sinceramente, estava à espera que ele tivesse pior, mas também não acho que esteve bem, mas sinceramente acho que o António Costa esteve ligeiramente superior. Também já ia mais tranquilo para o debate, tendo em conta que a questão do António Costa é só saber se ganha com maioria ou não. Portanto, logo aí isso é um fator importante. Acho que o Rui Rio cometeu algumas gafes quando ele, por exemplo, refere num ataque que faz à política do PS na última legislatura, quando diz que tudo bem que a percentagem da dívida diminuiu, mas a dívida absoluta aumentou. Meus amigos, o que importa realmente é percebermos se a percentagem da dívida diminui. E aí o PS esteve bem, independentemente de aumentar brutalmente os impostos indiretos. Então o ataque devia ter sido feito logo a seguir a isso, é através dos impostos indiretos, não que a dívida pública absoluta aumentou, porque isso é indiferente. A dívida absoluta, vamos imaginar, não sei qual é o número, mas a dívida absoluta alemã é certamente superior que a portuguesa, mas o déficit pode ser inferior. Isso não importa nada. É aquela velha lenga-lenga do Sócrates, que apesar de tudo, pronto, dizia a dívida não se paga, a dívida gera-se. Nesta medida que o que importa ver é a percentagem e não o seu valor absoluto. Porque é em percentagem do PIB, não em valor absoluto total da dívida. Acho que isso foi um erro que ele cometeu.
O teu PIB crescer, que a tua dívida já... sem pagares um cêntimo. Se tu não pagares um cêntimo da dívida, mas o teu PIB crescer... Sim. Proporcionalmente a tua dívida já desce e tu não pagaste um cêntimo.
Sim, exato. E depois até acabas por ter superávit e acabas eventualmente por pagar a dívida. Mas sim, é isso mesmo. E acho que ele teve aí um bocadinho mal, passa um bocado ao lado, mas quem está mais atento a estas questões percebe. Depois acho que outro erro que ele cometeu foi não ter combatido mais, não ter contra-argumentado mais com o António Costa na parte do Serviço Nacional de Saúde. Falou-se disso e ele criticou. Mas acho que devia ter combatido mais quando o Costa começou a falar bem do Serviço Nacional de Saúde, quando diz que tinha mais operações e mais consultas e não sei o quê. Ou seja, tinha mais procura, tudo bem, e onde é que está a oferta para cobrir essa procura? Acho que ele devia ter pegado mais a argumentação por esse lado, que não o fez. Foram assim os dois aspectos mais negativos do discurso do Rio, na minha opinião.
Nós na semana passada, penso que não, há 2 semanas, pronto, na última live que nós fizemos aqui até do Lápis Azul, portanto foi o episódio 5, nós falamos também de eleições, e nós tínhamos fechado essa live com alguns partidos mais, vamos dizer, favoritos para ajudar as pessoas a decidirem quem vão votar ou não. Há pouco eu fiz aqui uma sondagem e reparei pela sondagem que, primeiro, poucas pessoas responderam, mas pronto. E, basicamente, quem respondeu foi sim. Há aqui pessoas que já têm um voto pré-definido. E um voto pré-definido... Eu acho, o que eu quero dizer é assim. Quando nós temos um voto pré-definido, ainda há algum tempo das eleições, visto que hoje é 17, ainda falta algum tempo às eleições, é assim, não me levem a mal dizer isto, mas basicamente estão a ser esquerdistas ao contrário. Porquê? Porque o voto da esquerda já está pré-definido, é na esquerda, ponto final. Pode mudar, pode acontecer o que acontecer. O voto na direita, há vários partidos, onde as pessoas podem até escolher. Pela primeira vez, acho que temos mais qualquer coisa à direita para escolher. Temos PNRs, temos Chegas, temos... Até vou aqui incluir o Iniciativa Liberal como... Porque está aqui o Gonçalo, por solidariedade até. Temos a Iniciativa Liberal e tal. Temos um CDS que nem se portou muito mal em alguns debates. Se a pessoa já tem temos uma aliança. Muita gente disse que eu não falei aqui muito do aliança, que não estava a dar muita... voz ou aliança, pois não. Foda-se a aliança, mas pronto. Mas temos aliança, temos aqui 5 opções que podemos escolher o nosso voto. Se a pessoa diz, a 3 semanas, basicamente, das eleições, que já tem um voto pré-definido, é assim um bocadinho... O que eu quero dizer aí é o seguinte, nós, na semana passada, na semana anterior, ou na live anterior, nós aconselhamos aqui o voto, essencialmente, a 3 partidos. Foi o Chega, foi a coligação Chega, foi, de certa medida, também até o PSD, que acho que foste tu que disseste, Gonçalo, do voto útil.
Em certa medida, em certa medida.
Em certa medida. Demos aqui alguns conselhos, mas as pessoas, quando olham para este cenário que nós vivemos atualmente, acham que não podem confiar em ninguém. Então os discursos mais populistas são os mais fáceis. Ok? Quando temos aquele gajo que diz que vai baixar os impostos todos ou que vai transformar este país todo e não sei o quê, esses são os mais fáceis de conseguirem os votos. Eu continuo a achar que o melhor voto seria realmente... Eu continuo a achar, não estou a dizer para as pessoas votarem. Eu continuo a achar que o melhor voto seria talvez não Chega. Mas isto não quer dizer que as pessoas votem no Chega. Até porque, se há coisa que eu não gosto é de pensamento muito radical. E agora cada um pensa aquilo que quiser. Ok? Tem acontecido, ou seja, eu vou dizer aquilo que quero dizer, estou aqui a embrulhar porque eu não posso dizer as coisas como eu quero. As coisas já não são bem como eram há 2 anos atrás, portanto vou dizer as coisas de maneira mais breve. O que eu quero dizer é que eu vou falar por mim, depois o Gonçalo pode falar por ele e o David... Pronto, o David não pode ter aqui muito voto, porque ele também não vive aqui, embora ele perceba mais ou menos, ele percebe mais do que está a acontecer do que muita gente. Mas pronto. O que eu aconselhei foi um voto, basicamente, ao Chega. Eu, praticamente, ou vou votar no Chega, ou, se tiver que dar um voto útil, eu vou ter que escolher, provavelmente, um PSD. Porque voto no CDS eu não queria dar para criar uma crise política. Porque este CDS não é o CDS que este país precisa. Pronto, isto foi o que eu disse. Eu mantenho esse discurso. Mas estamos a 3 semanas das eleições, praticamente, e eu começo a ver muito radicalismo das pessoas que estão dentro desses partidos que eu aconselhei o voto. Portanto, já aconteceu esta merda nas eleições europeias, onde eu também disse, arrisquem o voto em partido X, e depois o próprio líder, em vez de ir ao debate, foi ver a bola. Foi ver a bola, foi lá para os seus compromissos. Acho que toda a gente sabe do que é que eu estou a falar. Mesmo assim, eu assumi que o melhor voto seria na mesma no Chega. O que está a acontecer é que eu estou a ver muito entusiasmo, e esse entusiasmo está-se a transformar em medida radical. E isto vai dar merda. E eu já vi isso aonde? No movimento Deixem as Crianças em Paz. Portanto, o que eu tenho a dizer aqui, neste papel todo, às pessoas que me pedem ajuda, e que eu já disse, votem no Chega, ou votem ali se vocês defendem isto ou isto. Porque é assim que eu faço. Vocês defendem isto, votem no Chega. Vocês querem defender isto, votem no PSD. Acham que é assim? Então votem no CDS. Pronto. Porque eu nunca vou dizer a ninguém, olha, votem neste partido porque é bom e choca-picos é bom. Nunca vou dizer uma merda destas. Agora, eu estou a assistir a muito radicalismo da parte desses partidos. E pessoas de má intenção dentro de algumas candidaturas. Que não interessa que candidaturas são. Portanto, tem que ter muito cuidado. Aquelas pessoas que dizem, a iniciativa liberal é marxista, que eu sou uma delas, já disse isto, mas eu não ando nas costas de ninguém a tentar criar aqui climas entre grupos, que supostamente são todos de direita. Portanto, fica aqui o recado a muita gente que eu sei que vê esta live. Da mesma maneira que o meu apoio é realmente no Chega, como um voto diferente, ou um PSD como forma de voto útil e eu até ter uma intenção de ver um CDS renovado, eu também posso fazer as coisas ao contrário e foda-se, não quero saber. Votem quem vocês quiserem. Mas tenham muito cuidado com os radicalismos que andam a acontecer. E essas pessoas que dizem, eu já sei quem vou votar a 3 semanas do fim, onde eu sei que a maioria das pessoas é Chega ou PNR, este recado é para vocês. Vocês não fechem a porta até o último dia antes de irem votar. Porque está-se a criar aqui uma coisa que acontece à esquerda, que é comunista e socialista vota sempre no mesmo. Seja qual for o programa, seja qual for a crise política, seja qual for os crimes de corrupção que nós vimos, o que é que aconteceu, por exemplo, com o José Sócrates? Foi crime atrás de crime, provado, não provado, foge, não foge, é apanhado no aeroporto, depois é solto, depois compra casas não sei onde. Todo o pessoal que apoiava o José Sócrates antes continua a apoiar depois, porque socialista é assim, ele não vira as costas uns aos outros. E isto é uma coisa que é por família, é o amor à família. Nós, à direita, não é um amor à família, é mais tipo pela verdade. Portanto, se nós temos pessoas que se dizem que são de direita, David, que se dizem que são de direita, mas que estão a usar normalmente estratégias da esquerda, essas pessoas vão ter os dias contados e não há de demorar muito tempo para perceber isso. Diz. David.
Você está chamando a atenção para esse aspecto e é uma situação que ela irradiou, né, esse fim de semana no Brasil de uma forma assim interessante, né? Que foi essa treta do Nando Moura com o Alan, todo mundo da esquerda, da direita agora no YouTube se batendo, né? O Lilo, a Paula Marido.
Né? Já o reparei.
Sim.
Gonçalo, algum comentário sobre isso?
Não, concordo.
O que é que um fascista liberal tem a dizer?
Este fascista liberal, adoro esse termo.
Tá ótimo.
O que eu tenho a dizer, é que concordo 100% com o que tu disseste, na medida em que, ao fazermos isso que tu estás a referir, de a 3 semanas antes já sabermos em quem vamos votar, independentemente do que aconteça, nós aí estamos a tornar a política em futebol, que é tudo o que nós não queremos, não é?
Eu não queria usar a palavra fanatismo, mas é basicamente isso.
É isto, e eu adoro futebol, mas odeio o fanatismo proveniente do futebol, que é um problema, a sério, doentio, porque eu vejo o pessoal a chatear-se mais por futebol do que propriamente por política. E depois, quando tentam perceber alguma coisa por política, acabam por comportar-se da mesma forma que se comportam relativamente ao futebol. E nós não queremos isto. Nós queremos, acima de tudo, honestidade intelectual. É claro que temos um espectro político onde os nossos ideais se entram e se adequam muito mais, quer à esquerda, quer à direita. Isso é normal. É normal que uma pessoa com ideais que é contra o aborto ou que é contra a legalização das drogas leves, tenha sempre votos mais à direita, ou alguém que seja a favor do aborto e a favor da legalização das drogas leves seja mais idealista de votos à esquerda, tudo bem. Mas a questão é, há diferenças entre as opções à esquerda e diferenças entre as opções à direita, dentro dos próprios espectros. E nós temos que ser honestos intelectualmente para perceber, ok, em determinado momento da minha vida eu votei neste partido, porque achei que era a solução mais viável. Mas o passado não é o presente. E o presente tem de ser pensado com as condicionantes adjacentes que existem neste momento. Portanto, sejam honestos convosco próprios e votem naquilo que pensam que é o melhor à altura da eleição.
Ok, Gonçalo, é que da minha parte eu começo a achar que o interesse nacional destas pessoas está-se a transformar num interesse coletivo de troca de favores. Eu acho que isso é já o que acontece. É o que acontece com o CDS. O CDS, desde que tem ali uns textinhos, está tudo bem. Foda-se, vamos dizendo umas coisas engraçadas. Nós até sabemos como é que isto funciona, mas na prática não estamos a fazer. É o que o CDS basicamente, para mim, tem mostrado. Portanto, eu só queria deixar este alerta aqui.
Deixa-me só dizer que relativamente ao votar no CDS, eu nesta eleição nunca votaria no CDS, porque acho que a Assunção Cristas, à semelhança do Rio, não é um líder, não é uma líder sustentável, quer a curto, quer a médio, quer a longo prazo para o partido. Portanto, nessa ótica, também concordo contigo.
Muito bem. David, algum comentário?
Sim, concordo com vocês. Eu acho que a melhor opção hoje aí é o Chega, até considerando o regime parlamentarista, né? Então, tem que votar no partido, o partido que vai escolher lá, né, os deputados, né, que vão ocupar as casas.
A questão... Davi?
Acho que a Câmara...
Eu acho que o David Já.
Acho que é melhor. Agora é aquilo.
Olha.
Aquele velho-
David, peraí.
Para ti está a aparecer parado, para mim está.
Está parado. Mas ele, entretanto, vai já continuar. 3, 2, 1. Não. Vamos tirar aqui o David temporariamente. Eu não sei como é que é de quicar o David, porque eu posso quicá-lo. Agora como, não sei.
Pá, tira-o e adiciona novamente.
Pois, como é que eu quico o David? Não sei fazer isso, deixa-me adicioná-lo aqui. Ele já nem aparece, não é? David foi-se, ele entretanto deve ir. Mostra aqui, solo. Eu podia carregar aqui, já estou a perceber aqui a cena. Ok, Gonçalo, vamos sentar aqui alto. Parece que o David está a chegar. Em 3, 2... Vamos esperar um bocadinho. Diz-me uma coisa. Estes últimos debates, eu acho que eles não mostraram muita coisa. Mas eu, antes de até iniciar a live, eu estive a dar uma vista de olhos num debate bastante interessante, que foi o do PAN. O do PAN com a própria Assunção Cristas.
Esse eu não vi.
Não viste? Então, vai ser um comentário. Não vais poder fazer comentário porque não viste. Eu achei que realmente o André Ventura é aquele tipo de pessoa que... ele tem... o André Ventura. Foda-se, o André Ventura. O André Silva. Ninguém me corrige aqui, foi. Olha, eu queria dizer André Ventura a falar do Chega, já iam cair em cima de mim. O André Silva, ele tem basicamente a papa toda feita. Porquê? Porque nós vivemos num mundo atual, da nossa sociedade atual, nós vivemos num movimento automático para as agendas ecologistas, o movimento ecoativista, o clima, essa coisa toda. David, já te adiciono, está bem? A tua net estava ruim, eu já te vou adicionar. O movimento, o ecoativismo, o veganismo, essa coisa toda. Eu acho que ele já tem basicamente as coisas prontas para... Não tem muito a fazer, basta só puxar a carta da manga, sempre, que é as mudanças climáticas, a poluição, o CO2, essa coisa toda, não sei o quê. Isso está a acontecer pela Europa toda. Achas que vai haver surpresas nestas eleições por causa destes movimentos da própria União Europeia? Achas que estes partidos de esquerda ecologistas, que são comunistas na mesma à sua origem, portanto não vale a pena estar aqui com merdas que eles não querem saber do clima para porra nenhuma, achas que vai haver uma surpresa muito grande no nosso país neste caso com o PAN, até mesmo com o PEV, sei lá, também, de certa forma?
Sim. Não, o PEV, pronto, é uma carta fora do baralho, até porque está em coligação com o PCP, não é? Mas, relativamente às eleições europeias, salvo erro, o que cresceu mais foi a esquerda verde, como eles gostam de lhe chamar. Foi a esquerda ecologista. E um dos problemas que existe hoje em dia, não só em Portugal, mas no resto da Europa e também no mundo, é que o espaço que existe entre o centro-esquerda e a extrema-esquerda, onde se inclui a maior parte dos ambientalistas, o tecido é muito tenue, muito fino mesmo. Tanto que hoje em dia tu já tens coligações. Eu vou para dar um exemplo, e atenção, não estou a defender o Sócrates, não estou, atenção, não é isso.
Tu e o Sócrates.
Contrário, isto é só um exemplo, não levem a mal, como a questão da Igreja Católica e da Protestante no outro dia. Mas nós passámos de um PS em que o secretário-geral, que era o Sócrates, tinha raízes sociais-democratas, porque ele tinha estado na JSD, para um PS que se alia à extrema-esquerda, com o PCP e com o Bloco de Esquerda e com o PAN. Isto no tempo do Sócrates era impensável. Não estou a defender o Sócrates, por amor de Deus, estamos a falar de espectros políticos. Mas isto era impensável há 10 anos atrás. Portanto, o que eu estou a querer dizer é que, hoje em dia, a centro-esquerda e a extrema-esquerda não são assim tão diferentes. E um grande problema é isso pode passar a ter efeitos nefastos, tanto que tu já vês que o Bloco de Esquerda está cada vez mais próximo daquilo que é o segundo posto a nível de votos nas eleições. O Bloco está entre 10% e 15% e o PSD, nas últimas que eu mostrei da Pitagórica, estava com 20%. Portanto, estamos a chegar a um ponto em que o partido à direita, vamos incluir o PSD, o maior partido de direita, está quase com, ou melhor, o maior partido da extrema-esquerda está quase com tantos votos como o maior partido de direita, salvo seja de direita, que é o PSD. Portanto, é uma situação preocupante e acho que tem tudo para continuar a correr mal se não existir uma mudança grande na nossa direita tradicional. Isto porquê? Por culpa também dos ignóbeis que nasceram na mesma altura que eu, que é o pessoal da minha idade. Porquê? Porque, e os que vêm a seguir, Eu sou um gajo muito autocrítico, sabes? Portanto, às vezes temos que saber perceber que o pessoal da minha idade, às vezes, pronto, pá.
Tu tens a linda idade de...
Diz?
Tens a linda idade de quantos anos?
20 anos. 20 anos.
20 anos?
Os frescos 20 anos.
Portanto, o pessoal dos 20 aos 25 anos estão a ser metralhados agora aqui pelo Gonçalo.
Sim, porque se começa a ver muito novo, pá. Se tu fores ver,